Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Good morning. Good morning. All right. Good morning. Happy whatever today is. What is it? Thursday? Happy Thursday. Hello. 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 Okay. Lots to go over today. We have a theme today. There's a bit of a theme. There's a bit of a I feel like there's a bit of a theme. What is this? What is this show? Three's Company 2. There's a theme today. Three's Company 2. There's a theme. Okay, let's do this. Let's pause Elvin's gorgeous music. Thank you. Shout out to Elvin. Links in the chat or links in my description for the two musicians that I usually use for my stream. Okay. Get your drinks, girl. I got my Citavita. We're staying hydrated, okay? We're staying prepared. We're open-minded and thoughtful today. We're going to zoom out. We're going to zoom in. We're going to zoom out. We're going to zoom in, okay? What I want to do, because I've been thinking about it, I want to use these 4 stories to have a conversation about the most obvious problems and why we can't seem to solve them. Okay. And I want us to just brainstorm together to figure out why humans seem to struggle when it's so obvious. And then why does it turn us into like little bigots? You know, not bigot's a strong word, but prejudice, bigotry, you know, adjacent cousins. So the reason I thought about this was actually inspired by the cesspool of comments on Frogan's fundraiser for her defense against Ethan Klein. I am shook to my core at how disgusting some of these comments are. And it's interesting to see Ethan's fans bombard Frogan's GoFundMe and then donate to Frogan in order to call her fat. Eat the rich, girls. Eat the rich. Down with the patriarchy. It's like, what? Like, you know, and then we ask ourselves in here, let's just get into it. We ask ourselves, you know, why is there such a temptation for women to put themselves in misogynistic circles? It's because misogynists love to give women money as long as they can talk shit to them. As long as men feel powerful enough to be in a position where they can give their money to women they despise, women will be tempted to go on the whatever podcast, to go on Fresh and Fit, to throw fists with Ethan, to do, you know what I mean? Like, what? Ethan! Exactly. Chat. Ethan, listen, I hate women too. Not my wife, though. I love my wife. But all other women, I hate. And my daughter, I love her too. And I love meat. I only eat meat. Anyways, Ethan, listen, you can't just go after Frogan. Though she is a Muslim, actually, I approve. Listen, okay, we don't need Jordan Peterson in the conversation. What we need is to be honest with ourselves for why it happens. And I just want to reiterate and clear up for my community. When I'm talking about Ethan Klein going after smaller content creators, I am talking about the ethics and morals around people in positions of power going after smaller people when the worst thing they did was react to your content in an unfavorable way and did something that is so normal and typical. I bet you if Ethan Klein saw a content creator saying, hey, I don't want to give Andrew Tate direct income, so come watch through me, he would be all for it. I guarantee you, if Frogan did the same thing to somebody Ethan agreed was a bad person, Ethan would be okay with it. But because he refuses to see himself as a bad person to other people, he is upset with her. He does not care that these women derailed audiences from watching him to their smaller audiences, because he would do the same thing if it was somebody he hated. So he knows this is a very typical, very normal thing to do for a lot of people. And for the audacity of these people to be in my comments like, are you saying this is ethical, that this is good? I'm saying, given the explicit context of the situation, I think Ethan is a bad person for going after these content creators. I think he's making the community worse. I think he's a bad person. And I think that this is exactly why we eat the rich. It's why money exposes your bad behavior. So let's talk about it. let's talk about why we become bigots when we don't understand. Like when we don't understand things. Like this is the ironies. Like when we feel stupid, we become more bigoted. You know, I've been seeing this thing go around, which I'm sure you've heard before, which is everything sounds like a conspiracy theory when you're uneducated. Like everything sounds like a conspiracy theory when you don't know how the world works. Yeah, everything sounds like you're being attacked. Everything sounds like anti-Semitism if you don't understand the context. You know what I mean? Like everything, you know what I'm saying? Okay. So look at this. So this is Frogan's GoFundMe, which, you know, I'll link it in the chat. Wait, I can't even link it in the chat. Because why? Why? Because it's so long? Because I think I got this from Frogan's Twitter account. Why? Hold on. Let me see if I can get a shorter link. There it is. I don't know why the link was. I think because I came from the Twitter trying to find it. There's the GoFundMe if you're interested. Now, I understand that giving to people's GoFundMes is going to eat into your budget. So please budget even the charity that you give. So, you know, this went into my budget. I did decide to fit Frogan into my budget, and I did contribute to Frogan's GoFundMe, but that's the only one I could afford to give to because I can't just be giving people, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't all have extra money laying around, right? But if you do and you want to give to somebody, pick with your values, pick with the person that you maybe, you know, you can give to. Maybe you can give to all three, but Frogan is the one that I decided on. Okay. So I did contribute to this specific GoFundMe. Now, if you go down to the comments, right? This one, based veteran. Okay. Here you go. I'm reading the comment. Here you go, fatty. This should be enough to cover a bite of cake for you. Looks like you're not eating too well. Honestly, this donation is going to a good cause because if you lose, Ethan will get it, and if you win, you'll eat yourself away to the point you'll wish you hadn't. Hope you get diabetes for life. I'm a vet, and knowing how you've treated people like me, I have every right to say this. Don't like it, boohoo based. Okay, first of all, you know what I say? Like, just because they're ugly doesn't mean you have to become ugly. So if you think Frogan's behavior is ugly and deplorable, why would you mimic it? That's what I'm trying to say to people. Just because people are ugly doesn't mean you have to be. It doesn't mean we'll always be perfect. I'm sure we'll be ugly at times in our life. But just because you didn't understand what Frogan was saying about veterans, like, okay. But even if you think what she said was deplorable, why are you mimicking the behavior? And then thinking you're better. Okay, donating for Ethan. Hope he takes everything from you. Hamas Piker, thank you. Donald Critchlow, for Ethan and the troops, America. You got that OBCD, but I hope you get PTSD, boo freaking who. These are people donating to Frogan. This is $5 for Ethan. Next time, live your life by not hurting others and lose some weight, fatso. Here's weight loss idea for somehow a dietitian, soul-crushing poverty. Enjoy the forced trial of communism. I know it's what you've always wanted. P.S. Tell my boy Ethan Klein I wish him and his family the best. H3 fan. A fun fact accompanies this money for Ethan's lawyer's kids. Iran and Arab nations sympathize with Nazi Axis powers in WW2, World War II, and didn't expel German nationalists, aka Nazis. That's why they refused to recognize Israel as a nation and want it destroyed. They also punish minorities, gays, women because of their religious dictators, calling blah, 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 blah. This one, for the record, this isn't for you. You're a trash human being. This is for Ethan. When it inevitably ends up in his account, rest in piss, Hassan and company. Damn. Why do any of these people think they're good people? Why do any of these people literally have the audacity of thinking they're good people? Why does Ethan get to wake up every day thinking he's a good person? And this goes back to my philosophical perspective. Hello, my name is Brittany Simon. I do philosophy through pop culture. And philosophically speaking, we're talking about the love of wisdom, the knowledge of all, the exploration of what it means to be a person in the universe. And we are evolved animals on a planet. And if this isn't monkey behavior, I don't know what it is. If this isn't a biological behavior, I don't know what is. Like, you're not even thinking it through. And I know people in my comments, were not listening to my perspective when they were responding to me. Even longtime viewers of mine whose usernames I saw, they were like, Brittany, this is the legality issue. I'm sorry, are you watching a lawyer? Since when do I give a fuck when I'm talking about morals and ethics about the fucking law? Like, I love mentioning that Trump's a felon, but I actually don't think being a felon makes you a bad person. So why the fuck have you been watching me this long and you show up in my chat and my comments and you're like, actually, Brittany, this is about legality and copyright infringement? Bitch. You're talking about a multi-million-dollar man who at this point has made so much money, who could retire into oblivion. He could literally disappear from the face of the internet and never need to make a single dollar again, while sending and affording all of his kids' future rent and college. Okay, that's how rich Ethan Klein is. Going after people who probably don't even make $60K a year. What are we talking about? Why aren't you listening to me? Why do you think I give a fuck about like copyright stuff? Why are you coming up in my comments? Ethan Klein is so fucking rich. He's so rich. He doesn't have to do this. Why is he doing this? And again, okay, if he went after directly people who sent skulls to his house, if they're even real, right? At this point, I don't know how that didn't make the news. You tell me a human skull got sent to a YouTuber's house and it didn't make the news. Why am I not seeing this story on the news? I am waiting for I would like the updates, please, because Ethan made a big fucking deal out of that. I would like the update because I was good faith at the beginning of that and people were mad at me and I was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, but bitch has not followed up. I need testing. I need to know if they were plastic from a little toy store or if they were literally human skulls, because the girl has not made the news. The girl has not talked about an update. You know what I mean? So like, please tell me, Ethan, you keep making this such a big deal, keep claiming people sent human skulls, that the internet is coming for you. But did that happen? Because I would love to. I would love to see it happen in the sense that I would love to know that you for once in your life didn't lie. But the issue is like, when we have these conversations and we're confused about why people become bigoted, it's because you don't know. Like, you're ignorant. Like, Ethan refuses to educate himself. And because he refuses to educate himself, he stays ignorant to people's different, like, bubbled experiences. Like, people keep coming to my comments like, Brittany, I don't understand why you're not understanding Ethan's perspective. Why aren't you understanding mine? I have been trying to understand Ethan's perspective for years now. I have been such a nuanced and kind person through this process. And like, it's enough. You know, it's like enough. And it has to be enough because now this is proof that he was never worth defending in the first place. Right? This is it. What is this? And then his viewers to have this attitude. Now listen, the whole point of this is talk about why obvious issues can't seem to be solved. And it's because it's not as obvious as we think it is. Like, it is not as obvious to us as we think it is, right? I think about this when I watch like Debater Bros and Gamer Bros and all these, like, look, Ethan has the worst people in the world defending him and he's not putting it together. It's one thing to have all different kinds of people defend you, but if the worst people you know are the ones defending you, you're probably doing something wrong. You're probably on the wrong side of it. And the fact that Ethan isn't putting it together, the fact that Ethan doesn't get like the worst gamer bros on the internet are defending you, don't you think that means you're probably on the wrong side of history? If the worst people you know are the ones defending you and are in your corner? But it's hard to process because Ethan feels so vindicated in what he believes. Now, this kind of correlates with, and stay with me here, something that I've been thinking about in relation to health and something I've been thinking about in relation to like access to different ways of existing. So when we talk about bubbles on this channel, we are talking about perception. We're talking about your limited perception based on what you know and how you think like this is how, like, you ever hear somebody say like, this is how life works. This is just how life works. You have no idea how life works. You're so fucking ignorant. Like, you have no idea how life works because nobody has a deep, full understanding of how life works. Okay? Like, we do not know exactly how life works in a universal sense. We only know how our life works. And barely some of us know that. But if you know how your life works, that doesn't mean you know how life itself works. Okay? And so when we talk about this, I think about it in relation to gender. Like if you talk to one biologist, they'll say, oh, the, secular understanding of, or not secular, but the general understanding of biology is very limited. There actually isn't just two genders. If you talk to another biologist, they'll say, actually, people don't understand biology, and I come from a biology perspective. There is only two genders. If there's like, depending on who you're talking to and where their prejudice and bias plays a role, you will get a different answer for how and why people come to conclusions. So you have to make sure you're not falling into that, right? Now, oh, Katie, welcome to memberships. Oh, membership for 2 months. Thank you. Says, like the stream, y'all. Like the stream, y'all. Thank you so much, Katie. I see chat talking about the skulls and everything like that. Regardless, like I know some people are saying they were from a site. They were like labeled this, that. I don't think anyone understands how this should have been a huge story if a human skull was being sent to people's houses. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, does that not sound crazy? That's like someone saying, oh, he sent a foot to my house. Somebody sent a hand or a foot to your house. Doesn't that sound crazy? So I don't understand why this isn't like a bigger story is all I'm saying, okay? But why isn't it a bigger story? I don't know. Maybe because it doesn't sound that crazy with everything going on in the world. Do you know what I mean? Doesn't that sound insane to be like, somebody sent a foot to my house? That'd be pretty crazy. That should make the news. So if somebody's sending you human skulls to your house, I feel like that should be making the news. It's a little fucking crazy because I don't know about you talking about how the world works. I don't know how to get human skulls. Like, I don't even know how to get that. I know some people can get it for classrooms and stuff, but I don't even know how to get it. So I don't know how y'all people are coming up with skulls, It's just crazy. Chad says, would it not be as crazy from a legit medical site our bodies are sold? It's still crazy though. Like, it doesn't matter if it's easy to get from a medical site. It's crazy. It's still a crazy idea that somebody just could go purchase a skull. Like, what? Like, what? Like, that doesn't sound crazy to anybody? That, like, people are just able to buy skulls? Shouldn't you have to have, like, an ID, a medical license, something? Crazy. Okay, either way, I don't understand how that didn't become more popular. Okay, now, how I want to have this conversation is by highlighting 3 videos that tackle some of the most obvious problems in society. And I want to talk about why we can't solve them. So with Ethan and Frogan, obviously the first initial example is why can't we solve like community disputes in our YouTube sphere? Why can't YouTubers find a way to get along? Right? Like, why can't YouTubers figure out a way to talk it out? And it's because of prejudice and bigotry. It is because of not understanding each other's perspectives. It is because people can't understand what Frogan was saying about the PTSD in veterans. The same way the internet couldn't understand what Dr. K was saying about choosing to do suicide and why it's really rational. Like, the internet is so limited. The internet is so limited. It's so limited in its education. We don't know how to understand one another. And I want you guys to understand, like, when you say you made a choice, it's your choice. You had free will. You made a choice. That choice is so limited by so many things. And this goes for Ethan, by the way. Ethan is limited. My argument is to say, like, Ethan is just a villain. Ethan is a person who views himself as a good person who's, because he's limited, hurting a lot of people. The road to hell is paved in your good intentions. And I just see so many good intentions here. So many good intentions. So the video that I want to start off with is it's actually a podcast that I recently came across where Chelsea Fagan is a guest, and I will link the actual podcast. Let's see. This is from a girl named Simran Kaur. I'm sure I'm butchering her name, but she has a section with Chelsea where they talk about women getting married. And I want to talk about this. So again, let's switch up. This is hard for me to process because I'm like so excited about this topic, but let me know if you need any clarification about what I'm talking about. Another example, separate from Ethan and Frogan, we're moving on, about problems that are obvious that we can't solve is the marriage dating dilemma. And Chelsea goes on this podcast to say that women shouldn't marry men, that it is not in women's favor to get married to men. What does this sound like? What other bubble does this advice sound like? It's not financially stable for women. It's not safe for women. Divorce court is crazy for women. Women shouldn't get married. Like, What does that sound like? Okay. So look at this section of the pod. Okay, this is about 30 minutes in-ish. Listen to this and tell me, does this sound familiar?
I think we have a tendency to really romanticize a lot of relationships in the past. And obviously the divorce rate was much lower. And it's like, babe, they couldn't get divorced. Where was she going? They legally couldn't get divorced in a lot of cases. There's a good book from a couple of years ago called The Divorcees about a divorce ranch in Nevada in the 1950s, because back then divorce was so rare and so frowned upon and illegal in so many states that women would go to Nevada, rich women would go to Nevada for a couple months, establish residency, and then they could enact their divorce.
And I should say, I love Chelsea Fagan. I see every video she puts out. So I love the financial diet. But that doesn't mean I don't disagree with some of her very straight hetero takes. She's very straight, Chelsea. Chelsea's very straight. And the heterosexuals are suffering.
You couldn't just go to the court and get a divorce, and men, if they didn't, if they felt like it, could cut off your allowance, could cut off your access to the cards, they would get everything in case of an inheritance. Like, women were not in a good position. Mm-hmm. They were not. And I think the tough thing is that the trad wife is kind of an oversimplified answer to a very real but very complicated question. I think the reality, and I think you see it with things like the 4B movement, the reality is that a lot of women probably should be opting out of marriage, but at least out of children in the current situations that they're in, because a lot of women are in deeply unfair, imbalanced situations. The numbers don't lie, right? On average, women are in really unfair households. But the answer to that is not handing over, again, 100% of the financial control to a man who can then and also, to me, just crazy to bet your whole well-being and livelihood on the idea that a man is a good guy. Yeah. Crazy to me. We've seen what men are capable of.
How many good guys do we know?
Not many. Not many. My estimate is maybe 85% of these guys I would not, maybe more, would not trust with my financial well-being.
Did you see that Real Housewives of New York episode?
Okay, so what does that sound like, right? MGTOW is men go their own way. It's a male movement that says, fuck women, fuck marriage, fuck the institutions. We're going to go our own way. No female companionship. So when Chelsea gets out here, and I understand why Chelsea feels like this is really good advice based off of the statistics she's seeing. But again, this is why gender corrupts everything, right? Like, this is why gender fucks everything up. Because when we have these conversations and we are so reductive with it, and we're like, women shouldn't get married, women shouldn't have kids, like, men will ruin your life. Girl, are we not falling in love out here with good, respectable people? And if we're not, then don't get married. But it's not this idea that women should be afraid to get married or have kids. You should be worried about picking the wrong partner. And this idea that Chelsea and a lot of normative people fall into of still believing that you can marry the wrong person and never know who they are later. I'll be real with you. I think if you know yourself and you know that person, it's very rare that in 20 years they will switch up on you. I don't think, from all the successful couples I've seen that do stay married and are in good relationships, it's like they know the person. And that person switching up on you is a mental health crisis, right? The reason people have a midlife crisis and it's so normalized is because y'all aren't doing the work. Y'all are not preparing yourself for life. And as much as people are going to get mad and say, I did, Brittany, I researched it. You think you researched it, because we live in a society that tells you researching it is as simple as XYZ, but it's not. You need the whole alphabet. Girl, it's not just 3 letters. You need the whole thing. And so we sit here, like, I sit here on stream and I say things and people are like, oh my gosh, I never thought to have this conversation with my partner. Or, oh, I never thought to ask this question. Or, oh my God, like, Brittany, make a checklist. Why should we even need a checklist if we're all doing our due diligence? Because we're not taught to. This is the first time in history we're even talking about real checklists in terms of marriage that ask questions that are difficult. So for everybody prior to this who's deeply afraid of getting married to whatever gender you're afraid of getting married to, you're scared because of your prejudice and your fear and your trauma. And that is making you bigoted. Like, at the end of the day, I don't want to have to say to people, don't marry X gender because X gender is horrible. Like, what are we doing here? Okay, like, what are we doing here? So how do we problem solve this? Like, how do we zoom out enough to sort of really understand the different, that this isn't just about partnership. This is about our relationship with self. Like, this is ultimately about our relationship with self. If Ethan had a healthy relationship with himself, he wouldn't be going after Frogan and all the rest of them. Okay, if these women had good relationships with themselves, they wouldn't have to be afraid of the men that they picked. Heterosexuality and the patriarchy is really like the patriarchy is impacting these heteros right now. Okay. And queer people are being impacted as well. And that's like the journey of everybody else. But at least our bubbles have a little bit more curiosity or involvement in the questions we're asking. Listen, when I was a part of the BDSM community in a more physical sense, those people were just as traumatized as the normie heteros I was meeting. Those people had so much fucking trauma, right? At least they were talking about it though. But like they were not different than heteros or these regular ass normie people I was meeting. It's just the normie people weren't talking about it as much, right? And so again, why are we so egotistical and yet we're so bad at problem solving these things without becoming prejudiced and bigoted? You know? I just, it's like, it goes back to that conversation people are having about having a to-go bag. Like, oh, you should need a to-go bag in case he like lashes out at you. Girl, I am not living in a 50-year marriage where I always have a to-go bag to go. I don't even have a hospital bag to go. And that's the first thing that should have been on my checklist. You know what I'm saying? Like a to-go bag? Are you fucking serious right now? You want me to live in a relationship where I might have to leave? Girl, I'm leaving with the clothes on my back if that's the case. Nobody got time to put together a to-go bag. You know what I mean? What are we talking about? We shouldn't even be in marriages where we need to-go bags. Like, what are we talking about? And so that's what I'm saying. Stop creating scenarios where you need to give people advice for survival situations we shouldn't have even be put in. Now, of course, I understand that we have to give people this advice because they're already in those situations. But the fact that we're starting from there is bullshit. It's bullshit. And I don't like it. I don't like it, girls. Okay. Chad says fear-based feminism creates TERFs. Well, doesn't it though? It does. Yeah. Yeah, Chad says I had a to-go bag when I was in my abusive relationship. Well, there you go. Chad says you both should have a to-go bag in natural disasters. Well, that's another good reason. I always think about if a fire breaks out, what do I grab first, Chad says I'd have a to-go bag for general life, but specifically your marriage. Yeah, but a to-go bag, even thinking about that, like it's going to get dusty. I'm going to have to replace the clothes every so often. And which clothes do I even put in there, girl? Because I kind of wear all my clothes. I don't have time for a good to-go bag. The only thing in my to-go bag should be what? Like the things that are in my purse? It's called a purse. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, grab Indiana. I'm going to grab Indiana, throw her in her carrier, grab my purse and leave. Do you know what I mean? Like nobody got time for a to-go bag, girls. I have to use the products in my house. Nobody has time to put extra products that they're never going to touch into a to-go bag that's going to expire. I don't get it. I don't have it. Chet says I don't have spoons for a to-go bag. I don't have spoons either. I'm over it. You know what I mean? Like grab my purse, grab my passport, grab all my like government documents, grab the cat. You know what I mean? Nah, I'm good. I'm good, girls. Kill me. I'd rather die. Like I'm a big proponent of just dying. That's a joke. But also like I'm not that worried about life. Human beings survived up until now. I can survive without a to-go bag. Thank you. I'll survive. You know what I mean? I think the most important thing to me is documents, cat, cell phone, so I can call people. Okay. Let's see. Chad says, personally, I think this criticism is meant on a more macro level, looking at the marriage as an institution, not just two people in a long-term commitment, but the legal boundaries around it. Yeah, but the legal boundaries around it is why you should be picking the right person. There's no disadvantages to getting married unless you have a very specific special circumstance like disability benefits that might be threatened if you get married, or if you're marrying the wrong person. Maybe because in my marriage was 100% beneficial to us. Like it was 100% life-changing beneficial because we're doing an immigration process that like it allows me so many privileges because I'm married. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm sitting here like, get married. But also it's because I would never get married to somebody that I wasn't 100,000% sure about. Like 100,000% sure that the only reason anything bad is going to happen in this relationship is we're having a mental health crisis. And in that case, we're going to the doctor. And that's kind of a relief that the worst thing to happen in this marriage is somebody gets Alzheimer's. The worst thing to happen in this marriage is somebody has psychosis. We're going to the doctor. You know what I mean? So I understand why people have a hesitancy around the legality of marriage, but I really think, again, it's like fear-based because trust me, the institution has benefited heterosexual marriage, and in some cases queer marriage for a reason. There are benefits for a reason, right? And I do find that a lot of people who don't want to get married, they're running away from something or they're afraid of something, which is okay. Let's work on it in therapy. But there are rare cases in which marriage is not beneficial to you. Okay. And it's kind of ironic that gay people work so hard to get married for then people to say, like, I don't even want it. Girl, they didn't work that hard for nothing. It comes with benefits. It literally comes with benefits. That's why we fucking wanted the legality of marriage. It comes with fucking benefits. Okay. Like, that's the point. Okay. So why can't we solve this very obvious problem? Because we're afraid. Ethan is afraid, right? Chelsea's afraid. Chelsea is terrified for these women that their lives are going to be destroyed because of bad men. And she has a reason to. Keep listening. Check this out.
Oh, what I'm about to
I know
say.
them all, but continue.
The episode where one of the housewives, I'm new to this new series, she went to check her Bitcoin balance because they were going to pay off some of their mortgage for their house. And her husband had not only drained the account of the Bitcoin, he had drained it many years ago for debt that she did not know that the family had, and he didn't tell her.
So interestingly, my one of my good friends, and she's a co-host of my podcast, she wrote an article for Bloomberg about the financial infidelity, and he slid into her DMs to yell at her.
That sounds about right.
Sounds about right. Yeah. No, but exactly. And so I think that there is a real sort of false nostalgia for a time when women just, hung out around the house and took Quaaludes and drank gin and raised their kid and mopped the floor. But I think that we're being very naive if we think that that is a long-term or scalable solution to the problem. But there is a problem.
I think that's a really great way of putting it. And I always like to ask myself, like, if that was the solution, realistically, what kind of jobs, it's the same job market that these men of our age group are going into. Like, what jobs are they taking on that can support, a husband, a wife, and children?
Yeah.
They're applying into the same careers. They're applying into the same, sort of industries. It just seems like it's not the right answer. It's very controversial to say women are better off, being single or not having children. But I think it's the reality and it's scary.
Oh, it's very clearly statistically the reality. Single, unmarried, child-free women are the happiest of all. They report the highest levels of.
And of course we are, right? Single, unmarried women, like childless women. Of course we're so happy. Why wouldn't we be? Right? Like, why wouldn't they be? I was so happy at that stage. I was the happiest I had ever been. And the only reason I got married was because it benefited and added to my life. It didn't take anything away. Not one single ounce of that happiness was depleted when I got married. Now, of course, I'm not in a typical heterosexual relationship, right? Like, gender doesn't play a role in our relationship like that. And remember, heterosexual relationships, gender is everything. And traditional binary gay relationships, gender is everything. And we'll talk about that soon, girl, because like the queer community is freaking out on TikTok. But even if you're gay, doesn't mean you're not in the binary gendered perspective of relationships. Like, we don't sit there and talk about like who is the man and the woman based off of like what then you must do, right? So when we're having these conversations, you have to remember like she's talking about a very binary male, female, specific man, woman. This is because I'm a man and because I'm a woman. This is how it has to exist. And also like even though Chelsea's been with her partner for so long, and though they incorporate a lot of their stuff together, I think from my memory, there are still things they keep separate versus in my relationship, personally, it's not like the only reason things might be separate at any point is because we're too lazy to do the paperwork, not because we wouldn't do it, if that makes sense. It's not a principled thing of like, we must keep these things separate. It's just like they might be separate, but that's just because we're too lazy to like do the paperwork, but not because we have a belief around it. Like if anything, it'd be better if we were just all connected to everything and everything was really convenient. But I think Chelsea and her group of people tend to have a principled stance over having your own something. And that is such an interesting idea because it does come from a place of what if things go wrong? And I and my partner personally have the belief if something goes wrong, it's bigger than just a bank account. And if something goes wrong, then so many things had to go wrong to this. And again, this is not advice I would give for the average person. If you are settling, do not take my advice. If you are settling, you got to take Chelsea's advice. So pause, skirt, hold on. If you are in a settling marriage, you have got to take Chelsea's advice. If you in any way doubt your marriage, if you in any way are fighting with your partner, if you in any way are doubting your relationship, you have got to take Chelsea's advice because Chelsea is thinking of you. if you are looking for what I have, if you're looking for a, forever and a day, be with each other through Alzheimer's, love each other through the hard moments, dignify each other, all of that stuff, then you got to follow my advice. But if you are in an average, settling, typical relationship, you got to take Chelsea's advice. Okay? Because Chelsea is helping the unhealed. Chelsea is helping trapped people. Chelsea is helping people who are in bad relationships. Chelsea's helping people who are doubting their marriages. Even though she might not even know that, that's what she's doing. So when she says women shouldn't even get married or women might want to benefit from not having babies with these men, she's not talking about the relationship I have. She's not talking about the relationships you have. She's not talking about the relationships a lot of our parents have. She's talking about the people, okay, who are going to get divorced 7 years in, 14 years in, 21 years in. She is talking about the people that have a cheating scandal. And I'll tell you why. Wait for it. Listen to what Chelsea's trauma is, because this shook me when I heard Chelsea say this.
Satisfaction, happiness, financial independence, all the metrics you could think of. And it's women who initiate the vast majority of divorces. And in fact, there's been a huge increase recently in the number of divorces over 50 and especially over 60, mostly by women, because I think especially for an older generation, they're saying, you know what, I would rather die alone because their dating prospects are not good. But they're saying quite unequivocally, I would rather die alone than die with this man. And I think that, most women of, the younger generation can look at just the marriages of the women in their families and their extended families and say, no way in hell would I ever be in a marriage dynamic like that. Mm-hmm. Especially, and then you look at like our grandmother's generation, like many of those relationships would be considered abusive by today's standards.
Definitely. Even in my own family history.
Many, so I'm one of those girlies that had, my grandfather was like a secret family guy. Like he left his first family and started a new family with my grandmother. Oh, wow. Another 5 kids. He had 5 before, had another 5, literally had another son that he named after himself, another junior in the new family, just abandoned the old one. Like,
I am shook to my core. Yeah, if that was my grandpa, I definitely would start like questioning everything too. Whoa, that is insane to me. I am shook to my core when people are like, he had a whole second family. I am shook to my core. Shook. Okay, shook. Now, in chat said it, you said, maybe I'm too pessimistic to believe that you can know a person well enough to know they'll never turn against you. Okay. I want you to put this into perspective of just like yourself. Would you ever do that to somebody? Would you ever cheat on somebody? Would you ever beat anybody? Would you attack a child? You gotta meet people who have similar values to you, because I would never do those things. And if I know I would never do those things, then I know somebody else is out there. I can't be the only one on this godforsaken planet who wouldn't do those things. And you got to wait it out till you find that person. You have to wait it out and maybe accept you'll never find that person, but you know you exist. And if you exist, other people like you exist. This is why I say you are in a category of person. You are in a category of person. And some people are in the category of second families. Some people are in the category of cheaters. That's why when I have people in my life that are like too lenient on cheating, I'm like, no, you're a cheater. You're going to either excuse it or you're going to do it. When I hear leniency on cheating, I'm like, no, that's it. You're the person. You're the person who's going to make an excuse when it happens. You know what I mean? And so that's the thing. If I don't listen, okay, I can meet people where they are. I can handle people's bad behavior. But let me say this when I say this, there's a reason why, like, even if you're my friend, I'm like, you're going to have to tell people you did this before dating them. If you did this thing, you better bring it up on a first date because they might not want to date somebody who's done that in their past. And yeah, does it hurt my friend's feelings? Of course it does. But you shouldn't have done it. And now that a person deserves to know, because I remember when my friends had done a naughty and I said, when are you going to tell a person that you did that when you're dating them? And they said, what? And I was like, when you date, are you going to mention that you did this? And they're like, oh, wait. And I was like, yeah, do you think you're going to date somebody long-term and they're never going to know this thing about you? You're going to have to bring it up, and you can't bring it up on the wedding day. You're going to have to tell them those things about your past that may not be a part of your present, but it's not fair to have this person consent to marrying you when you're hiding something that I know about you that your own partner's not going to know. If I know it, they got to know it. I shouldn't know things as your best friend or as your good friend, as your sister, as your cousin, as your homie, as a stranger at a bar. Like, I should know more than the person you're going to marry. I shouldn't know more than the person you're going to marry about you. And that's what we do. We marry people and we don't tell them the things we tell our siblings, our best friends, our whoever in your life, ex-person here. We marry people that we don't tell things to that we tell our therapist. What? Like, okay, so I understand, like, this is maybe not the relationship model for you, but if this isn't your relationship model for you, then you might want to take Chelsea's advice. You know what I mean? Right? Because at the end of the day, and I understand when I was in my previous relationships, one of the things I knew was an indication to me that this wasn't my person is that I did want to be radically honest with them. It didn't feel safe to be radically honest with them. It didn't feel safe. You gotta have it be safe. Oh, chat says, I think Cody Ko's begging Tana not to tell his wife. See, if Cody Ko never told Kelsey that he slept with Tana, that's crazy. Kelsey should divorce him. I don't know if that's true, but imagine this scenario, right? I'm gonna sneeze. Imagine the scenario where that happened. Imagine, you know, this reminds me of that Love is Blind season with the girl who was with the guy who had like kids with his lesbian friend. Like, there shouldn't be people in the world who know more about you than the person who's going to marry you in that sense. Like, your partner shouldn't be blindsided by something. Like, there's probably, I can think of, when I was courting my partner, I told them all the important stuff that if it came up in conversation and I hadn't told them already, it wouldn't be like, if I thought it would be shocking, I told them. And I said, what do you think about that? Like, imagine my partner's hanging out at the family get together and my farm brother spills some lore about me. My partner's like, I didn't know that. That's a deal breaker. Like, that's why on our courting sessions, we went over all the deal breakers. What are things about you that you know for a fact might be the reason I won't date you? And so I was like, I'm on OF. I want to be nude until I'm an old person. I'm a YouTuber. I'm a public figure. I'm going to talk about my life. I'm going to talk about my life. You don't have to be in the videos. You don't have to be, I don't have to tell people your name. I don't have to do any of that, but I'm going to talk about my life. And yes, we can talk about what I talk about and what I don't talk about, but like, I need the freedom to talk about my lived experience. And for a lot of people, they're not about that. For a lot of people, they're going to be like, nah, that's not the thing for me. Right? Right? Chat says, the therapist thing, not sure. My spouse is my therapist. I communicate to my husband, but the way I discuss it between him and my therapist are different. I think you should tell your partner everything if you have a radical honesty relationship. Listen, I'm not making a prescription. You do whatever the fuck you guys want. In my relationship structure, we tell each other everything, but my partner isn't my therapist, so they can't help me with everything. So even though I tell them everything, they can't help me with everything. That's where a doctor comes in, or a medical professional, or somebody else. So if that's what you mean, I agree that my partner is not going to be my therapist, but my partner is going to know what I talk to my therapist about. Unless I'm afraid of my partner's a threat to me, or I'm trying to get out of the relationship in a way that this feels like a safe space to discuss it with somebody. Yeah. Okay, cool. Chat says we're saying the same thing with different words. Okay, cool. Very good, very good. Okay, listen to Chelsea for just a few more minutes and then we're done with this segment.
When I've told that story, the number of people who've been like, my grandfather had a secret family too. Like, I think people just really underestimate what things were like before women had basically any financial or legal power.
I think you have done a really great job of dissecting that. You know, we've talked about trad wife content. We've talked about overconsumption. If you could choose like a topic that could go viral, what would be that topic? What would be the message that you'd want these young women to receive? We say young women like we're 80 years old. What is the next generation going to learn from us?
I think that there needs to be a very serious reckoning with women about specifically what it means to be independent. because I think, in America, we no longer have a universal right to abortion, for example.
Mm-hmm.
That is a huge loss.
It is a huge loss. And you need to pay attention to that. Make sure you're asking people about abortion rights when you're dating them. Wait, chat says in the past no, wrong one. This one. I started off with radical honesty in a relationship, then regretted it when I found out it was unsafe for me emotionally. Okay, pause. I have never practiced radical honesty with any partner until this one because nobody was safe enough. So I just want to make sure that I'm saying this because I don't want you guys to mishear me. Do not be radically honest with somebody you cannot trust. You have to first establish the trust and then share. When I say my partner and I went over things during a first date, it was like matter of fact things. Here are my medical problems. Here are my finances. Here's what I'm looking at. Where are you in life? It was not, we were not sharing vulnerabilities. We weren't sharing everything about our family or our past, right? We were establishing trust and then sharing as we went along. Chet says, how do we establish trust? Interacting, having social moments, meeting friends and family, establishing a reality that is true and what this person is telling you, establishing that this person isn't a liar by holding them accountable by what they tell you, right? Like, I told you guys, I think when I was courting my partner, meeting his parents was very important to establish reality. Because he told me this story about his life and I needed to meet people in his life to confirm it was real. I met his bestie. I was like, okay, I'm meeting his bestie. Now I'm having you have to put into action and making sure that this person who's telling you something is telling you the right story. So when I first started dating my partner, my brothers would pick out everything they said. Everything my partner said to me at the time, my brothers would pick it apart. Well, what about this? And didn't he say this here? And what about this? Well, if he said this here, then what did he mean by this? Like they would be my team there. And I'd be like, hey, look at this message. What do we think about this person? Hey, look at his picture. What do we think about him? Like, hey, this is what he told me. What do you guys think about it? And then my brothers and I would like nitpick his like the whole thing. I would go to my farm brother for advice and say, hey, just call me out. Am I picking the wrong person? Like, I want you to meet him, interrogate him, right? Like, you got to have trusted people in your life that with love and compassion will meet the people that you are seeing and say, is this person meant to be in our family? Is this person meant to be brought into our family, right? So like, yeah, you have to establish reality. I'm glad I met his friend. I'm glad I established some sort of a reality where I'm like, okay, he does have a life. He has an apartment like he told me he had. He had a job like he told me he had. He had parents like he told me he had. He had, you know what I mean? He had XYZ like he told me he had. Right? Chat says, what if you don't have anyone in your life that you can trust with that? I'm going to say this with kindness. That means a lot of things have gone wrong in your life, which means you are dealing with a lot more than just finding the love of your life. You are dealing with coming to a reality where like you weren't given structure, family, community growing up. And that's not that abnormal, to be honest. You're probably pretty common in a sense. But that means that you have a unique perspective that your partner needs to value and understand. The fact that you don't have anyone in your life that you could trust in that way is such a bigger issue or bigger implication of like how you were raised, right? Which means like you probably have to do a little bit more due diligence with figuring out your own values and then maybe having a different kind of confirmation method. So let me think of a good confirmation method for somebody. You don't have anybody, not one single person, not a friend, a family, a sister, nobody. Do you have social groups, friend groups? Do you have anybody? Not one single person. That's kind of like, yeah, that's a failure of your parents. Your parents failed you. Your parents raised you with no community, no, nothing. Like not one single person. That's hard. Yeah, that's really difficult. So I can't even imagine with that structure how much harder that could be. Okay, Chet says I'm super isolated, no family, and I work remote, trying really hard to build things. That is difficult. That is difficult. Yeah, I would say that the thing that you need to rely on now is learning to build a community and learning that you might be the kind of person where your partner is your community. That's a thing that happens. So I want to make sure that you have a community with yourself. So be in community with yourself. And then I want to make sure that you can do what it takes to pick a partner who's going to be in community with you. So one of the things that might help is picking a partner that understands this struggle or feels relatable in some way to this struggle, or at least intellectually and spiritually and emotionally understands the struggle, because I think it's probably a little bit more common than we think it is, especially in the way that these parents be raising their kids. I feel like they're really not giving kids community the way they should have. And I won't even say used to, right? But like making sure that you have somebody in your life. And yeah, maybe a therapist. Chat says, what about a therapist? Maybe a therapist, but your therapist can't. I'll be real. My therapist couldn't really know me. Because in order for my therapist to know me, it'd have to get unprofessional. Like your therapist just doesn't know you like that. Or at least in my opinion, they shouldn't. Because then like if they knew you like that, it wouldn't be professional anymore. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think that I would be cautious in picking your therapist, but it's okay to use your therapist as a sounding board. I remember when I asked my therapist, should I dump my boyfriend? And she said, look, girl, I can't tell you to dump your boyfriend, but let's make a pros and cons list. I was like, perfect. And so we made a pros and cons list, you know? And that was really helpful. And by the time we got through the pros and cons list, I was like, I'm going to dump this man, aren't I? And she said, I don't know. And I said, but I should dump him, right? And she said, I don't know. And I was like, girl, you know? So I think a therapist can be good to like brainstorm with, but they can't really know your consciousness like that, you know? But I would first have communion with myself, be in communion with myself. And then I would attempt to realize what that means in regards to the universe. And then I would attempt to bring somebody into my bubble or to help form a new bubble with other people. But if you have nobody in your life who can bounce, you know, who can double check with you, then make sure that you have yourself. You know, Chet says, I don't really think anyone can ever know you. We have such deep levels of interiority that it would be impossible to share all of it. Maybe I'm not that deep. Maybe I'm too shallow. I don't know. Maybe I'm too shallow then. But I feel like my partner understands me like so deeply and intimately well. But maybe I'm or maybe we just overshare. Girl, I'm not even gonna play with you guys. Sometimes we say every thought out loud that I'm like, why are you telling me this? And it's like, just to tell you. I'm like, okay. Okay. Like, it's amazing the things that we we just vomit towards each other, honestly. Because I'm like, that didn't have anything that was like an insight. Like sometimes it just be the inside thoughts all day, you know? Jet says, I think it's separated from closeness and deep understanding. I don't have enough characters to explain it in full. LOL. Fair. Discord said, personally, I feel like I've learned to discern red flags in people and really observant, even if you don't have community. I do think good character shows through regardless. I think that's the point too, is I do think like good character can show through, but if you doubt yourself, if you're living in doubt about yourself, I can see why it would be hard to discern other people's character. Like if you doubt yourself, you know, in a distinct and real way, because listen to me, even though I was making sure I wasn't repeating a pattern and asked my farm brother, like, do you think this is my person? I mean this in the nicest way possible. Please know that at the end of the day, I would have made a decision. It was just nice to hear other people agreeing or validating or not validating, or because trust me, some of my family members were like very negative about it. And then some people were very positive about it, but the negativity came from their prejudice and bias, right? And then now they've turned around. They're like, I'm sorry, I ever doubted you. I was just like projecting my own issues onto you, But I still, as the adult, would have made the decision. It's not like my farm brother would have made the decision about my marriage. Like I would have made the decision, right? I think that's the other issue, is like at the end of the day, you still have to make the decision for yourself. Yeah. Okay, now let's finish out this video.
Like just when you talk about taking a step backward from the rights that, you know, the previous generation of women fought for, like that is crazy to be losing rights at that level. And so much of it is because there's just not a lot of institutional power that women have still. When you look at our representation in government, when you look at who has the money, when you look at who runs the companies, like when you look at, all of these.
Which is why you don't want to be with somebody who's such a man that they'll disregard you for being not a man. Because if you're dating a man, and this kind of goes back to what we covered yesterday with B. Simone and how you could see her desire to uplift and like participate in the patriarchy and that in entrepreneurial spirit and referencing Tyler Perry, like you can tell which women and men are adhering to these binary constructs that are sort of rooted in capitalism and patriarchy. You don't want to be with those people. Now, I know those people feel successful and I know those people are become president and those people are in front of CEO positions and I know those people are running your banks and I know those people feel powerful and you want to be powerful. But I really recommend that you consider that the power comes from, quote, the spirit, non-religiously, or quote, the consciousness, or quote, your relationship with self, that ultimately being a top CEO or being a top capitalist is just not what liberation looks like, because then you're trapped in the bubble of always being successful. Like, at what point is enough money enough? Huh, Ethan? Ethan! At what point is the money enough? At what point are you good? At what point can you step away from it? At what point are we slaving away? And Chelsea in this same conversation talks about how, really successful women forgot what their hobbies were, what they were working for. Like, are we working to live or living to work? What are we doing? Like, what are we doing? And so the question is, I'm lucky I turned one of my favorite hobbies into a job, but I also recognize that I also need a break from my job, even though, to be honest with you, I am exactly in the position Chelsea is talking about in many ways. And I'm glad that I did all the spiritual work first, because I am working like 7 days, 6.5 days a week. And it is a lot, but eventually I'll be able to sort of take a breather. But I think I'm lucky that I did all the spiritual work kind of beforehand, because prior to doing it, I couldn't keep up with it. See, when I hadn't done the spiritual work and I was still drowning in my toxicity, I was burning out much more frequent. I was literally never able to get ahead of my debt, of my finances, of my toxic relationships, because I hadn't done the work with myself. Now that I've done the work with myself, working 6.5 days a week isn't the best thing ever, but it's definitely not killing me or killing my marriage, right? And that's why I did take the other day off, because as much as I could have shown up on Tuesday, I was just like, no. And that's me telling myself, no, you're already working literally every fucking day. You need to fucking sit down. And I'm like, and I feel bad. And then I remember not to feel bad, because fuck this. I did not do this much spiritual work and this much fucking healing to then become a slave to fucking capitalism all over again. And so I'm going to take a goddamn day off. Okay. And, it's something that I had to work on, but it will mean that my monetary success might feel a little slower, right? Or things might be a little slower, right? But I also want to get things out, because even when I'm taking my day off, which I love, I still end up wanting to edit because I turned a hobby into a job. The thing I would do in my free time on my day off is the thing. It's, the only part of my job that kills me is the fact that I have to get things out on a certain day. But the only reason I'm successful at my job is because I'm consistent with when I put out content. So I want to make sure I never go back to not having money in my account. I want to make sure I don't go back to overdrafting. I want to make sure I don't have to put money on a credit card. But I need you to understand that I can't do that and actually rest as much as I need, because I'm chronically ill. I can't actually do that. And that's because I decided to work for myself in this particular context. And that's okay. I'm not complaining. I'm saying I still chose the easiest thing for me to do. I still chose the easiest career, the easiest pressure on my spoons, and the best thing for me. So it's a balance. It's it's hard to say it. It's hard to understand it, because it's like my dad. My dad loves his field so much that on his weekends, he finds new ways to incorporate it into his days off, but he doesn't go into the office. I'm my dad. We love the thing that we do so much that we incorporate it into our days off. The thing that makes it work is needing to show up, needing to shower and dress nice and come into the office. And that's okay, but that's the distinction for us. So even on our days off, we're let's do the thing that we get paid for, but at home in PJs. Does that kind of make sense? It's okay to love something so much you want to do it every day. It's also okay to say I'm taking a day off. The dilemma is that having a consistent day off doesn't always work for my brain, because some days I have no energy on other days, and other days I have all the energy. Isn't that, it drives me crazy. So I can understand from many perspectives if Chelsea looked at my relationship and I said, I was working independently, I'm a content creator, I pay the bills, my partner's a stay-at-home partner, my partner was born male, like all of these things. Chelsea might say like, oh my God, are you safe? Do you have a separate account? Like, are you guys good? Like, is he taking advantage of you? Blah, 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 blah. That's good questions I've had to answer, questions I've had to make sure wasn't the case, like questions I've had to, but the truth is like, this is the first relationship I've been with somebody who was born male, who didn't find my career to be threatening, who actually cared about my career, who spent like this morning trying to help me with tech stuff because I couldn't figure it out and did it with like a happy predisposition, who didn't sit there and say, I need 50% of your AdSense revenue in my name, who sat there and said like, in what way can I make sure that you have everything you need today? Our daily conversation is, what do you need from me? What do you need me to go to the store? Do you need certain things washed? What today can I do to make your day easier? These are the conversations we have. And it's what I've always wanted in a way that people have never understood about me. I never needed my partner to work. And so when I dated people in the past who were like, you'll never respect me unless I make more money than you, I never, ever needed my partner to work. Now, I did at one point cope and say to myself, if all these men are bums, then I'm not dating a man who doesn't have a business, who isn't making money. But see, that was a cope. That was me being defensive. That was me in survival mode. That was me after many toxic relationships being hurt enough to think that the thing I needed was the thing I never even wanted in the first place. And once I got out of survival mode and back into living mode, I remembered, no, the thing I want is fair and I can have it. A partner who, if they want a career, can have it, but not a person who needs to have it. You know what I mean? I used to really think when I was coping, like, fine, if all these people are going to be a piece of shit, then I need a person who really can prove to me they make money. Which is why when we watched Nene Leakes say, I need a man who's made his own money. I need a man who makes as much money as me. Like, I don't need that. Because what's mine is yours. What's yours is mine. Because I'm not going to settle. What's mine is yours. What yours is mine. I'm not interested in settling. So for me, like, I'm not interested in dating people I'm not going to spend my life with. And if we're not going to spend life together, we can spend a weekend together. Because I'm all about lovers. Like, I'm happy to have a lover. But see how lovers don't share bills? You don't move a lover in, girls. It's kind of the point of a lover. All right. Now, this is a great video. Please check out this whole podcast. I really did enjoy it. I know we watched a section of it, but I really did enjoy it. I watched it on my free time. Okay, I want to go on to the next topic. And the next topic is same theme. Why are we so bad at solving obvious issues? Trauma, fear, lack of relationship with self. But this one is different. This one is going to force you to zoom out because this one is structural. This one is systematic. Okay, this one isn't just about you. It's about your city. It's about your government. And it's about why people are so bigoted to underprivileged communities because they can't fathom what it must be like living in their neighborhoods because in their mind, it is so foreign to them. But I watched this partially on my own and I was like, oh, I got to use this video in my thing today. So this is from Will Tennyson. You've probably seen him. We've watched him on stream before. He's in the fitness boy bubble. And Will says, I investigated the city that has no fresh food, and I have been deeply interested in this subject since I went plant-based, because in all the plant-based documentaries I kept watching, one of the main features was access to fresh food being a very impactful prediction. You could predict based off the neighborhood having fresh food, health results of the communities. And even my partner said this to me the other day. My partner said, because, they're very encouraging and supportive of my plant-based diet, but they're like, even though they aren't plant-based, they're like, you did choose the healthiest diet. It is the healthiest. Thank you. It is the healthiest diet. It is the healthiest diet. So why are there communities in America literally being denied, right? Chet said food deserts are such a real thing in North America. That's exactly what we're going to talk about today, girls. So here we go. I'm so excited to watch this with you.
The people.
And note, this is truly the boy bubble. So we're going to be hearing from very much men in the binary bubble. He's going to be visiting men at gyms. He's going to be talking about these very masculine men who don't even have time to deconstruct gender, let alone what they're eating for dinner. So that's why I'm so excited to talk about this with you guys. I think it's going to be so good.
People in Camden are poor or working poor. They spend on average 40% of their annual income on.
I'm sorry, we have to rewind that because that's crazy.
The people in Camden are poor or working poor. They spend on average 40% of their annual income on food.
I'm sorry, what? Okay, 40% of their annual income on food. I need you to put that together. 40% of their annual income on food. Okay, listen to me when I say that there are food apps letting you do layaways and letting you pay payments for a fucking sandwich. These communities are struggling so deeply because, and I hate to bring it back to this, it's not only systematic, but it is the fact that our parents are born into generational trauma and haven't broken it for themselves, and then they're having babies, and we don't know how to give each other. The one thing my parents gave me, which was, I think something that their parents probably gave them more or less, is the ability to sort of shop for fresh ingredients. Like, I'm very lucky that I like fruits and vegetables. Oh, even my partner said that to me the other day. My partner said, you benefit so greatly from loving basically everything. The only thing I don't eat is bananas. Like, my mother-in-law goes to the farmer's market for us, and she's always like, what can I get you? And I was like, I'll eat anything but bananas. And it's true. She can bring me back like a whole bag of groceries, and I will be able to do everything with it. You know, whatever it is, I'll figure it out. You know, and so like that's a privilege in and of itself, that I am not icked out, even though I have food sensitivity. So some days I don't love mushrooms because I'm texture sensitive, or some days I'm not the biggest fan of fruits, or maybe I don't like things that are too squishy, but I will find a way to make this work. You know, that is a skill. Chat says, Brittany Lore, no bananas, girls. No banana fruit, no banana thing. Actually, I told my partner the other day that I want to do charity streams in the future. And when I do a charity stream, I'm going to do a charity stream where I eat nothing but banana products to raise money for a good cause. I've been trying to figure out fun ways to do charity streams because I think it's important and it's a good way to give back. And I was like, I have to do something really torturous to myself to raise money. Doesn't that sound like a good idea? Do you guys want to see me torture myself eating banana products and bananas just to raise money for a good cause? Because I think that could be it. I think that could be a good idea. Okay, let's go.
This is Camden, New Jersey, home of America's worst food desert, meaning healthy, fresh foods are inaccessible to the people. They have plenty of food, but it's all highly processed junk. Today I'm going to see how bad a food desert really is.
This is like worse than I thought. We're currently out front of the city's only gym right now, Broadway Fitness, and not the best area. I feel like I should have watched The Wire to prepare for this video. By the looks of the outside of this gym, if somebody asked me to work in, I think there's only one answer to give. So we're going to go in there and see if we can find anything out.
If you type in gyms in Camden, only 3 show up: the University Gym, the 76ers practice facility, and Broadway Fitness, meaning this is the only public gym for the community. Not only is this a food desert, it's also a fitness desert, which means locals have little or no access to work out, which is why nearly half of the people in Camden haven't participated in any physical activity within the past month.
We just unexpectedly walked into one of the sickest gyms I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, it's so old school.
Nice.
You can just like feel the freaking passion in here to lift. It's sick. Damn, man. There's some history in here. Wow. Do you know what a fitness desert is?
No.
So basically it's like where people don't really have access to a gym. Now that you know that Camden's one, can you see that?
Absolutely, I can see it to a certain extent as far as gyms, but as far as just that fitness culture, like we've always been getting to it. The whole city is full of athletes. You got a women's league going on. You got a women's flag football league in the city.
Okay.
You got kids flag leagues. They got youth football, but a lot of people don't know how to work out. A lot of people can't get to certain places to work out. So a lot of us go outside the city for
Sure. This place is sweet.
This place,
man. I'm ready to live, man. Yeah, let's go. You want to put some John Mayer up in here or what?
What?
Some John Mayer?
What's up?
You don't know what that is?
Oh,
Best musician of all time.
put it on.
You want to hear it?
Put it on.
We're actually putting John Mayer on in here. There's no way. Yo, I'm gonna get looks right now.
Am I gonna get copyrighted?
Told you, bro. Whatever you want to play, you play. Fire.
There's no way.
Fire. I get with you. I'm at the gym. This what you PR too?
Yeah.
How you do that?
I don't know, I'll move some heavy weight to this.
I'm talking about the music. You make the music. Come on, pick it up. So you want to talk to my old behind?
Yeah, man, what's your name?
Bear.
Bear? Nice to meet you. That's the firmest handshake.
I do. This is why I have a very soft spot. This is my I don't know what it is. This is why I always let misogynist men into my life, because I have a soft spot because my dad, it's my dad. It's my dad. When I see gym bros, or my dad has a whole gym in his house. He transformed the garage into a gym. And like, I just think of old men who go to the gym, and I just have such a soft spot for them. And it's got to be my dad. Because I'm just like, I love them all. I don't know anything about them, but I think they're all so great. And I think it's just, they all remind me of my dad. This guy especially.
I think I've ever gotten.
No, I really didn't give it to you.
No? Okay. Oh my gosh. You're a thick dude, bro. What's your bench?
225.
No way.
That's it.
No, dude. How'd you get into lifting?
I've been doing it since I was 12.
Wow.
And the neighborhood I grew up in, we were all athletic.
Are you surprised to hear that Camden's a fitness desert, where like there's not a lot of access to gyms?
People don't understand that we do have fitness here. Just because you don't see it, you don't hear it, that don't mean it's not here. We were once, back in the 80s, we were known as the state of Camden, not the state of New Jersey. Because anything you want as far as athletes concerned, came from Camden.
Damn, okay. There's gorillas everywhere.
Yeah.
And it says home of the silverback.
Yeah.
And then it says silverback on people's shirts.
I'm the true silverback.
That's you?
I'm the true gorilla.
You're the true gorilla?
Come on, and come on. Come on, and
Yo, that's a PR. I've never gone 5-3-15. Let's go. Do you guys feel like you have any unique challenges to staying in shape living in Camden, where there's like not really a lot of access to like fresh, healthy foods?
Yeah, that's true. It's hard to get like brown rice, chicken breast. I mean, it's easier to just go to the next store and grab a quick cheesesteak and fries.
Cheesesteak and fries.
Yeah.
So dieting here is pretty hard.
Yeah, there we go. And that shit $5.
So do you guys make a Greek yogurt, egg whites and stuff like that?
Around here?
Yeah.
Nah, you gotta go out.
Man, listen, bro, don't quit mid rep, bro. You got help. If you want to die, die. One more! Yes, sir. One more! One more!
Do you like all these like big chains?
His
like,
arms were stressed. His arms were stressed, my bros. Stressed.
restaurants, like
Look at this, like a little, a Whole Foods. Whole Foods is too expensive.
supermarkets and stuff, they're not coming here because I think they think it's almost like a risk to be here. They think they're just gonna like go bankrupt, lose a bunch of money.
Subaru came, Campbell's came, we got all the Sixers came. We have kids now, so we want to give our kids quality food. We want to give our kids quality exercise and books and all of these good things. So it does change. We got businesses open in the city.
This the gorillas, this what we play. You gotta come get ugly with these gorillas.
No, but we gotta. What was I saying? Man, what was I saying? Fucked it up, Pete. Bro, fucked my whole mind up, Pete.
You know what? Do you know why I love gyms like this? Because they're third spaces for people. This is a goddamn third space. Why can't we solve this problem, right? Of loneliness epidemics, and this is a third space for people. This is why I do love gyms like this. This is why I do even love the gym bubble, because it curates a third space for people. And people don't realize it, because when a lot of people go to the gym, the regular gyms, they're going with their earphones like this. They don't talk to anybody. I know, because when I used to go to a big gym on purpose, because I wanted to be invisible, they were not my third space. But if I had a small gym, a personal gym where I could go and see people I like and be like, whoa, you know what I mean? And like hang out, and they could help me and da-da-da-da. That would be my third space. I'd be at the gym like once a week for sure, you know? And that's the thing though, you have to feel comfortable. Do you guys know where the Healthy at Every Size came from? It came from the reality that some people do bully people for going to the gym fat. And they wanted to create an idea that this was a safe space to go to the gym no matter your size or what you were going through. Because I know you think it's crazy, but I see it on TikTok and Instagram all the time. Did you see that girl that went viral recently? Talk about not solving a problem that's so fucking obvious, you don't. Brittany? We're all talking about the health epidemic, nobody's healthy. And then there are literally women getting on the internet, or men making fun of people for showing at the gym fat. What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? And that pisses me off. And at the same time, I don't want to be at a gym with a bunch of guys who get mad that a girl shows up, quote, naked. Like, I don't know about you. I've never been to a gym where I could be naked. So if the gym allows it, it's good. And that's how you should be. The fact that there are people who are like, I'm a gym girl, I wear clothes to the gym. Ma'am, I've never been to a nudist gym. So if the gym allows it as gym wear, it's okay. If I bought this from the gym wear section, it's good enough for the gym. Yes, Discord. There was a girl who said fat people shouldn't do Pilates. That video, you saw the same video. This girl said if you're over blah, blah, blah weight, you shouldn't be doing Pilates. What? Ooh. Ooh, you know what I'm saying? Excuse me? And look, I want her to go to therapy. I don't want her to necessarily get fired, but maybe she should be. I want her to go to therapy because, girl, what is that? That's what I'm saying. Why is the problem so obvious and yet we can't solve it? Because we become bigots. Tell me that woman isn't prejudiced. Tell me that woman, you know what I mean, isn't just bigoted against fat people. Fat phobia is a thing. You know what I mean? I hate it. I hate it. Uh-oh, Chet said, Brittany, did you see her crash out after? No, I didn't. People were exposing her affair with her boss. What? She had an affair? Now, obviously, she can't work for my gym with that attitude, so she should have gotten fired. If she was was she working at the gym? Because then she should have been fired. All I did was see the TikTok. I don't know. 8 people? Wait, 8 people? Like she was having an affair with 8 people? Oh, 8 people knew. Like 8 people were exposing her? No, she was a dental hygienist. Okay, I wasn't sure because that's the thing. Like, I don't want people unemployed. I don't want minorities over here unemployed. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to need you to get your shit together with your badass opinion. Or not badass. Bad opinions. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm not trying to make people fucking homeless here. But, oh, she worked at a dentist and her affair was with an old doctor. Ugh. 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 Okay. So talk about an obvious problem, huh? Is this not the most obvious problem? Everybody should be at the gym in all states of being in order to get better. I've even seen people say if you're anorexic, you shouldn't be at the gym. Y'all need to shut the fuck up and leave people alone. I've literally seen people say that, like, oh, well, if you're too underweight or overweight, you shouldn't be at the gym because people will see you. Okay? Shut up. Be quiet. Okay, be quiet. Thank you.
I ain't the one that gotta do that shit.
Dude, it's so crazy. I can't believe you're not doing anything. They just let me work in. It's like we're best friends.
It's pretty clear the lifting community here is small, but the passion for it isn't like any I've ever seen before. It seems like a few of the locals disagree with the Fitness Desert title, mentioning many recreational sport leagues exist, and Camden being a hub for some pretty serious athletes.
How old are you, man?
19.
19? What the? Dude, you're fucking huge. How long have you been lifting for?
2 years.
Almost 3 years.
Sir, are you on T, sir?
Bro, there's something in the water in Camden. Holy shit.
I don't got a strict diet. I'm not gonna lie. I just make sure I get a lot of protein in and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, you're 19, man. It's gonna catch up to you. I promise you.
I don't say that.
I will. You're invincible now. You're 19 and then...
Yeah, I don't feel it yet.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah. Do you think people are like intimidated to come in?
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. It's not bad in here. It's out there in front of the gym though.
I'm not gonna lie. I was like, I don't know if I should even come in here.
You was nervous coming in?
I was nervous coming in here, yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. You played D1 football?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And was that last year?
No, a few years ago. I played cigar. Yeah.
Okay, so you're obviously like very physically active all the time in the gym. Since coming back to Camden, has that been hard to maintain that?
No. Because I've been around the right crew. It's a Broadway family right here.
Okay.
As long as you stick around with them, good.
See, when small communities like this say we're a family here at the gym, then I'm like, yeah, vibes. Like your third space feels like a family away from home, right? Like a home away from home, right? So I kind of think about it that way. Like I know corporations do that because they're trying to convince you, but I kind of like it when people say like, oh, we're a family over here. Like we hang out at the gym and this is like our place. I think that's kind of sweet.
Yeah, because I used to be lazy. But I don't know if we can curse, my bad.
Camden is one of the most dangerous cities in America, with violent crime rates 313% above the national average. Red means danger. That's a lot of red. Because of this, Chris said he'd take us around town so we don't get mugged. So
But what are their crimes?
while he goes home and changes, we're gonna check out the city's main grocery store.
Behind me was a Pathmark, which was the only supermarket in all of Camden for 80,000 residents. And as you can see, it's complete.
80,000 residents and the only supermarket. Yeah, that's crazy.
Abandoned. It went bankrupt in 2013, leaving nearly 300 people jobless. 8 years later, 2021, literally next door, there's a Save-A-Lot. But then all the locals are complaining about the prices of the food and the quality of the fresh produce. We're gonna go inside and check it out. How's it going? Might we ask you a few questions?
Yeah, you can ask me anything you want.
Are you surprised to hear that Camden is a food desert? Which is like, it's a place that's hard to access.
Nah, it's not surprising.
Okay. What would you say for the most part, are people pretty healthy here or no?
I say half and half.
Half and half?
Yeah, half.
Okay.
I'm poor, but I'm healthy.
Okay. So are you surprised
So
to
I'm
hear?
rich in a way because I'm healthy.
Yeah, health is all that matters.
Yes.
Pause. Just a break. Can a 5 be a bigot without knowing that they're playing into a made up social construct anyway? I think all people, if you're operating a 5 framework, this is the levels. If you're new to my content, links in the description for an ongoing philosophical framework that I am working on. If you're in a 5 framework, like actively presently in it, you would do your due diligence to fight that bigotry and prejudice and do the deconstruction. I think sometimes, because we're all human beings, we might, when we're in the wrong crowds or in the right environment or in the, we might sink back into our prejudice or our bigotry. Like, I think of myself, and it's hard to think of myself as a bigot. I don't think I am bigoted, but I think I have prejudice. And it's hard to say because I don't actually think bigotry is a universal experience, but I do think prejudices and prejudice unchecked turns into bigotry. And I think because I've been deconstructing my prejudice for so long that I'm probably less likely to be fully bigoted. I don't know. How do we use these words though? Because I feel like I meet people every day that aren't bigoted, but they're prejudiced, and their prejudice isn't getting checked. And so they get closer and closer to, and maybe sink into bigotry in a real way that I'm like, oh, you've gone too far, right? These are sort of your prejudice leads you down to the white nationalist pipeline. And then all of a sudden you're a full-fledged bigot white nationalist. Like, you might be born into a bubble that promotes like white supremacy. And if you don't do the work to deconstruct that prejudice, you go down the pipeline and end up becoming a bigot, which is why we have to deconstruct our prejudice, because prejudice does turn into bigotry, right? Now, you can be born into a bigoted home that raises you to be a bigot. And so therefore you might be bigoted from birth, which is such a burden to put on a child. Like, what a burden to put on a child to be bigoted from birth, right? Like, what a horrible thing. Chat says, I think bigotry is more of a description of prejudice plus cruel behavior. I actually like that too. I think the bigotry is more malicious. It's more reactive. It's more superiority as well. I think people who are bigots tend to think of themselves as better than other people. When I've heard people say, oh, I'm a 5, but I don't have prejudice, I'm like, you don't have prejudice. They're like, no. And I was like, yeah, you do, bitch. Like, you can't exist in the world without having prejudice to deconstruct. So if you're a person who's like, I'm a 5, I don't have prejudice, I'm less likely to believe you're a 5, because a 5 would be able to say like, yeah, of course I suffer from prejudice. Here's my prejudice issue. Here's the thing I'm always working on. Here's the thing I'm always trying to hold myself in check. Here's my very human monkey brain that says, oh, this thing you're dealing with, right? Like, let's talk about it. Like, a form of prejudice that I think we just showed is Chelsea Fagan saying that women marrying men doesn't make any sense. What the fuck are you prejudiced against if it isn't the man? How is that not prejudice? You might say, oh, it's for survival, but a lot of prejudice is built out of a need to survive. A lot of the reason white people are so racist is they think black people are coming for their neighborhoods and their jobs. Just because you are afraid that brown people are going to replace your white children doesn't mean it gives you the right to be prejudiced and bigoted. Like, fear is one of the most common reasons people become prejudiced and bigoted. That's why I say don't do anything out of fear or being desperate, because you will hurt people and yourself, you know? Chat says, do we think of bigotry as a tool? From a very like monkey evolutionary bubble, sure. Like, you could think of racism or bigotry as sort of a survival tool for a racist bubble. Sure. But like, it's not one of those good tools. It's one of those tools that you want to get out of your backpack. I'm like, it's weighing you down. It's weighing your backpack down. Get it out. But, and that's why the people always say like, oh, you sound like a relativist who's saying, well, if racism is how I want to be, I guess it's good. Racism might be how you think you want to be, but the question is, why do you think you want to be that way? And why do you think you need this tool? Right? And like, why are we doing it this way? That's how I would think about it. Because on the levels of introspection, like, 5-ness isn't you ascending being a person. It's you being very aware that you are a flawed person. Being very, very aware that you're a flawed person. Yeah. like a very like flawed person. And so you yourself, like a lot of the people I meet who think they're like 5s and be like, Brittany, I'm a 5, like blah, 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 blah. They tend to be like white knights. So they're prejudiced towards women that they think they're uplifting, but they're actually only pedestaling these women because they think they actually need their help. Or they're people who are minorities or disabled or maybe even autistic. And they'll say things like, I'm a 5, you know, but like nothing in their life quite shows that, but they feel like they are because they don't want to be called dumb. So they start to equate like 5ness with intelligence. That's also the kind of 5 that I run into that isn't a 5, right? Like your intelligence has nothing to do with it, not in that way that you think. So that's how I would deconstruct or dissect or even try to figure out, like, is this person a 5, right? Chad says 5 is not a constant state of being, but rather a state one can reach and then strive to remain in, right? Yeah, it'd be it'd be pretty difficult to remain in 5 framework 24/7 because we're people. But I would say that, well, that's kind of the sort of a metaphor story we tell ourselves about the monk meditating in the woods 24/7, because it would be difficult to live a regular life and maintain 5ness 24/7. So what I recommend you do is, while you're living your life, to pause, slip into 5 mode, re-examine the situation you're in, pop back in the present, and then deal with it. Like I use 5 framework as like a pause. So like even when my partner and I are talking, we're like, wait, are we talking about this from the 2 perspective or the 5 perspective? Wait, are we examining this thing we're talking about as a couple from like us or like from the world? Like we contextualize everything we talk about because we're all coming from like different perspectives of the same issue. Does that kind of help? Chet says, what would you call it when not in 5 mode? I would say you're still a 5. You're just not acting in the most like, I would say you're still a 5, but how you are showing up in the world is probably less 5. So I'm always a 5, but how I show up in the world is not 5, because I cannot survive in the world if I do that. The world doesn't have a place for me. The 5ness is outside of the world. Okay. Oh, bringing out the pain. We're bringing out the pain, bringing out the pain. Bringing out the pain. We're bringing out the pain. Okay. Okay. This is the world and how it functions in all of its layers. Okay. Boop. This is the bridge. This is 5. Okay. I live here, but when I go to work, I come here. Okay. When I go shopping, I come here. When I go to the doctor, I'm here again. Okay. When I talk to different people in my life, depending on where they are and where we are, I'm either hopping into their bubble or they're hopping into my bubble, or we form our own bubble together, right? Like I always exist here, but I go to work. Okay. I always exist here, but I got to go shopping. Okay. My partner and I in our bubble, we exist here, but that doesn't mean we're not humans and don't have moments. There's a bridge and it's okay. It's good. I like it. It's okay. Like, it's not a bad thing, right? It's like, I always exist within this understanding deeply within myself, but because there's the me that exists and the me that shows up in the world, I've got to always help this girl out to the best of my ability so she can show up into the world in a way that like really helps her. You know, I don't want her to get trapped, because you know what I used to do is try to show up on stream in 5 mode, and fuck, it did not work. I used to do that. I used to show up on stream. I used to just be in 5 mode in a lot of ways, but it does not work. And I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I tried, but it doesn't work. You know, Chad says, so is 5 your home metaphorically? Yeah, like 5 is my most honest relationship with self. But that version of Brittany like can't show up in the world and make sense to people in a way that makes them feel safe. I want to make sure people feel safe. And what I was doing in 5 mode was I was showing love and compassion to all people. But when you do that in a world that is so destructive and bigoted, it makes bigots feel powerful and minorities and marginalized folks feel unsafe. And the last thing I want to do while being compassionate is make any bigot feel good about themselves and any person being targeted by those bigots feel unsafe. And that is really, it was really hard for me to accept. It is really hard for me to accept sometimes that I can't be compassionate to all people without it coming at the sacrifice of really good people or the people who are being targeted, you know? And it sucks. Like, it sucks that that's the case, but it's the world we live in. So when I come home, you know, like, I am deeply compassionate in the privacy of my home. But when I get on stream, like, if I even show an ounce of understanding to any of these bigots, all it does is empower them. And I hate that. I do. I hate it. Because that's not my goal. My goal was to humanize them enough for them to stop being bigoted, but it didn't work. Isn't that funny? You can't love the bigotry out of them, even though they all keep saying it. If you guys are just nicer to us, we'll change. If only that was true. If you're just nicer to me, I won't be racist. If only that was true. If only that was true. Yeah. All right. Good questions.
We're currently in the produce section, which is probably the smallest produce section I've ever seen in my entire life. There's not much. Usually it's like rows of stuff. Not a lot going on here. People were saying that there was like fungus growing on the vegetables. But everything looks to be pretty good.
It was crazy walking the aisles of the city's biggest grocery store and being the only ones. Lack of transportation is a huge issue. A lot of people don't have their own cars and have to rely on a lack of public transportation to get here.
Okay, pause. Fun fact. In Europe, public transportation is really, really good in Croatia. So where I live, the bus, I am such a good bus goer now. I'm like a pro now. Really easy, very accessible. The joke about Croatia is the hills are crazy. Girls, when I tell you the hills are crazy, when I tell you there is nothing like a Croatian hill to knock it out of you, it is intense. It is intense going up these hills. But the buses go, you know, pretty good, pretty frequent. Okay. We limit ourselves as a couple to basically all the close, walkable grocery stores. We rarely get on the bus to go to the store. It is something we do on occasion. But our preference as low spoons, our preference as a disabled couple is to go to the places that are the closest to us. And it's because it's like a whole day trip to us, like getting on the bus and going to the store and coming back from the store. It's like, let's say it's anywhere from like an hour to a 3-hour adventure. That feels like a big deal, like a big adventure for the day. And then we have to come home and do other stuff. Like, I don't have that many spoons to be like going outside like that. It takes a lot. I'm sick. I get it. Okay. But if I wasn't sick and I had all the energy in the world, it'd be very accessible, only because we have public transit. And our public transit's clean and nice and safe. It's very clean. Like, I'm so impressed with how clean the buses are here in Croatia. But even for us, with all of its accessibility, it's too much work. And so imagine you're in a town with no transportation, no accessibility, and you're in our position. It's not happening. You're not going to take public transit to that thing. And example, taking an Uber in Croatia to the store, I'm going to throw around kind of rounded numbers, but let's say it's like $10. Okay, one way, so $20 both ways. A bus is, I think it's $150 a ticket, €150 a ticket. So it's like $3, $6 round trip for the both of us versus $20. So huge savings. We definitely are bus people now. We were Ubering for a second, but it didn't fit into the budget. So we're full bus people now. And it's great. Like, it's working for us. But we don't have the spoons to go to the store. Now, my partner does it more than I do because that's kind of like his job as the in the relationship. So if we need something from like the Walmarts of Croatia or the bigger stores, he will go travel, do that, and come back. I won't go with him because I have to work and I can't do both things. Okay. So imagine just being in another position. Now, I grew up in Southern California in Orange County, and in Southern California, like the San Diego, Winchester, Temecula, not to be so specific because I don't want to, like, you know, my family still lives in that area, but like in those areas there, buses in California, when I grew up, especially in Orange County, was considered, and I grew up Orange County 1 to 15. I was there from a year to 15 years old. Okay. And then we moved more south. But when I was there, I remember my brother needing to take public transit, and the public transit was so stigmatized in California that basically the reputation of taking the bus there was that you were I'm going to say a bad person, but what you were was marginalized, underfunded, an immigrant. Maybe you were on drugs. Like it wasn't a good, you didn't want to be seen as somebody who took the bus. You know what I'm saying? Versus when I moved to Seattle, everybody took the bus, even if you were all those things, but also if you were a business person, but also if you were a mom, but also if you were a parent, but also if you were a kid. So when I got to Seattle, I was like, oh my God, public transit's so great. Now, public transit in Seattle was so overrun and very interesting, where sometimes I would be on the bus with somebody who had like poop on them because they were homeless and mentally ill and they had shit themselves. And that would be very interesting. Or sometimes men would get aggressive and I'd be like, don't you fucking start with me, bro. Because I'm a very aggressive kind of girly in public. So I'm like, don't even start with me. But here in Croatia, it's very small and focused on community in a sense. So I haven't run into that. Like I haven't run into a homeless person. I've run into people who are homeless, but it's like, I've run into people that were homeless. The experience is different. I don't know how to explain it, but it's different. I don't know how to explain it, but it doesn't feel the same. I don't know why. Maybe they're homeless for different reasons other than mental health. Maybe it's something a little bit different. Croatia also makes an effort to get their people off the streets. So I think it's the infrastructure is different probably. So all of this to say that imagine if it's so easy for us, how we struggle to get to the store. Now imagine if it's not so easy, right? Chat says still integrated as part of the community. Yeah, maybe because they're still kind of a part of the community, like, and they do try to get them off the streets and into housing that it feels different. Yeah, or maybe something, or maybe I just haven't had one who like started a fight, or I haven't had a person come up to me and like, they haven't been belligerent or something. It's just like, to be fair, there's not that many people here. Like in Seattle, there's so many people. So like, you're just more likely to meet somebody who's having a harder time, right? And that's the thing is like, I want to make sure that we know that the homelessness crisis really is like a mental health crisis, because realistically, it's an economic crisis as well. But most people find a way to manage basic rent, or basic housing, or basic community, or they even are homeless in a different way. But like when you're struggling that hard, when you're shitting yourself on public transit, like this is mental health, guys. Okay, this is somebody who needs the right help. This isn't just a person who's like, I chose to do this today. Like nobody's going to choose to do that today. So that's why this is, it's really sad. And it's really interesting that we don't know how to help people. It's such an obvious problem, but we don't know how to help anyone. It's like so obvious, like we need to solve this. Why can't we solve this? Okay, let's go back.
Stanley Hester admits he can't remember the last time he bought fresh fruits and vegetables.
You would have to go for like fast foods, junk foods, things of that nature. As far as quantity is concerned, it's limited.
He's not alone.
Oh, and I will say our local grocery stores close to us isn't the best grocery store. It's okay, but it's not the best produce. It's not the best option. So we do have some days where we don't have every product available. It's a smaller grocery store, so we don't always have like the freshest fruit and vegetables available. I have to definitely pick and choose which ones I'm grabbing, but it's still pretty good. Like I'm still pretty happy with the options. It's kind of like if you guys are in Cali, it's kind of like the Stater Brothers compared to the Ralphs. Like it's definitely lacking. It's definitely Stater Brothers vibes. If you know, you know, or like Food for Less vibes, in my opinion, versus like a Ralph's.
For others like Stanley.
But like we're not about to go to Whole Foods, except I will say the vegan health store I go to is like it's like a fancier Whole Foods. Maybe even like fancier than Whole Foods, but the prices are still really reasonable. My sister was shocked. I told my sister we're going to a vegetarian health store, and she was like, oh my God, it's going to be so expensive. And it was not. And she was so shocked. I was like, I know. In America, they punish you for going organic. They punish you for going vegan. In Croatia, it's just not that way.
Stanley Hester, who can't access transportation easily, their only option is the small food bodegas that line many of the
Croatia has a lot of these as well. They have these really small marts, and we go into them on occasion. But you know, it's you. If you know the vibe, you know the vibe. It's very limited. You're not sure how long this has been sitting there. You have to like kind of think about where it came from. But yeah, Croatia does have these as well. We rarely visit them though.
City streets.
But imagine this was your only asset, like your only option. Like imagine this was your only option. Americans are suffering from food deserts. Why can't we fix this very obvious problem? Put some goddamn grocery stores in there. Get kids involved in their vegetable relationships with vegetables. Let's go. Like, I can't believe it. It's so obvious. Feed people.
So in the meat section, a lot of the lower quality cuts of food, a lot of pork. They don't have like super lean meats. Oh, they got chicken breast, $2.49 a pound. That's pretty good. With the exception of that little corner of produce in the meat aisle, the rest of the whole entire place is kind of like a convenience store. Lots of packaged candy, chocolate, chips, soda, popcorn, pretzels. A lot more than the average grocery store for sure. We got kicked out of the grocery store, but that wasn't that bad. That's definitely the best option that the locals have for fresh produce. But a lot of people can't have access to it, like I was saying, so they have to resort to things like fast food, convenience stores, and food bodegas. So we're gonna go check some of those out and see the quality of food that we can get. We're at the first corner store. You grew up on this stuff?
Yeah, we ate a lot of this growing up.
Okay.
Cheeseburgers, cheese steaks, platters, fries.
You don't see that too often.
Kinda sounds good though. Kinda sounds sometimes I really do miss, like, I do miss meat. I miss meat and then I feel bad thinking about eating it, but I do miss it and then I feel bad. If I didn't feel bad, I would eat it, but I kind of feel bad. And then, but I do miss it. I miss fish heads. I love a fish head. How fucked up is that? I like to eat a creature's face. The eyeballs are my favorite. How fucked up am I, bro? But then now I feel bad. Now I feel bad, but I'm not gonna play. I make some good ass fish heads.
Please remove hoods and ski masks.
Yeah.
This is the hood, right?
Yeah.
Oh. Wow, dude.
This was. Oh, you gotta go back.
We gotta go back. We gotta go back.
This block.
Looks like the closest thing I'll get to a veggie is an emoji on my phone.
Facts.
And then there's all canned stuff here.
Yeah, you got a lot of canned goods.
Is this a predominantly diet for a lot of people?
Yeah.
Now imagine this was the only thing you could cook from. Do you know what I mean? Like imagine this was the only thing you could make food with, feed your family with. Like you could do it. Well, you know, like I was telling my partner about corned beef. Do you know what I'm talking about? You guys know what I'm talking about? The key corned beef? Anybody? That shit is so fucking good. You fry it up in my dad used to fry it up in the skillet, crack some eggs on it. Ooh, girl. And I told my partner about it. I was like, it is so fucking good, but it is so bad for you. It is the word, like it's so bad for you, but it's so good. And he was like, I don't get it. And I was like, you don't get it. Like ooh. It's so good. And then you fry up some onions, get the onions really sauteed, like almost like sticky with the corned beef, crack some onions, salt, pepper. Nom, 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 nom. So bad for you. Nom, 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 nom. So bad for you. Damn. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, Chess is a sodium girl, and you know what? I'm not even sorry about it, but the sodium's crazy. Cans are like $4. That's crazy. $4 is nuts. But it's like, yeah, it's so good, but it's so bad for you. That was like our treat. Like for me, oh, you know what my sister said? Oh my God. So my sister goes, yeah, we grew up with like a lot of frozen food and stuff. And I looked at her and I said, we did what? No, we did not. And she goes, yeah, we did. I was like, your age is showing. I did not have the frozen food parents. But see, I'm older. I'm 5 years older than my sister. So for my sister's memory, she feels like a lot of our house was frozen food. And from my memory, I'm like, no, it was not. Like, but that's because I grew up with different parents, just by a 5-year difference, like in terms of what our memory was. Like, but you know what I grew up with? Sugar cereals. My bestie grew up with no sugar cereal. Guys, she would have frosted mini wheats that weren't frosted. She just had the mini wheats. I was like, but what's the point if you don't get frosted mini wheats? And she goes, my mom didn't want me to start off the day with sugar. And I was like, well, see, my parents let us start off the day with sugar. But then our parents, like my parents wouldn't take us out to fast food very often unless it was like very special. like In-N-Out or McDonald's if it was very special, or Happy Meals growing up. You know what I mean? Chad said, do eyeballs and bananas for charity? Stop. The eyeballs certainly wouldn't be. Well, I'd feel bad, I guess. But yeah, like I think it's interesting because I remember growing up with a family that judged other people's families for not eating fresh food. But then it's interesting to hear my sister say, oh, we grew up on frozen food. I was like, oh, isn't that funny? So I grew up with parents, you know, it's just interesting. Yeah. Just like the process of what you think is good food. Or like my family friend, she's like very wealthy, but eats in what I would describe as a person who doesn't have a relationship with food. Like I looked inside of her cabinets because I was taking care of her and her husband at one point, and I was like, girl, this is the food you eat? She goes, yeah. And I was like, you're rich. Why don't you eat better? She goes, this is just like the food I like. She likes Burger King. She likes packaged food. She likes instant coffee. And I was like, I get it on occasion, but like every day, this is what you eat. She goes, Hamburger Helper. And I was like, that's what you eat every day? You eat like prepackaged stuff? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, oh. And it's because like she doesn't have a relationship with food. And I think about that all the time. Yeah, Trisha Paytas, the way Trisha Paytas eats gives me anxiety. But I'm not trying to like judge you. I'm trying to say like, whoa. And that's why I do think that sometimes when people are like, oh my gosh, Brittany, where do I start? Sometimes I don't even know how to tell you where to start, because it's so natural for me. Even my partner, who isn't much of a cook, though cooks now, like I wouldn't say they're not much of a cook because they're cooking a lot more now, but I would say that prior to meeting me was mostly like eating out like most people do, and who was single and had a budget for themselves. But now that we're married, like we're cooking all of our food for the most part. We rarely go out right now. And when we do cook, I think I am more adventurous probably with my food, but at least we know how to do it. I think that's the thing, is like we know how to do it. Like if I gave my partner an ingredient, they would learn how to do it on the spot. They would look at YouTube videos, they would go on Reddit, they would figure out how to do it. Right? And that's the thing, is like I wonder how, and I'm without judgment, how difficult it must be to live a life where you don't know what to do with a vegetable someone gives you. You know, Chet says, what's the hate with instant coffee? Nothing against instant coffee. But is it coffee though? You know, is it the same though? And it's more expensive. Instant coffee is literally more expensive. You might as well get regular coffee. My vegan coffee is €7 a bag, and it lasts me like a week and a half to 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Discourse said, sometimes I miss a good burger. Me too. Sometimes I really miss a meaty burger. Discourse said, is your partner a chicken nuggets neurodivergent? I think we both are. You know what's been so pissy for me is my vegan chicken nuggets have been out of stock for like 30 days. I'm gonna scream. It makes me so sad, but I know it's in other stores. We just don't have the spoons to go get them. And I don't like to put my partner on a bus for just one ingredient, but they've been out for like 30 days and I'm like, I just want my goddamn chicken nuggets. You know what I mean? But, I think we're more pasta people too. We like our potatoes. I've been having a salad almost every day because it really helps. It really helps. But even the fact that I love a salad, like I understand as somebody who goes in and out of her salads, I can eat a salad every day. Not as my main meal, by the way. Fun fact, in Middle Eastern culture and Assyrian culture, our salad is never a main meal. A salad, say it with me girls, is not a main meal. Don't you dare tell me I'm coming over for dinner and all you made was a salad. A salad is a side dish that goes and complements your main meal. Okay? So I love a salad. I eat one almost every day now, but it has to complement the main meal. Okay? And then it really helps. Get that veggie in, get that fiber in. My stools have never been better. You know what I mean? I love arugula. I love arugula salads. Arugula on anything is the way to go. Even that. Anybody here never tried arugula? I recommend it, girls. A little bitter, maybe even spicy to some people, but it's yummy. And it's easy. You wash it, you chop it, you put it in burgers, you can put it in salads, you can put it in so many things. Oh no, Chat says fuck arugula. Personally, no judgment. Love arugula. Love it in everything. Okay. It just feels like it packs a punch, you know, really yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. So anyways, all of this to say, I've rambled forever, but like, it's interesting to think about, like, if this was my only choice, yes, I could make really yummy meals, but would they be that healthy? And that's difficult, you know?
Protein sources and stuff.
Wow, high in sodium.
It's crazy because it seems like the produce section is so small. So I'm assuming that's because there's not a lot of want for it, or...
Also, okay, first of all, is that the fire alarm in the background? I'm dead. I'm fucking shook. Is that, what, did I just hear a fire? Anyways, okay, listen, I get it. Nobody has time to change those things. It's way too much work, okay? Listen, wait, pause. What did he just say? Damn it.
It seems like the produce section is so small.
Oh. Do you know if you eat too many cans of tuna, you're in trouble? I used to love eating so much tuna until I realized you could literally get mercury poisoning. And I was like, when you realize this thing of canned tuna that you're so excited to eat every day could give you mercury poisoning, it really sets into motion this question about eating fish. But I love canned tuna. Tuna salads, tuna in sandwiches. Ooh, a tuna sandwich. I love tuna. But I cannot believe, you know what I mean? That mercury poisoning, you know?
So I'm assuming that's because there's not a lot of want for it, or...
Oops.
But this is it. Juice.
Wow, man.
Juice.
It's crazy. Like, it's just it's a very eye-opening thing, because like just where I'm from, it's just being able to go and get groceries is so easy, and then here it's just like,
yeah. You ever seen noodles stacked like that?
Jeez.
That's just what we eat, though.
And you said this like staple diet for...
To be fair, I also eat ramen. Right now I'm on a ramen binge. So I am eating packaged ramen. If not, like I was eating it every day, once a day, one package. But now I'm eating it, like, I've been off of it. So I'm eating it every other day. But it's really yummy. And I add my own spices and I make my own like soup. And then I put the pasta in for just, like, it says 3 minutes of boiling. I boil it in boiling hot water for a minute. And then I let it sit. Then I put green onions or leek or carrots or whatever else I'm going to put in there, or tofu or something. And I put it in the ramen and then I eat that because it's like really quick. It's really easy. It tastes really good. And it's like, it satisfies me. And then for my, like, I have 2 main meals a day and like maybe one snack, but I have like 2 main meals a day. And I think about my brain thinks about it like that. And if one meal is ramen, it's like, it's really good, but it's better if you can add stuff to it. You know, I always say, my parents always said, if you're gonna eat cheap or bad, make it good. You know? And I was like, I can do that.
Most people here?
Wow. Noodles is mandatory to have in your kitchen. Peanut butter is mandatory to have in your kitchen. As a kid, you just want junk food, you want snacks. And
then when you grow up on that, that's what you're used to, and you carry that with you. And then you give that to the next generation, and it just keeps on going.
When I was 15, I was working. My daily purchase would be $2 worth of peanut chews, $2 worth of fishies, and a half a gallon of juice every day.
Is this a pretty standard bodega?
Yes.
And then is there any ones out there that are like better?
Better?
Like we went to like one like that you would say is like the best one around to get like the best options?
This really standard. This is standard. Like to get better, you travel.
I feel like you come in with a grocery list and it turns out being a wish list because they just don't have what you're after. I noticed there's like a ton of abandoned buildings everywhere.
Yeah.
What's that from?
Fires. People tearing buildings, just condemned buildings, like shit just falling apart.
Honestly, Croatia has a few of those too. Like Croatia has definitely like a lot of businesses that have gone out or a lot of abandoned buildings. And it definitely like, it's weird, but it feels like a room that's cluttered and you just want to clean it up. But you have to have the money. That's what infrastructure is. That's systematic. You don't have the infrastructure to replenish all of these buildings, to reconstruct them. And that is structural. That's not individuals' responsibility. That's the community's responsibility to put money into infrastructure to make sure that it's going to replacing these buildings. So when your community isn't supported by the infrastructure or by the system, so the infrastructure is fixed, it brings down the whole vibe of the neighborhood, and that the neighborhood gets judged for the fact that the system has failed them. That's the bullshit. The people in the neighborhood are being judged because their government didn't use the money to build up their infrastructure. Because if that neighborhood didn't look like that, people would judge them differently. It's like your teeth. It's your teeth. People will judge you on how your teeth look, but your teeth looking bad is a part of your parenting and how you were raised. Because your parents didn't put into a reality that you would be judged on your teeth. You know, it's not you, but you're going to be judged for it all the same. You're going to be judged on it all the same, and it fucking sucks. But it is the government. The government should be coming in and restoring those buildings and incentivizing, you know, outsiders to come into this neighborhood. But they're not going to do that if you don't put money into the infrastructure. It's so frustrating.
Old families will own them generations ago.
You know what? TikToks make me so sad. Do you guys ever see them where it's like this house on Google Maps, and then over the years you see the updated photos and how it changes, and the home is like beautiful and people lived in it, and then it's condemned years later? It makes me sad. We shouldn't even have condemned buildings. We should be replacing every building. We shouldn't be making new ones. We should be fixing old ones and making, you know, it's such an obvious issue. It's such an obvious issue. Why can't we fix this? It feels like such an obvious fix. Stop building new buildings, restore old ones, put money into infrastructure, either tear it down and build new ones, but like don't leave buildings there to rot. Don't leave neighborhoods there to rot.
But the kids, the grandkids, nobody took care of the buildings, so they just become condemned.
Would you say like fitness, like the gym, you could save a lot of kids from getting into like the gang situations? And no.
School don't save them. A bunch of people are seeking for love and affection from other places. You may join a gang to find brotherhood. Your mom might be on drugs. Your mom might work a bunch of jobs, and you might want to help your mom. So you might do what you feel like you got to do. Right. And the biggest thing that you see is drugs. A lot of kids turn to it because you don't have that many people showing you amazing lives that are school teachers. And
look, when I was depressed and suicidal, told myself life doesn't matter, I'm going to spend all this money I don't have. Now imagine a lot of other things are coming into the story, right? Like imagine I didn't have a 2-parent household. Imagine I didn't have siblings who loved me. Imagine I didn't have good friends that had known me all my life. Imagine I didn't have a middle-class education. Imagine I didn't have all these resources and I was still so suicidal. I was outspending myself. Why? Because I told myself, well, I'm going to die young anyways. I might as well spend all this money. Now imagine you don't even have those other things. So what's the thing that they're thinking? Well, if this is all I'm going to have, I might as well just, because they're there. They're in this bubble, right? We live in bubbles and we only think what's possible based off of what the bubble even gives us an idea of what's possible. So you're in a bubble here and you see a person over here and you're looking at them, okay? But you're still in here. So it's really hard to understand what's happening in here to the point where you judge them because you think, well, from up here or from over here, okay, I don't understand how they got here. But imagine you're in this bubble and you're looking at them and you're like, how the fuck did you do that? But then you don't realize it's because they didn't get there on their own. They were lifted there versus other people are pushing this one down. Chelsea said this so well in that podcast that I shared earlier, that so many people are looking at people and thinking, how can you afford this? How can you afford this? It's because they can't, or they have parents who are doing it for them. Chelsea said there was this girl that has like this really, powerful job. You would think she makes lots of money, and you come to find out her parents are paying her rent. Right? Like, I don't think people understand, like, that at the end of the day, if you have parents that paid for your college, paid for your rent, or paid for your first car at any point in your life, you are dealing a different game than somebody else. Like, my parents never paid for my college, never paid for my car, never paid for my rent. But I have friends whose parents paid all 4 years of their rent for college, all 4 years of their education for college, and their first car straight up. We're playing a different game. And those kids whose parents were that financially set up, they're also not worried about retirement because they know they're getting a house. They know they're getting everything their parents built. And their parents were financially stable, so they know they're getting money. So they're not thinking about it. They're not thinking about buying a house because they don't have to. They know they're going to get one. Imagine going through life never even needing to think about buying a house. Because when it comes to it, you're going to get it. Now, you pay your own bills, you pay your rent, you pay your stuff, but you don't have to think about buying a house because you're going to get a house. And you're going to get it probably around the time when you really are going to need it. Because your parents will die. It's interesting. And those people are privileged, but if only we were also privileged. If only our parents would stop fucking and not having kids before they were that privileged. And you're right, not a lot of people would have kids unless they were that privileged. That's true. But in some ways, maybe that's the point, right? Like, it is interesting. Like, again, I'm not saying that people didn't try their best, that people weren't just like animals on a planet having sex, and that my parents didn't love us. But it is obnoxious when my parents are like, why don't our kids make more money? Their kids make a middle-class living. We're statistically exactly where we should be. We are making a middle-class living. We were born middle class. We make a middle-class living. The idea that my parents thought, with the way that they raised us, that any of us would end up like higher middle class or even rich, how would your kids become rich? And that's why I think it is obnoxious when people rely on their kids to get out of bad situations. We are not your meal tickets. Now, I'm lucky that my parents didn't rely on their kids to be rich, but I think it's interesting that they're still disappointed that they thought we would be different than the statistical probability of ending up in the same financial bracket as our parents. That's the typical. The typical is that you end up in the same financial bracket as the people who raised you, right? So it is interesting, this like conversation. And then they have the audacity not to examine that and then to judge these people in these bubbles and to say, like, I don't understand why they're still in poverty. For the same reason your kids are still middle class. Because you act like people can just get out of shit. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. You know? It's just not how it works. But, you know, you have to realize that. So the problems are so obvious, but we're not examining like the whys and how that happens the way that it does. But we also don't want to. Like, we don't want to actually realize what's happening because it doesn't fit the narrative we tell ourselves, right?
Corrections officers, and you don't see that. And then a lot of us don't have that belief that we can be those things.
You have kids, right?
Yeah, I got 3 girls.
You got 3 girls?
I got 3 girls, bro.
He sounded really happy about, like, proud of that he has like 3 kids and stuff. He seems happy.
And
15, 10, and 1.
You don't want them growing up in here, right?
I don't want them around the violence. I don't want them without certain resources.
Do you think a lot of people who live here, it's like one of those things you can't escape it?
That's a feeling.
Yeah.
That's a real feeling.
I found this interesting. So we were staying in Philly.
Okay.
We didn't have to pay a toll to come into Camden.
But you gotta pay.
But we had to pay a toll to come back. So do you think that's a tactic to kind of keep people here?
It's definitely a tactic.
Wow, man.
To get to Philadelphia with tolls, it takes 14 minutes. Without tolls, it takes nearly 2 hours. What?
Interesting. In California, there's a toll road and you could save like 45 minutes taking it, but almost none of us took it growing up because we're like, we're not paying the toll. It's like $2.50. And we were middle class refusing to pay it. $2.50? And that doesn't sound like a lot. $2.50. Who fucking cares? I'm not paying that. I'm not paying an extra $5 to take a toll to save money. Fuck you. And like, that's the irony. Is like, it is, now I'll pay some tolls that are necessary. Like Croatia, we pay some tolls and I'll pay a toll if I need to. But if you're paying a toll to save time, I'm probably not going to pay it. There were people in Cali, if you know the 91 to the 15, right? You know how there's that coming out of Orange County to San Diego or Riverside County, there's that, what's it, fast pass lanes? They're not called fast pass lanes, but you know what I mean? You can pay a monthly fee to get in there and then you end up just being stuck, you know? And you end up like getting in traffic in those lanes and you're like, fuck that, you're trapped. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but in Cali, they have those things and I've never done it. I'm like, I don't have time for this. But think about all the people who do enough that it's causing a traffic jam in this lane that's supposed to be fast. Nah.
How can I drive from Philadelphia to Camden so easily? It seems like the people of Camden never had a chance, and it's been rigged to stay that way.
The tolls were designed to pay for the bridges. Once the bridges are paid off, what are we still paying a toll for? We got bodegas across the street from each other. We got a pharmacy. That's one of few. I think it's 3 pharmacies in the city.
There's 3 pharmacies in the whole city?
Yeah, I think it's 3.
There are pharmacies every like 2 blocks in Croatia. I feel like they're everywhere. They have a big green sign, like a big cross sign. And I swear I see them everywhere. I swear I see them like all the time. And I'm like, that's kind of nice. I feel like there's just like so many pharmacies. Chad said I was making the joke the other day that if you're rich, you can park anywhere. You can just pay the tickets. That's definitely a stereotype I've heard, or like a joke I've heard before where, you know, rich people have the audacity to be like, I can park anywhere because they can just pay the fees. versus the rest of us are like, I'm not paying that fee. Like, I'm not paying that extra $2. I'm not paying that extra $5. Now, don't get me wrong. My family friend who is wealthy, she is the kind of person that wouldn't pay the $2. But that's because she's frugal. You know, it's just not in our budget. It's just not in our budget, you know?
3 or 4 pharmacies in the whole city. We do have a CVS, but the CVS is more on the outskirts. It's closer to actually leaving the city.
Yeah, but see, it's abandoned building after abandoned building.
Abandoned building after abandoned building. Another pizza shop, more Chinese food. That's the 3rd Chinese store on this road. Look, 2 more corner stores across the street from each other. Another liquor store. How much liquor?
Yes, exactly. Chad says this is why Ethan is suing. Despite having a bunk case, he can afford frivolous lawsuits. That's why he's so unethical. You are the rich dude in the neighborhood going after small store owners because you were mad they told people not to shop at your store. So if this was a neighborhood idea, Ethan would be like the Supermart and the Frogan and all of them would be the small mom and pop shops. And the small mom and pop shops are like, hey guys, don't shop at their store, shop at our store, don't give them money. And Ethan's like, brr, brr, brr. He's just like, how dare you tell people not to shop at my store? That's what you're doing, Ethan. How much more fucking money do you need? How much more? What are you doing? Why are you going after these people? Yeah, that's Ethan. He's the fucking loser big grocery store in town, you know?
How much liquor can we drink?
Liquor stores are literally on every corner. And do you think that's strategically put here for people to fail?
Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. There's no way that you only give access to liquor and fast food. We're gonna go to this market right here.
This is like new?
This is new. Had meat and supermarket.
Okay.
This has been in the city for a few years now. This is one of our biggest markets.
It's already a lot different. When you walk into like a grocery store back at home, it's like veggies first.
Yeah.
It's giving like Stater Brothers Food for Less so far. Maybe a little smaller.
And now it's just like packaged stuff.
Yeah. You're gonna be wearing a wall full of soup.
We just saw this.
Oh no, it's giving like big gas station. Or it's giving big, ooh, that Jiffy thing behind him though, those cornbread muffins, I'm not gonna play. I like the blueberry ones. Really? I like that.
Yeah. The section of the produce is like the size of like where you get like a drink.
That's it.
It's like, that's it. That's literally it.
That's it.
This whole place. That's the produce. This is it.
Oh, that's it. Damn, yeah. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, this is hard. It's kind of like dollar store almost, because the dollar store started to bring in produce at one point. Okay, this is my recommendation. Listen to me when I say this. My favorite places to shop: Arabic stores, Mexican marts, Asian marts. Okay. In Cali, I was blessed because these buildings were big and they were full of the best stuff and stuff you never thought to buy. So if you're one of those people that have never felt comfortable going into one of these stores because you think you don't belong, go and enjoy. Because 1, they need the business, and 2, the business is good. It's worth it. Okay. They have amazing spices. Take a Google Translator if you have to. They have great like produce you wouldn't even think of, or like food you don't even think of. It's great. And it's so underrated, but if you know, you know. If you know, you know.
What the? That's wild, bro.
So?
That's the only fruits and veggies in this whole place. Yeah. Dude, I'm like, this is like worse than I thought.
But look, they got it underneath the juice.
Yeah.
How you put your produce underneath of the juice, underneath the sugar.
When people get paid here, you get your paycheck. It's just like you're set up to fail. There's lots of juice on that.
Facts. Lots of sugar. Everything,
so eye-opening, man.
Everything is high in soda.
This is a grocery store a lot of us are used to walking into, faced with fruits and veggies first. But this was unlike.
Yeah, do you see that? Look at the difference.
This is a grocery store a lot of us are used to walking into.
Boom, that whole section is produce. This whole section is produce. That's true. That is the kind of grocery store I'm used to walking into. Yeah. Now, the one in Croatia that I'm in now is kind of, it's not like this. Like our local store isn't like this, but this is the big store. So if I say, hey, I'm going to the big store, this is what I mean. I'm going to this store. If I say I'm going to our supermarket, I would say it's like It's a good section, but it's just like a section of the store. It's not like this, you know, this is a big store. This is like a Winco. This is like, I don't know, you know, like a big, I mean, look how big this section is physically.
Faced with fruits and veggies first, but this was unlike any grocery store I've ever seen before, full of high-calorie processed foods with a little fresh produce section hiding in the back corner. It's no surprise that 43% of Camden adults are obese, 38% have high blood pressure, and 17% have diabetes.
Now that I'm a corrections officer, bro, like, and I realize what's going on, a lot of the foods in my community resemble jail food.
Wow. Ooh. A lot of the food in my community resembles jail food. And listen, I think people in prisons should be eating better than they do. We should all be eating better. All of us should be eating better. And all of us should have it accessible to us. All of us should be eating better. All of us. But wow. Wow.
The
Ramen,
soups,
yeah.
the rice, the fucking high sodium sardines and the fish pouches and the tuna. And when you realize like everything is by design and nothing is by coincidence, it makes you question a lot of shit, bro. I don't think any of it is by accident.
It's not. It's on fucking purpose. It's on the most purpose. Here's how it looks on purpose for people who don't know. People sitting in meeting. This neighborhood is really important to me. I would like to fund it with fruits and vegetables. Okay, who is your daddy? What is your networking? Oh, I have all the money. Here you go. Put my money or my name where this money is. Like, put my name on the town or something. Okay, this neighborhood gets funded because somebody has the resources and the networking and the funding to give it to them. This other community. Hi, I would like my community to have grocery stores. Great, who are you? I'm Jane Doe. We don't know that person. Do you have funding? No. Okay, well, we don't have the resources for you right now, so you don't get it. Why? Because we don't know who you are. That's it. Like, that's it. That's the most reductive way to think about it, but that's it. It's like, and who are the people with the resources and the money? The people who stole it, or the people who were selfish in their capitalistic game, or the people who went through and did it the way that they did. I think that's the problem is like, everybody should be, if you know why too, if everybody had access to everything that everybody had access to, then the competition would be harder. You think it's hard now? Wait until the rest of us got involved. You're lucky a big part of the United States isn't even contending with you right now, girl, because you know you lose. The point is like a big part of it is fear. If I give all my resources to this family, what resources are left for me? If we share the resources, my kid won't get priority. That's why, okay, bring it back with me, zoom out. This is why conversations about poor people or rich people having kids sounds like classism and racism, because it often is. Rich people will say, how dare you have children? Your children don't even get to exist when your children aren't even good enough to go to our schools or have our resources. My kids get all the resources because my kids are good and they're worth it. Versus, zoom out with me, a reality in which your child is a consciousness in the universe and shouldn't be born into any family in which that family is not prepared for them or willing to love them as something more than just legacy. Rich people who have their kids because they think their kids are better than other kids in order to have legacy, the Malfoys, bad. People who are willing to have kids when they can't even barely pay the rent. Ron, I'm looking at you and your family. I love that there's love there, but girl, is there money? It's like, look, I see the Weasleys and I see the Malfoys as both having their problems. Would I rather be born a Weasley than a Malfoy? Sure. But at the end of the day, like, there's problems. Okay, and I don't think either of these families are ideal. They're both surviving in their own way, and I don't want to survive like that.
It's crazy,
It's
right?
scary when you actually see it. Right across the river is Philly, where they have tons of supermarkets, salad bars, gyms. They got even Chipotle's.
Even when I lived in Arizona up on the mountain, there were not a lot of options. Like it was a choice to live there. I mean, there was a Walmart. There were a couple of Mormon food stores because the Mormons were there. So there were a couple of Mormon stores. Is that it? Yeah, I guess there was just the Walmart. And that was crazy. Like, Walmart was the only place you could go. And then there was a farmer's market, but, you know, it's only so accessible.
I associate Philly with like cream cheese and Philly cheesesteaks, but I think for people here, it's kind of like the Garden of Eden. It's just crazy that like they have all these things. It's like, why can't they come here?
Yeah.
What prevents Camden from being the city that it could be? The main issue is poverty. Camden was once America's poorest city in 2012, now with a median annual income of just over $27,000 and a 36% poverty rate.
Another thing.
36% poverty rate, 27,000 median income. Chad said, what's in the Mormon food store? They had like rice and organic-y kind of grains. They had bacon and food from their own slaughters. They had milk and stuff like that, kind of like the basics, but it was more expensive and it was a very small group like option.
About Camden being a fitness desert is that they're saying that like, a lot of people are actually afraid to go for runs. A lot of people are afraid to go to the parks. And the park is like the best place. It's basically a free gym membership.
Bro, we don't run for exercise here.
You run because you have to, right?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that's just what we always knew. If you run, I'm running. I don't know why you running, but I'm running. I ain't waiting to find out.
So it really seems like your generation is the ones that are going to fix the city.
I believe so.
Yeah.
You know that meme of when a black person runs, the rest follow, and why is that? That's actually one way to think about it, because I've heard people like wonder why. Like obviously everyone's different, and like we're not talking about when people are laughing, but actually there is something to say about survival. Like, you know how in Hollywood movies the black character is always the first one to die? I feel like that is so unrealistic. I feel like in a realistic movie, they're not the ones, like, I feel like they're not the ones going to the basement to check the noise, because like, why would, I'm not going down there. Like, I feel like, why are they the first ones dying in a movie except racism? Because I feel like in real life, absolutely not. Like, I saw this, I saw this gunman, I saw this mall video, and a couple started running first. And people waited. I was like, nah. If I see a person running, I'm running, and then I'm checking. Like, my partner and I were like, we're running, right? Like, if we see people be afraid and run, we're going to run and then figure out why they ran, right? Like, I'm not waiting to find out. And we were like, yeah, we're not waiting. Like, what are we going to do? Inquire? What are we going to do? Investigate? Nothing. I can hear it on the news later, girl. If I see people running, I'm out of there. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's being raised in America. I'm not sticking around. And also, my family's so paranoid that, like, when my brother and I go to public places together, we sit with our back to the wall so we can see who comes through the door. Or, like, we are ready for gun violence. Like, we are always ready. Anyone who is slightly suspicious, I'm ready, girl. I am running every time I'm in. This is my fear of growing up in survival mode. But, like, if I'm in a store, I know where the exits are. I'm, like, looking for exits. I'm like, where would I hide? If a gunman comes in this way, where am I going? Like, if a gunman comes in, what am I doing first? Who am I grabbing first? How am I alerting people without setting everything off? It's like, I am not here to find out. When I'm out and about, unless I feel very safe, I'm paying attention. I will say though, after being married and walking with my partner, I do have a tendency to kind of ignore everything around me because I expect them to kind of figure it out and tell me. But I will say, if I'm alone, I'm vigilant. I'm vigilant, baby. Vigilant, probably to a fault, honestly. I probably have too much American anxiety. Honestly. I probably have too much American anxiety over gun violence, though.
For, like, to set your kids up for...
We just have to get back to being taxpayers and being owners in the city. We can fix it. Yeah, we can fix it.
Hello. It's so cute.
Thank you.
Do you find is it hard to eat healthy around here, do you think?
Sometimes.
Sometimes?
I've been homeless for 4 years. I was homeless when I was pregnant with him.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really a struggle out here. I don't have a job right now.
Right.
So it's even harder. Food stamps don't cover it that much.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people out here, it's, pregnant and then drugs and stuff like that. But we women do struggle.
Mm-hmm.
And me as a mom, I'm struggling at the moment. So
Right.
it's even worse.
What do you think is the biggest thing the community needs to, like, help people?
Food, clothes, a job.
Job.
And if they accept it, because sometimes here in Camden, I don't think they would.
They don't accept it.
But women, they'll do anything for their kid, and especially with diapers that they need, like formula, it's super expensive. So it was really hard. I cried. I was stressing.
I can't imagine. Yeah.
Through snow, I dealt with it one time, and it's really rough. My feet got numb. I was super cold.
That's hard.
It was terrible. I couldn't deal with it anymore.
Yeah.
And I was trying to go to the shelter, but by the time I got there, it was closed. So I was freezing, looking for somewhere to be warm at. Hopefully, in God's hands, I can leave it on and he can give me this job, because I've been applying for jobs and none of them have been able to hire me. So I'm doing my best to do it.
Oh, he looks amazing. He's so
Thank
cute.
you.
Yeah. Oh. Hi. Hi.
Cutie.
To the mic. Yeah. You want to interview your mom?
He's gonna eat it, bro. He's gonna eat it.
We went to go check out a local park, and I was quite shocked with what I saw. Beautiful baseball diamond, basketball court, and a lot of grass, and even a mini calisthenics area to work out. But nobody was here.
Damn.
Huh. So I wonder why, like, where people are getting that idea that like people just don't feel safe. Do you feel like Camden's often like judged how it used to be?
Yes. One more.
To be fair, we also have like a little backspace too with like bars like this and stuff. And we haven't used it, and we should, honestly, but it's kind of like, when do you go out and when do you do it? I think you feel silly. If I'm going to be real with you, I think I feel silly going out by myself. I think when you have a crowd of people, it does, and it can feel more comfortable. So if you're the only one out there, it's either great because you're introverted, or if you're kind of like need a or even if you're introverted, you want a community. Like, I definitely think I feel more comfortable when there's like more people than if it's just me and I'm like working out and I feel like everyone's watching me and I'm like, okay, because it's weird. They're like, oh, there's actually a girl working out there. It can feel weird, but they even have like, they have an elliptical and stuff. And I'm just like, oh, like maybe, but then, yeah, oh, Chad, good point. Often you have to be the first to give people permission, but then, yeah, great point. And then I wonder if that's what it is, that we need to show up to give people permission. Maybe have music, maybe have like a sign that says like, come work out, you know, something like that. Yeah, but I feel targeted when it's just me. But if I had like 3 or 5 of my friends, oh my gosh, like if my brothers were coming to Croatia to visit, that's where we'd go work out. I'd be like, oh, come on, we have like a thing. We can go work out right over here. And that would be so fun, right?
What I got?
You see a big man?
Let's see what I got.
Actually, do you know where you see this the most? Beaches. The beach gyms, always busy. Always busy. Beach gyms, good vibes.
Oh, that I feel good.
I feel like the more that we like walk around, the more that I can't really see the fitness desert thing. It's like, why do you think that it's called that?
Fitness is hard to choose when you have kids, a lack of resources sometimes. Like when you don't have all the money you need sometimes, like how the hell am I choose fitness when I need to go to work? They find so many reasons as to why you can't.
Also, Chad says I have to actively tell myself no one is watching you, bro. Okay, but let me tell you this. I think as a public figure who nobody like might know, like I'm always, you know how much people like record each other? I am always paranoid that somebody's gonna unknowingly record me and post me on social media and dox me. Do you know what I'm saying? You know how people are always recording strangers and putting it on the internet? I was like, why are you recording people? Like, I am always scared that I'm going to be out and about and I'm going to force people to watch me, which will then they'll record me and then they'll dox me without even knowing. And that gives me so much anxiety. And maybe that's just my anxiety, literally. But I have so much fear over it. Like, I have so much fear over people being like, not even knowing it's me and doing it, let alone if they know it's me, be like, oh my God, I just saw so-and-so. And then they post my video. You know what I mean?
Can't do it instead of why you can.
There's clearly a huge problem here in Camden, but what are people doing to combat it?
Another solution is community gardens. There are 116 in Camden. The Camden City Garden Club gave out over 200,000 vegetable transplants last year. But Devlin says the community gardens are only part of the solution. He says it's imperative for the city to have a second grocery store.
The people in Camden are poor or working poor or retired. They spend on average, the statistic is 40% of their annual income on food.
Damn. And to be honest, if I wasn't a public figure, I don't know that I would care as much. I just don't want to be stalked or doxxed. But that could happen to anybody, right? Like that could happen to anybody. Pokimane just talked about this on TikTok where, you know, anyone can have a stalker issue. She's had a stalker for like 7 years, or there's a person stalking her for over 7 years. Like, it sucks. And people think it's a joke. Like, bro, who has a stalker for 7 years? Bro, do you think they just stopped stalking you? Do you know what I mean? Don't be crazy. Don't be crazy.
They spend on average, the statistic is 40% of their annual income on food.
Community gardens have begun to pop up more and more, allowing residents to grow their own vegetables to incorporate more fresh produce in their diet, all while saving money.
There's over 100 community gardens in Camden.
Oh,
and here's one of them.
Nice.
So is this around when you were a kid?
No.
Here they're growing some Cherry tomatoes.
Nice.
Yeah.
This look like cabbage.
Yeah, cabbage, yeah.
I love community gardens.
That's amazing, bro.
It's cool though that you see people making the steps to make the change,
Yes.
right, you know?
Yes. The more you can encourage the steps and create the environment to make the change, it can happen.
Mm-hmm.
It can happen, bro.
Oh, cute.
We're going to the...
See, that, I love a mural. I love a little
It can
painting.
happen, bro.
That is so good. I love stuff like this. I am sick of seeing the tags in Croatia. I hate them. They're ugly. Like the little team tags where it's just like script. Girl, it looks ugly. I'm sorry. You're never going to convince me it looks cute. But this stuff, love it. Love portraits, love murals, love art, love colors. But the little tags, I hate them. Is that what they're called? Tags? It's just where there's script and it looks ugly. You're not going to convince me otherwise. Okay, tags on walls. Yeah. Ugh. I don't like, where are you? I don't like this. This is bullshit. Okay? This is bullshit. This is art. This is bullshit. This is art. Okay? Stop doing this. It's ugly. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay? And you won't convince me otherwise. Your art sucks. Okay? Everyone thinks they make art. It's not art, it's a banana. You ever seen those modern artists that are like, it's a banana, it's art. Your art's ugly.
We're going to the... We're good?
We good.
Dude.
What happened? They just came past?
Just police every... All right, this is one of the most popular spots in Camden.
Hold on, chat. No. Hold on. You're like, tags are cool in New York. Okay, well, it's ugly. Thank you. Look, you're not going to convince me. Like, you might convince me, but I doubt it. It just looks like scribble. I'm not going to be convinced. Do you know what I mean? Chat says, Brittany, you're attacking a huge part of American Black culture. Am I attacking culture that is rooted in traditionalism that should be deconstructed? Tags. Just what I showed you. What is the root of this and should it be modernized? Not all tradition is worth maintaining. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and you guys, I like art. And also, okay, like, I'm sorry. There are some things we do out of survival that we should switch into living mode. Okay? But if you can give me an example of them that is like interesting and cool, then I'm down. But if I look at it and I just feel like it's dirty, then what are we doing? Now that sounds racist. Hold on. Listen. Okay, I just don't like what if it's a mural and somebody tags it? That's fucked up, right? Why are you tagging a mural? You know what I'm saying? Like, I just feel like if I have to scrub it off, do you know what I mean? Anyways, I love art, but I am critical of some people's art. You know what I mean? I don't know. Chat says, Brittany, why did you become insanely woke back again? I never stopped being progressive, guys. I don't know why anyone thought I wasn't progressive just because I was nice to bigots. Just because I was compassionate to bigotry didn't mean I wasn't progressive. It just meant I was trying to be patient with shitty people. I don't know why anyone would think that I had ever gotten more conservative. I've always been progressive. I will only ever be progressive. I am moving more and more progressive every day. So if you think in any way, shape, or form that I was ever conservative or ever a centrist because I was compassionate to bigoted people, trying to humanize bad people, girl, get out of here. Okay?
Donkey's Place. Carnival. You can cross the street. Can't argue with that convenience.
Can't argue with that.
Yeah. I think this place is to kick some ass. Dude.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That looks kind of good, though.
The girth on this thing. This is my first cheesesteak ever.
For real?
Yeah. It's like I hit the jackpot in sandwich form, bro. Oh my god.
Man, that's amazing.
And it's crazy with comfort food, they never talk about the digestive experience. Because they're going to be taking like 6 hours to digest this thing, dude. So far, it just seems like growing up here, you kind of have 2 paths. But the very easy path is to go down like the wrong road. And then it's really hard to kind of get out of it.
At the same time, though, that easy path is the hardest route. Because it comes with so much. So then when you compare the right road, which already has huge challenges, now you're just trying to steer clear of the bullshit.
Wait, let me.
At the same time, though, that easy path is the hardest route.
I think this video is so interesting. I want to read the comments. Honestly, the gym seems like a perfect place to work out. No judgment, help on the lift, and good attitudes. Oh, that gym. Big Dog, they gave you the tour as a real one. He made this video hit different, which is true. I love a local showing you around. You could have found a nicer, knowledgeable fella to show you about. He gave you. I was like, what? You couldn't have found a nicer, knowledgeable fella to show you about. He gave you such an insight into the life they live and the daily struggles. Kudos to the man for trying to change things for him and his family. I read that. Listen to me. Oh, no, Brittany, don't do it. Shh, keep going. Didn't expect this to become a straight up documentary. The gym bro camaraderie with strangers during the workout was absolutely wholesome. It made me want to work out. Love that. Never lived in Camden, but lived 4 years in Baltimore, which is also a food desert. I've been to Baltimore. Shout out to Baltimore. I lived behind a Save-A-Lot for 2 years and didn't have the transportation to the bigger grocery stores. The kindness and the soul of the people at the gym made me very happy and nostalgic. Yeah, those gym dudes were so wholesome. There's something wholesome about gym bros. There's something wholesome about them, right? There's something so cute about it. Okay, so obvious problem. Why can't we do anything about it? Why is it such a struggle? And a big part of it is that accountability is difficult because we'd have to hold ourselves accountable in some ways. And the hardest part is that the system is just not working for us. It's not. There's no reason we shouldn't build up every neighborhood in the United States to be livable and functional to at least a basic degree. Do you know why we do like a standardized test or like a standard idea? Do requirements for graduating high school? It's to say that we can guarantee that the kids at least know this much. I feel like there should be a sort of a relationship with neighborhoods in that way, where the neighborhood needs to be livable at least this much. And it feels like when we don't do that, it's just such a miss. It's a miss for all of us. It's a miss for those kids. And I hate it too, because especially white conservatives have such an audacity to talk shit on so many marginalized communities as if, oh, the 13% black on black crime, they're hurting themselves. That's not even what's happening. So many of those statistics that you think is black on black crime is just in black neighborhoods. So of course criminals would be targeting black community members if they live in a black neighborhood. It's not black on black crime. It's just crime. Like, that, what are you talking about? And that's the problem, is they're sitting here and creating and uplifting the system that puts people at a disadvantage and then twisting the statistics to make it sound like it's inherently a black person problem. That, my friend, is called racism. There's just a little bigotry, isn't it? A little sprinkle of racism. What? What? That's all that is. There is obviously a fix to this, and the people don't want it. Did you guys hear the clips coming out? Hold on. Who has a video of this? Who has a video of this? Hold on. Let me think. Where did I watch it? 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 Go to my watch history. Where did I watch it? Hold on, I was literally dying. Oh, damn it. Maybe it was here? Oh, I think it was here, but that's too long of a clip to try to go through. So maybe, where's the shorter clip? Hold on. Oh, damn. Oh, here. Okay, hold on.
Zoran.
I was watching Eric Havingen. He just worked with Zoran's campaign that just won in New York. He's running for mayor. I'm not a New York girly, so I'm kind of out of the loop a bit, but glad he won. People are excited about it.
Mandani. Mandani. I think that's how I say his name. I don't know. I've never heard his name spoken.
How, you've never heard this guy? You are the biggest conservative commentator in the world, and you've never heard the future mayor of New York City's name spoken?
Okay, so check this out. First of all, this man is a scammer. I see him in all my little vegetarian documentaries, but this man is a scammer.
It's not just defund
We know this because he was the mayor and he stole $2 million.
the police. This candidate,
Listen to this.
a democratic socialist. He wants to freeze the rent.
Okay, sounds good.
He wants city-run grocery stores, social workers to replace the police.
Okay, I'm open-minded.
because that's going to help. He wants $60 billion of debt fund for affordable housing.
He said that.
Okay, sounds good. Like, sometimes I watch these videos and they're like, can you believe it? The government employees want to make it better for their constituents. It's like, yeah. Who would have thought? Like, the Fox News people are like, can you believe this man wants to help people? Can you believe it? Do you know what I mean? That's the bullshittery that I'm like, I'm so tired of these people. Anyways, great video by Will. I'll go ahead and link it in the chat. It's like, this idea is so fascinating to me. Okay, now the third story I want to cover, same idea. Mina did a video. Is her name Mina? I feel like I watch her, but not enough to like, her name is Mina, right? Mina Lay? This beautiful lady over here. Do you guys know her? She makes great content, right? But she covered the Hollywood love age gap relationships. And this is something else that I find really, 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 really interesting. It feels so obvious to me that we should know by now that these age gap relationships just aren't it. I know it happened. Like Chelsea Fagan said, like, my grandparents married way too young, right? And very controversial. Like, my grandma should never have been married as a teenager. That just should never have been a thing, right? And when we think about breaking those generational curses, we also have to come for our loved ones. And that's just pause. We have to hold our loved ones accountable, okay? We have to actually say the way you did it was wrong. And that's really, really difficult. Now, I don't want you to get it twisted that the system is going to say, yeah, you have to hold your family accountable. The system has nothing to do with it. No, the system has something to do with it, especially the culture around these age gap relationships, right? Oh, chat says, Brittany, did you see that Mark from the Soft White Underbelly and his young girlfriend he found during the interview dying of an overdose? First of all, I stopped watching this channel a long time ago because it started to feel really icky. Ew. I don't like that. Listen, I'm not here to tell you, right? I'm not here to tell you, I'm not here to tell you perfectly how to exist in the world. I'm just telling you how to slow down. Maybe what we've been doing. Hold on. Chat sent a video.
To most people, graffiti
Okay. Discord just sent this video about graffiti. Let's see if I change my mind by the end of it.
is just that stuff that you see on a wall that was put up by some deviant kid, but there is actually way more meaning to it than meets the eye. In this video, I'll be sharing one of the many reasons and meaning towards graffiti.
Okay, you ready, bros?
First, you have to understand that there is many types of graffiti out there. Some graffiti is done legally and some is done illegally. There's many different styles that range.
For the record, isn't graffiti just like a type of art? It doesn't equal tags, right? Because tags are you putting your mark on a town because it's like your name for like your gang or your community or your people. But it's like, it's different than graffiti, the art, because graffiti is a form of art, right? I guess the video is called The Entire Point of Graffiti, but like graffiti isn't what I would consider tags. Yeah, tags are signatures. Exactly. Okay.
Range from tags to masterpieces. And there's many.
Okay, that is art. See how this is art? You see how this is fucking art? And if hold on.
First, you have to understand that there is many types of graffiti out there. Some graffiti is done legally and some
cool.
is done illegally. There's many different.
Now imagine this on top of what we just saw. Would it not look shitty? This, I'm sorry, is not
that graffiti out there. Some
or it's not this. This is art. This is effort.
Masterpieces, and there's many mediums between each and every person who does graffiti. And sure, many would say that the primary reason for
Okay, some of this, if done better in so many ways, could be good. And I wouldn't care if there was a section of the town that was full of this, but it wasn't everywhere. Because at the end of the day, like, it gives from the outsider, I know there might be, I don't know yet, there might be history and legacy and importance about whatever, that's beautiful. But like also we have got to let go of traditions that like bring down the vibe. So if it uplifts the vibe, I'm here for it. If it brings it down, I'm not here for it. But also, did you guys see that pizza lady who got harassed because she changed a mural in town because it was her job to a pizza mural? Do you know this story? And the town harassed this woman because she got rid of these two, because she was paid for it. So let me just tell you, I don't trust human beings to have a very good conversation about these things when they're so emotionally tied to things that like we shouldn't be so emotionally tied to.
For graffiti is getting your name out there and to become famous or infamous, but that's not always the case. Some people use graffiti as a way to cope in life. People use it as a type of therapy, which otherwise certain individuals might be doing way harsher.
Yeah, like that's fine, but go to therapy. But also like art is fine. This is ugly to me though. The only thing that gets close to interesting is maybe the top part has color and interesting stuff, and then maybe this girl is interesting.
Crimes instead of just doing graffiti. And graffiti has also been known to keep people's sanity intact. Graffiti and what it is actually plays a really big role in mental health for many people.
I just want to say all of this could be true, and I'm fine with that because humans are going to human, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't fix. So it's a symptom. All you're saying is that it's a symptom of a problem. Yeah. Is that the way we want to? This is the association with art being sort of like coming from a place of pain. I think we should still fix your pain.
In the entire world. And that is a pretty concrete fact. Out of the many documentaries
cool. Like
of graffiti that I've watched over the years, a lot of graffiti writers do mention it's a type of therapy. And if they weren't doing that, they would either be deceased or on heavy drugs or doing something far more worse than graffiti. To get in a little bit more detail of an example of this, I was watching an old documentary where this graffiti writer got caught red-handed on a train with a marker and was actually crying to the cop that he could not leave the house.
All those in the back are ugly. I like this little cowboy. I don't mind this one so much.
Without a marker or a can of paint or any
and let's not even talk about the fact that they're doing it on private property that isn't theirs. So I'm not even going to mention that part, like whether or not it's on public or private property, because that's a whole other conversation. I'm just talking about whether or not it's pretty or not.
A graffiti tool of any kind. Mentally, this kid could not leave his house without bringing something to do graffiti with, and he was in absolute distraught. You could even say there's some points of addiction to graffiti, just like any other type of addiction to food, to smoking, to anything. When someone can't physically leave their house without bringing a graffiti implement, that's when you know it plays a big part in mental health. Graffiti does sometimes play a big part in someone's life. The next purpose and reason to graffiti is because it's a hobby. It's a very, very well-known hobby, and graffiti is just known worldwide. People just enjoy it. You can look at it as any other hobby, like motor.
See, this is ugly. For me, this is ugly. It's not cute. Now, how cool would it be if there was something really pretty here, though? Like, how cool would this building look with a really beautiful piece?
Bike riding, skiing, you name it. To people out there,
I also think we should pay people. I think we should be paying artists to make beautiful art for the cities. And I think I think it'd be so cool if store owners could pay people who were good at their craft to come in and like paint the city. I would love to live in a city where every single piece of it is painted, as long as the paint like is actually art. It is, you know what I mean? Like, I think that'd be so cool.
Graffiti is just another hobby. They're not in it for the violence. They're not in it for the potential.
Okay, I don't know what, this is kind of cute. I could vibe with something like this.
Negative and illegal things. It's just a thing that people do because there's so much to learn, and it can take you many years to learn how to do it.
Okay, this is nice. This is nice.
Interesting. And just because most graffiti is done illegally, that doesn't automatically cancel out someone's artistic abilities and skills. A perfect example to that is a typical person saying, I like the big color detail, but I hate that tagging stuff. If that tagging stuff was deemed legal, that same person who just said that quote that they like the detailed pieces might say tagging is nice and cool. It all comes down to perception. I mean, sure, it's not really a positive and happy thing to happen if you own a business near a trackside and you come to your business one morning and you go out the back and there's all graffiti on it. But if that same graffiti is half decent and it was somewhere else where it was allowed to be.
Chat said, not beautiful. For the ones I called ugly, sorry, not beautiful. You know, not beautiful. Again, love graffiti as an art. I'm very picky about people because, like, we always say, like, it takes a village. We live in a community. I just think like a healthy community doesn't destroy, it uplifts. Your art can be destructive. I remember there was these white people out in San Diego who lived in the desert who were mostly kind of like mentally ill, but they lived out in this very like, it's a very famous place in Arizona, in San Diego. Kesha did a music video there. Actually in my 20s, I had a chance to go, but I missed out and all my friends went instead. It's it's like an original art piece existed there. I can't remember the name of it, but the original art piece that exists there is really cool. It's a kind of a lawless land where the cops don't go, but it got overtaken by some pretty sick people, like mentally unwell people who were like, quote, artists. But the art is shitty. It's just them pissing all over garbage and like putting it together and being like art. It's bullshit. It's your mental health. Go to the hospital. Like, I don't like if we deconstruct the racism and all the other elements and hold this opinion, I think healthy people who like graffiti can agree that art should uplift the community and not downgrade it. But for everyone and their mom to be like, I make art. No, you don't. Yes, Slab City. Thank you, chat. I'm talking about Slab City. Thank you. I feel like not everyone is an artist, even if you think you are. Like, sometimes you're just bad. And I think like that's what we're talking about here. Obviously, take away the racism, take away the white people complaining about graffiti and black people and all that stuff. Like, take away all that bullshit and just like, I want our communities to uplift each other with better art. Not to say that like these communities are bad because they do graffiti. Like, I don't care about the graffiti. I care about the way that it uplifts or devalues the community. And not devalues like my property was devalued. I meant the morale of the community. And Croatia is crazy. Like, the graffiti here is out, like, the tagging is out of hand. Because there's a lot of graffiti here that's beautiful, but there is a lot of tagging that just fucking brings down the vibe. And I'm like, hello, I'm in an ancient city. I don't need to see your little fucking tag. You know, it's like, why are you doing this? It's annoying. It's like a little annoying to me. Anyways, let's see. What makes an artist? What makes an artist? That is one of the greatest conversation. That's one of the greatest conversations we're still debating. What is art? Now talk about a philosophical quandary. Talk about a philosophical quandary. What is art? Yeah. I definitely think art is so subjective, we can't say. But I would say that, and I would say this, sometimes the way you feel safe in a neighborhood coincides with how, just like with a person, it expresses itself. But you have to deconstruct why you feel unsafe with something, first of all, to figure out if it is unsafe or if you just think it's unsafe. And then if you know that you're good with it, like I love tattoos. I have tattoos. My friends are tattooed. But I know that certain tattoos might make me feel a certain way over other tattoos, because some tattoos are done to signal something while other tattoos are meant to signal something else. It's not the tattoo that's the problem. It's not the graffiti that's the problem. It's what it might signal. But if you're a person who's so bigoted that you're like, every tattoo is bad, every graffiti art is bad, well then your opinion's stupid. Because your opinion doesn't allow for the nuance that the art itself isn't the problem. It's how you show up in the world. You know? That's what I think of.
Be done, the average person would actually appreciate it. The perception really changes what people's view of it is, and would sometimes mean it would alter the purpose and the meaning behind it. And now, of course, there is graffiti writers and people out.
And Discord is having a conversation about how graffiti can be sort of a protest to gentrification, and so it can have roots in that sort of liberation front. So that's something to take into consideration.
There that do graffiti just strictly or mainly destroy for the destruction or vandalism side of it. But please keep in mind, that doesn't mean that every person who does graffiti has that type of mentality. You'll find a lot of graffiti writers out there like to stick to places where they're not bothering anyone. And of course, if you watch my video on graffiti rules, you'll find that there is a bunch of rules or guidelines that the majority of the graffiti scene worldwide generally follows, as a type of a common courtesy and or common sense. Graffiti writers generally try to aim at the quote-unquote big guys and not the little guys. And when I say little guys, I mean little businesses or private property. It's not every day that you'll find a notorious graffiti writer putting their tag up on someone's letterbox or someone's garage door in the middle of suburbia. So
I mean, that's true, right? Like, I don't think I've ever really seen graffiti on people's lived homes. It's always abandoned homes, buildings, walls, public spaces, which we do pay for with taxes. I don't think I've ever really seen a tag on someone's house.
there is kind of a general respect and common sense there, and as I said, they try to stick to places that aren't going to piss many people off. Now, to begin to look at the bigger picture with what the purpose and the point of graffiti is, you have to understand it is, in fact, full of bad eggs worldwide. But again, that does not mean that everyone in the graffiti scene worldwide is a bad egg. There's graffiti writers out there and graffiti artists that actually make a living doing graffiti. This would generally come under legal or commissioned graffiti. You find that the people that make a pure living off doing graffiti or murals for businesses that are paying these particular writers would not be doing it illegally. Or if they did, they only used to and don't now. But mainly the artists that do legal art kind of comes down to contemporary artists that know how to use aerosol cans, or maybe they're used to doing legal, or they've only ever done legal or commissioned graffiti. And believe it or not, there is a little feud between graffiti artists and street artists. And you might be thinking, what's the difference? Well, I've made a video on that, so please go check that out. But just to lightly rehash that video, many graffiti writers out there actually hate legal graffiti, because graffiti writers that do graffiti illegally have risked it for the biscuit, while street artists that don't get paid to put up art generally just get the owner's permission to use their walls. The one thing I should make clear, that the only time a wall turns into a commission wall
very cool
is when the owner actually reaches out and pays an artist to do something customized, and the artist is not doing their own name or piece, therefore it's called a commission. Hey, can you please paint this for me? Yeah, sure. And lastly, graffiti is for self-expression.
Chad says, what do you think about modern art in particular? I'm open to all kinds of art. I like all kinds of art. I like everything. If you're asking me, I don't know if you guys are talking to each other in chat, but I would just say, like, Brittany likes all kinds of art. It's just not all parts of art will speak to me. So it's okay if Brittany and you have a different opinion on what is good art, but I would say that if it's a publicly shared space, then that's going to be a community effort to have the conversation. Like, and not all communities will want the same form of expression. Yeah.
We define self-expression as expressing one's thought and feelings. These expressions can be accomplished through words, choices, or actions. Self-expression can take a wide variety of forms, and one form being graffiti. For example, I self-express with stickers. It makes me feel good to put them up and knowing people might see them. You know, I don't put them up for destruction or hate or tipping one off. I put them up for me so that you know it was there. I guess that's...
Yeah, so that whole thing is like, I put them up for me. Not very community of you. Like, that's very me. I do it for me, and that's fine. But like, so, like, you know what I mean? Just to be like, I put it up for me. I put stickers up for me. Okay. Like, look, I'm not a conservative. I'm a progressive. It's not that you're putting up stickers. It's the idea that you're just not thinking about the community. Because, like, why would you be? And which community would you be thinking of? Like, do we want to aim for the healthiest relationship with self in the community? Then there should be some sort of order to things. If we want to react out of survival, then hey, it's going to be what it is going to be. So in an ideal situation, we wouldn't just be like stickering and tagging. There would be a reason why we express ourselves in particular ways and in particular spaces, right? So it's okay. Like, I'm not anti altogether. I just think, like, it takes a village, and I just don't know how this mindset is village focused.
That's a reason as to why, but mainly it's because I enjoy it. It's for me. If I didn't have this hobby, what else would I be doing? And another thing...
I don't know, getting a job? Just kidding. Woo, just kidding.
To add, look where it's got me. Having an interest in stickers and drawing on stickers and putting my name up with stickers, I now have a channel and an amazing community, and I'm honestly...
Yeah, you got a job out of not having a job. We get it. It's fine. I'm being a grumpy old person that's like, hey, I'm sick of everybody talking about having a village and nobody doing it.
So grateful for that. And it's pretty funny because stickers, if you see
like, ever heard of not littering? Don't litter. And no offense, like, this is a form of littering at the end of the day. Don't litter.
A sticker up of mine, I probably didn't put it up because there's a lot of people out there that have my stickers, but that's a whole nother video. I'm really glad you could join me on this video. I hope you found this interesting. If you made it to the end of this video, leave a little comment saying,
okay, very interesting. I definitely think it's all bubble perspective. None of this matters and we're all gonna die. But I am a little exhausted. Great video. Thank you for sending it. I do think, like, in my ideal community, everything would be a little bit more structured, but we would still have murals and types of like really great graffiti on the walls. It just would be uplifting and beneficial for the community, not just for you and your ego. Okay, let's watch this video by Mina about age gap relationships in Hollywood and ask ourselves, hey, we obviously have a problem. Why can't we figure it out? You know, why can't we figure it out? Hello?
You would be living under a rock if you haven't seen this meme before. A Photoshop Snapchat selfie of Leonardo.
Leonardo DiCaprio, no, don't turn 25. You're so sexy. Haha. No, don't turn 25. You're so sexy.
Leonardo DiCaprio with the text, "Don't turn 25. You're so sexy. Aha." This meme refers to DiCaprio's propensity to only date women under the age of 25. For years, it's been my personal go-to image to send to any friend turning 25. And actually, Sabrina Carpenter made this meme the center design of her own 25th birthday cake last year.
Oh my God.
According to Know Your Meme, the memification of DiCaprio's dating history started in 2016 when writer Christina Cauterucci published an article on Slate that brought attention to his reported dating pattern. Then in 2019, Reddit user Trust Little Brother published a graph that depicted Leo's age steadily increasing while the average age of his girlfriend stayed exactly the same. Then in 2022, it was reported that DiCaprio and his long-term girlfriend Camila Morrone had split up, an event that took place a couple months after her, you guessed it, 25th birthday. The jokes write themselves. Their relationship also allegedly started when she was 20 in 2017, and at that time, Leo was 43. As you can expect,
20 and 43 is disgusting. We obviously have a big problem about predatory behavior, misogyny, the whole thing. Why can't we figure this out? Why can't we look at 40-year-olds and say like, yeah, maybe not the 20-year-old. Now listen, in the past, when men have told me, because I've asked them, like, why the fuck are you in this age gap relationship? Like, why are you doing this? They'll often say things like, I just identify more with young people, that people my age just like aren't as open-minded as me. And young people, they're so open-minded. Yeah, it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Go to therapy. It's bullshit. Go to therapy. Go to therapy. But me being so good faith, I listen to people. I hear them out. It's bullshit. Go to therapy.
The internet went crazy. One Twitter user wrote, referring to the breakup news, "There's no phenomenon on this planet more reliable than Leonardo DiCaprio breaking up with his girl by age 25. The stats are breathtaking." Nowadays, Leo is dating Vittoria Soretti, who actually is 26. So it seems like maybe Leo is moving his age bracket up.
Shout out to Mina.
Leo, of course, is not the only man in Hollywood who prefers dating younger women. Bradley Cooper dated Suki Waterhouse when he was 38 and she was 21, which was interesting because earlier the same year, he rejected dating rumors between himself and Jennifer Lawrence by saying, "I could literally be her father." Jennifer Lawrence was 22 at the time. Bradley and Suki also have an infamous photo op where he's reading Lolita to her in the park.
What? 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 That's so fucking sick, bro. That's so fucking sick, bro. That's nasty. That's fucked up. We obviously have a big problem. What is happening here?
Honestly, no words, just need to know what was going through his publicist's mind. Nowadays, Bradley is dating Gigi Hadid, with whom he has a 20-year age gap with.
Ew.
While Camila Morrone and
shout out to Gigi, but ew.
Suki Waterhouse have never publicly shared negative feelings about their previous relationships with older men, this is not always the case for the younger female partners in an age gap dynamic. Surprise, surprise. Taylor Swift's song All Too Well is supposedly a nod to her relationship with Jake Gyllenhaal when she was 20 and he was 29. The 10-minute version of the song she released in 2021 focuses more on the age gap toxicity of the relationship. She writes, "You said if we had been closer in age, maybe it would have been fine, and that made me want to die. And I was never good at telling jokes, but the punchline goes, I'll get older, but your lovers stay my age." Jake Gyllenhaal's current girlfriend is Jeanne Cadieux, a French model who is 28 years old and was 21 when they started dating in 2018. Gyllenhaal is 44 and was 37 at the time.
Okay, okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Would I not look so stupid next to Jake Gyllenhaal? Like, would I literally not look like a stupid? Like, I feel like I would look like his child. Like, I feel like I'm 36, but I would look like his child next to him. Is it because the women look older? She's tall. She looks like she matches him. Like, all these guys dating young women, they look older to me. Like, I feel like if I was next to him, I would look like a little small person. Maybe I'd look like an old grandma, but I would look wrong. It's not my age. I think it's aesthetic. Like, I would either look like a little grandma next to him, like a little grandma, or I would look like a younger person. But I think because they look a certain way. Do you know what I mean? I think it's because they look a certain way that people get away with it. But to me, they just look older. Why are you dating these men? Like, even the older men I know who are with young girls, the girls don't literally look young to me. They look old. I don't know how to explain it. But I'm also autistic, and I think autistic young and old looks different. Like, even autistic adults who are like old give young because we dress young, we stay youthful, we're like interested in young people like activities. So it would just look stupid for Jake Gyllenhaal to date a girl who wears Sailor Moon shirts. I'd be like, I'd like show up like Chad face. I'd be like memeing, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not, and it's not really like, you can call it maturity, but how mature it is it dating a 21-year-old when you're 40? So it's not maturity. Don't even come at me and be like, maybe they're more mature. What's mature about dating a 20-year-old when you're 40? Don't, you know what I'm saying?
While age gap couples consisting of an older man and a younger woman are definitely more common, internet wrath over age gaps of any gender have been rampant for years. Sarah Paulson has noted that she gets horrifying comments about her relationship with Holland Taylor.
Okay, but she's like a grown-up. She's like a grown-up. It is an interesting age gap. It's a lot for me, but they're grown-ups. They're just so grown-up. It's none of my business.
They have a 32-year age gap, though they started dating when Paulson, the younger one, was already in her 40s. So way past prefrontal cortex development. There's also always nasty comments about
red flags right here.
Sam and Aaron Taylor Johnson, though I think that one's more concerning because she started dating him when he was 18.
Oh yeah, we're concerned about him. 18. She snatched him up at 18.
Needless to say, age gap relationships are very controversial. And yet, I feel like they are a mainstay in the Hollywood canon. So let's discuss why they're such an important trope, even with all the haters. Getting warmer here in California. I mean, it's always warm, but you know what I mean. And so
Okay,
I've been
no
really
makeup
gravitating
queen.
for the very like light, radiant look.
She's so pretty.
Look these days. I'm working with Typology today. Don't know why I'm showing my 5
Yeah,
head.
they met when he was 14. The audacity of an adult to know you when you were a minor and then to date you when you became an adult is so gross to me. I can't even fathom it. I just like can't even fathom looking at a child and knowing you when you were a literal child and then seeing you grow up and go through puberty and then being like, I'm going to hit that. What the fuck? What the fuck? Isn't that so obvious? Why does it keep happening? And why are we still allowing these people to show up at our family functions? Why is it happening? And why are we allowing these people to show up like, no, it's not a big fucking deal? Is this not a big fucking deal? Like, you saw this person go through puberty. Why are you hanging out with them? You saw this person go through puberty when you had already gone through puberty. It's one thing meeting them years later and having an age gap, but you saw them. You knew them pre-period. Like, what are we doing?
I'm working with Typology today to talk about my easygoing summer makeup routine. Their moisturizer is 99% naturally derived, has been dermatologically tested, and is suitable for sensitive skin. The glow drops are, of course,
I got that
glowy.
sensitive
The
skin,
drops are
girl.
also enriched with vitamin C and aloe vera. I really, really like this product. Sometimes I mix it
shiny.
in with my moisturizer. Sometimes I literally just like apply it straight to the face. Usually in the summertime, I try to be light on makeup because anything heavy is prone to melting off my face and then making me look insane. So this is just a really great product for me and just very easy. I'm topping off my look with a tinted lip oil in the shade Black Cherry. Typology's lip oil is enriched with vitamin E, squalane, and jojoba oil. I like how this has a non-sticky but still glossy finish. For a limited time, you can receive a free purifying mask with charcoal and organic nettle on orders $40 or more using the link below.
I'm not 15.
Well, that's the trouble. You're too old for me.
Using the link below.
I'm not 15.
Well, that's the trouble. You're too old for me.
Wow. Please like the stream, guys. Please like the stream. Muted streams. Muted streams. Chet says, Brittany, is there a reason you always watch the ads? Because I'm watching these people's full content. They're getting paid by their sponsors. I'm allowing their video to be seen by born people. If one of you guys sign up for their sponsorship under their name, it's kind of like they're getting paid by me hosting their video. It's just like a courtesy that basically I, especially content creators I like, obviously, if I'm watching their whole video, I would like you to see their ads because like they get paid for those ads. So yeah, if one of you guys signs up for the product, you know, it's like a courtesy.
Marcus is so funny.
I'm sorry. Is that? No. Is that? Am I mixing up girls? Is this the girl who's no longer vegan but made a whole career being vegan? No, that's not her. The video I see is? No, that's not her. No, right?
Marcus is so funny.
Oh, isn't it kind of like dated?
It's funny though.
Right. He's like older than us.
No, she's different, right? Oh my God, doesn't she kind of, I'm so sorry, I'm really bad with faces, but she's got the, what's that girl on TikTok? They all have the same face, but it's pretty, it's a pretty face. I would love to have that face. It's a pretty face. What is her name? Haley, whatever. They kind of like, yeah. And then the Leo something girl. No, not Haley Bailey. No, yeah, Haley Bailey, not Halle Bailey. Why does everybody have the same name? Yes, you guys know who I'm talking about. Very beautiful, no hate.
Right?
Yeah.
Do you feel like there's like a power imbalance?
No. I mean, yes, he's technically old, but he has a young heart.
Like how?
Like, he just has a young spirit. Like he doesn't know how to cook. And he plays a lot of video games.
Oh, God.
He doesn't do laundry.
He doesn't do laundry?
He just buys new shirts and uses the old ones as napkins.
Okay.
Okay, he's like older on paper, but I honestly feel like he's younger than me.
And you like that?
It's refreshing. Like the other day, he got mad and threw his blocks at me.
Why was he playing with blocks?
He's a creative.
Okay, so it sounds like he is very old and maybe also very mature.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know about this guy.
He's also really good at pranks. I mean, like one time, he convinced me that I had a long lost sister, and when I found out she wasn't real, it was like someone died.
Oh my God.
I flew to Albuquerque.
Okay, so you're gonna break up with him?
Yeah.
You know how to whistle, don't you, Steve? You just put your lips together and blow.
Despite the backlash that celebrity couples can face today for their age gap, there was a time when this was all considered very normal, at least in Hollywood. Debbie Reynolds starred opposite Gene Kelly in Singing in the Rain when she was 19 and he was 40. Kim Novak starred opposite Jimmy Stewart in Vertigo when she was 25 and he was 50.
Which other people have talked about this before, how it sets a false narrative in our heads when we watch movies where older men get to be with younger girls. But and hear me out, girls, the fix to this is not to then have older women with younger men. Okay? Like, we don't need to have like equality look in the form of, oh, why, if men can be Machiavellian CEOs of companies, why can't women? No, that's not the kind of girl bossing I'm in for here. Okay? Like, we don't need to normalize the age gap relationships in the same way that we don't need to normalize becoming Machiavellian CEOs and billionaires. Like, just because you're a billionaire doesn't mean, like, there's this whole conversation happening on my part of TikTok, or the part of TikTok that I'm on, about Beyonce being a billionaire. And now people are like, just because you're Beyonce doesn't mean you're ethical. You're still a billionaire. Like, you wanting to become a billionaire does not then make you a good billionaire. You're still a billionaire. Like, that's what people are forgetting. Like, you can't liberate yourself through being a billionaire. Okay? And so again, I think I've fallen for this. You've fallen for this, where if you're a millennial, you probably grew up thinking the best way to be feminist is to be just as good or better than the boys. The boys suck and they're ruining our planet. So fuck patriarchy and fuck their method of being successful.
Julia Roberts was 21 in Pretty Woman opposite Richard Gere, who was 40, and 22-year-old Gemma Arterton was the romantic interest of 40-year-old Daniel Craig in Quantum of Solace. As recently as a few years ago, there were people outraged by the 20-year age gap between Cillian Murphy and Florence Pugh in Oppenheimer.
Oh, interesting. Also, Discord talking about the tagging stuff. I struggle with the focus of community preservation when people tagging don't have basic needs. I can't blame them. 100%. And just to be clear, you know that survival Britney is different than living Britney. Survival Britney, I understand. But living Britney has different expectations and standards. And so that's where I'm coming from. Obviously, I totally agree with you guys that when people don't have their basic needs met, like I'm not fucking concerned with them tagging the walls. I agree. Same for Croatians. Like some Croatians, like there's a huge struggle happening in the economy here. People can't afford food in the same way. So like 100% agree with you. If people can't get their basic needs met, like I'm less concerned with them, tagging walls. So just for the record, when I'm talking about, like, I think this art is ugly, that's my personal opinion. When I'm talking about, I don't think this is good for the community, I'm talking from a living perspective, or a living perspective, not a surviving perspective, for sure. Because when you're surviving, you don't care about your community. Because that's the reality. You cannot care. This is why recycling is kind of like the sign of privilege. Because when you're busy surviving, nobody has time to recycle. The fact that I, at this time in my life, finally am now recycling and separating my garbage is because I'm no longer in survival mode. I'm now able to recycle. I can think of the community now. I just couldn't think of the community when I was surviving. I just did not give a fuck. And so that's definitely, I agree with you. Yeah.
They played J. Robert Oppenheimer and Jean Tatlock, respectively, two people who had a comparatively modest 10-year age gap in real life. And of course, these age gaps sometimes transcended the silver screen too. The most famous case, or at least most famous to me, is probably Lauren Bacall and Humphrey Bogart's relationship. They started dating in 1944 when she was 19 and he was 44, and they were married up until Bogart's death in 1957.
Whoa.
They met on
and look, some of these marriages will stay married. And look, there's 8 billion people on the planet. I'm not saying it can't work for somebody in the universe, but I'm saying, are you really that somebody? So I always know that I'm not the exception. I am not the exception to the rule. And when you are the exception in life, that's great for you, boo, but it's not going to be every single time you do something. So you know how you see a person start a small business and then they go viral within 2 years, and then all of a sudden they're making millions of dollars, and then they get to be on Shark Tank and talk about how they built a, billion-dollar industry, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's not you. That's not you. You're going to beat the statistical probability of most US businesses closing within 5 years. So the problem with all of us is that we always think we're going to be the exception. So we plan like we're the exception. Plan like you're not the exception, and you will be more successful. So I think that if you're in an age gap relationship, you're thinking I'm the exception, but probably not. But probably not.
On the set of To Have and Have Not, where they played love interest, of course, and to every intimacy coordinator's nightmare, during their courtship, they would sometimes refer to each other by their character names, Slim and Steve.
You know you don't have to act with me, Steve.
News outlets didn't obsess over this dynamic in the same way they obsessed today over, say, DiCaprio's love life. Studio executives were actually delighted and took no hesitation in promoting them as a romantic couple. As an example, Marty Weiser pitched this story to a colleague in the publicity department. Bogart and Bacall rehearse a kiss for 4.5 hours straight before the cameras, for a kiss which on the screen will last a few seconds. Story might contain statistics such as the amount of lipstick and Kleenex used. Still, the couple faced some criticism. Bogart was allegedly consumed by their age difference, and it wasn't helped by his ex-wife, Mayo Method, referring to Bacall as your daughter when they talked. Bacall's family disapproved of their union as well. Lauren's uncle Charlie wrote to her in a letter, "You must make no important decisions until we have talked them over, preferably face to face. Experience is an important factor in dealing with life, and 20 is too young for experience." But from a press standpoint, it seemed like there was less concern over the power imbalances that came with an age gap. Time magazine admitted they didn't report on the age difference or age gaps at all during this era, aside from a 1969 piece that was actually pro-age gaps, titled In Praise of May-December Marriages. Most coverage on Lauren Bacall and Humphrey Bogart as an item were pretty positive. The pair would go on to make another 3 successful movies together, and when they married in 1945, the Knoxville News Sentinel covered it with a piece titled Bad Boy Bogart and Sultry Bacall Have Not Tied Today. I think it's very interesting how the term boy de-ages Bogart, while the term sultry makes Bacall seem like a much more mature woman. While age gap relationships seemed rampant all over Hollywood, this wasn't a widespread epidemic in the US. In actuality, across a 100-year period, Kelly Fagan found that the mean difference in age between spouses was 4.07 years in 1910, shrinking to 1.86 years in the 2010 to 2014 range. Part of the reason for the specifically Hollywood age gap is because of the gender gap for working actors. There's a number of statistics over the years about this. According to one 2023 study published in Forbes, female characters on screen were typically younger than men, with a significant drop-off once women hit their 40s. Most male characters in 2023 were over 40, 52%, but only 28% of female characters were over 40. People magazine apparently once published a cover that asked, "Why are leading actors matched with co-stars half their age?" I couldn't actually find the cover, but it was mentioned in a Psychology Today article. Anyways, according to the article, people suggested that the possibility was because Hollywood directors.
Ew, what? Were they love interests in a movie?
Anyways.
Colin Firth and Emma Watson? Emma Stone? Emily? What? I hope this isn't true. That's disgusting. Love him. He's so daddy, but like, ew.
According to the article, people suggested that the possibility was because Hollywood directors tended to be older men who were trying to relive their youth. I'm sure since most Hollywood screenwriters are also men, they're essentially writing self-insert fantasies. You might think I'm joking, but Howard Hawks, who was the director of The Have and Have Not, was actually a total creep who was not only jealous of Bogart and Bacall's relationship, but would try to get with Bacall himself. Ew. Bacall told Vanity Fair, and he would also like to get me into his bed, which, of course, horrors. It was the furthest thing from my mind. I was so frightened of him. He was the old gray fox, and he always told me stories of how he dealt with Carol Lombard and Rita Hayworth. According to biographer Eric Lax, who co-wrote Bogart, Hawks was so upset by Bacall's rejection that he had an affair with Dolores Moran, the other main female actress in the film who was 30 years younger than him. None of these things were really sensationalized or even talked about at the time. It really wasn't until like the Me Too era that these dynamics, both real and fictional, started to get more attention. For example, Woody Allen's film Manhattan came out in 1979 and was lauded by critics at the time. Roger Ebert described the fictional relationship between Woody's character and a 17-year-old girl played by Mariel Hemingway as an affair and had little to criticize about the disturbing age difference. In fact, he actually praised the narrative, writing, "It wouldn't do, you see, for the love scenes between Woody and Mariel to feel awkward."
Ooh, okay, pause. Chat says, my friend is 22 and she's dating a 30-year-old. I feel weird about it as I am her age, but thoughts? Can I just tell you something? As a younger person who is with people much older than her, again, this goes back to, are we surviving? Are we living? Are we in survival mode where we're coping and haven't been to therapy and haven't really checked ourselves? Or are we like, do you know what I'm saying? When I was in survival mode, listen, you could not have kept me from fucking older people. That was my business, my fantasy, my desire. And you had no right to tell me not to. And I stand by that. I am a legal adult. You cannot tell me who to have sex with and who to date and who to be with. But healed Brittany, past therapy Brittany, I would say, look, girl, you can do what you're going to do. But the question is like, let's deconstruct the situation. Let's say, why are we here? Why are they interested in you? What do you have in common? What are you doing? Are we just fucking? Are we just trying to like have sex with an older person and fill out a fantasy of like mommy, daddy? Been there, done that. But like, what are we really doing here? And I think like this is the conversation that's hard to have because so many of us, when we're younger and dating, we're in survival mode. We are coping. We are moving through trauma and building relationships. And so I say that it's so obvious to me that so much of this is just because we're surviving and coping. But it's not that you're wrong for going through the motions, but I think you might be wrong in why you're doing it. So we have to have a conversation about why we're doing it. You know what I mean? That's really the conversation. Like, hey, what is this for? And look, everyone is on a personal journey. And personally, our friends will go through stuff. I will go through stuff. We will go through stuff. And as the idea is like when we heal or go through the healing journey, are we able to look back and say like, oh, I know why I did that? Because I look back now and I'm like, oh my God, it's so obvious to me why I did those things now. And it's so obvious to me why those older people were even interested in me. And the truth is a lot of them were incredibly stunted. I wouldn't even say they were predators because people forget you don't have to be a predator to be fucked up. You could be fucked up without being a predator. They were worse than not being a predator in some ways. They were so stunted that they were children trapped in adult bodies with adult jobs who were kind of the people who wished high school would happen again. It's even worse. And predators are horrible. I'm not trying to say that they're not horrible, but it's like, let's say in a non-predator categorization, it's like even worse. You're an adult who still thinks being 15 would be better than being the person you are. You live so outside the present that you want to go back to being a hormonal, acne-prone teenager. Like you are so, like these people were so stunted. They were so stunted that I outgrew them and it almost would have been inappropriate for me to be with them because of how much better off I was than them. Like if I was to get with them now, it would almost be a power imbalance, even though they're 12 years older than me. Think about it. Think about it. Like you are so stunted, but yet that doesn't change the fact that they're adults who aged and didn't grow up. even though they have adult jobs, like real adult jobs, you know? That does not make them more of a victim. P.S. It just makes them fucked up. But they're in an adult job, doing adult work, college educated. So don't get it twisted that these people are more than capable, but they are so psychologically stunted that they're just trying to be young. They date young people. They're trying to be young. It's like, grow the fuck up. Grow the fuck up. But they can't because they don't know what that looks like. It wasn't modeled for them. They don't know. They have adult jobs. That is adulting, right? They think, well, I have an adult job. I pay bills. I am adulting. Are you? And it's hard because, you know, there's one category of adult that's paying her bills and wears Sailor Moon shirts, but isn't fucking 21-year-olds. That's me. I'm that adult. And then there's the adult group who doesn't wear anime shirts, who has an adult job, who goes to work in a suit, but is fucking 20-year-olds. And they're in their 50s. And it's like, okay, for me, I think I'm more the adult because I am appropriately acting within the expectation of my job as an adult, and I'm not pulling young people into my bullshit. Because in my mind, maturity is staying in your fucking lane. Like, maturity is making sure you don't disadvantage anybody around you. And so for me, like, I couldn't even imagine, like, I'd rather have an adult that still plays with Legos, but doesn't date fucking people 20 years younger than an adult that shows up in an Armani suit, but dates fucking 19-year-olds. It just feels like it's always coming at the expense of, like, the person with the least amount of experience at some point. Chet says, be the adult in the room, basically. Be the adult in the fucking room. And stop crying over the fact that you have a connection with a 21-year-old who really sees you when that 21-year-old is literally in crisis for being with you in the first place. Okay? I'm so sick of these people being in crisis together and being like, it's love. It's love. I'm in crisis, but it's love. It's like, girl, please.
Or to hint at cradle snatching or an unhealthy interest on Woody's part in innocent young girls. But they don't feel that way. Hemingway's character has a certain grave intelligence, a quietly fierce pride that, strangely enough, suggests that even at 17, she's the one Woody should be thinking of during Gershwin's Someone to Watch Over Me. AKA, Meryl seems mature enough, so it's totally fine she's dating a grown man. The fact that Ebert, one of the most prominent film critics ever, was comfortable writing and publicizing this assessment also goes to show attitudes for the time period, where age gap romances, even ones involving a teenager, were just not that big a deal.
Just got homework. I'm dating a girl who does homework.
But the explosion of Me Too around 2017
I'm dating a girl who does homework. Ugh.
changed the cultural narrative at large, prompting industries to take a hard look at all the power dynamics going on, including age. For example, as the public reevaluated Monica Lewinsky's story, they often started mentioning Clinton being 27 years her senior, and Monica has since emphasized her youth when discussing the issue. James Bessenval writes, referencing Monica Lewinsky, "There's now more of an understanding that just because someone is an adult, that doesn't mean they can't be exploited." Manhattan also was getting reevaluated, as well as Woody Allen's entire legacy, as he was accused of sexually abusing his adoptive daughter, Dylan Farrow, when she was 7 years old. Farrow initially came out with the story in 1992, but received more widespread attention after she wrote an open letter for the New York Times in 2014, following Allen receiving a Lifetime Achievement Award at the Golden Globes. His marriage to his ex-wife, Mia Farrow's adopted daughter, Soon-Yi Previn, with whom he started dating when she was 21 and he was 56, was also getting criticized, following a 2018 interview with her. At the Golden Globes in 2018, host Seth Meyers made a joke referring to Allen in his opening monologue. The Shape of Water received the most nominations of any film this year. Just an incredibly beautiful film, but I have to admit, when I first heard about a film where a naive young woman falls in love with a disgusting sea monster, I thought, oh man, not another Woody Allen movie. It's like Manhattan in water. Which just goes to show the changing attitudes. I think that because many Zoomers came of age during the Me Too era, we almost unilaterally have a strong distaste for age gap relationships. The Cuts viral article, The Age Gappers, pokes fun at some of the extremists in this cohort who keep changing the barometer for what's considered grooming. The article highlights how one person called out Chris Evans, 42, for marrying a child bride. His wife, Alba Batista, was 26. What? Florence Pugh also received push.
What?
Considered grooming. The article highlights how one person called out Chris Evans, 42, for marrying a child bride. His wife, Alba Batista, was 26.
42 and 26. What are we doing? 42. 42. Okay, hold on. I'm not even 42 for another, 6 years? So 6 years from now, Brittany getting with a 22-year-old. No, 26-year-old? 26-year-old. Hold on, not 22, 26-year-old. But still, a 26-year-old? Who? Where would, ugh.
Florence Pugh also received pushback when she was dating Zach Braff. She was 24 and he was 45. She responded to the press at the time, "I'm old enough to be an adult and pay taxes, but I'm not old enough to know who I should and should."
Look, it's true. They are. I want to make this abundantly clear. You are legally allowed to date this person. My dad asked me when I was dating the guy, I was 22, when I'm 23, let's say 23 to 24, it's something like that, 22 to 24, dating this guy 12 years older than me. My dad said, "Betsy, what does he even want with you, Betsy?" Oh my God, let me tell you a story. Story time. So my dad goes, this is years ago, goes, "Betsy, what does this man even want with you? Okay, he's a loser. He has no job. He's got all these kids, blah, blah, blah." My dad was right. He was a loser. That was I was very stunted, okay? This was a very stunted Brittany. My dad was right, but I was on the in and outs with my parents. So I couldn't trust them as words of wisdom because my parents are really biased and my parents are really conservative. So I can't, even to this day, I can't trust my parents with everything because they're too prejudiced and too biased when they give opinions. So I couldn't trust them and I couldn't trust anybody at the time. I didn't even trust myself. Okay. So then this person met my family and my family hated him. Okay, was what it was. But my dad recently sent me a bunch of pictures and videos of my childhood and all of our family photos and all of the pictures ever taken ever of our family. And he sent out a little hard drive with my sister. And I was going through the pictures and my dad goes, "Hey, there are pictures in there you might want to delete. I didn't want to delete them for you, but they're your memories. If you want to delete them, you might want to delete them." And I kept thinking, like, what could be in those photos that were like shared amongst the family? You know, it's not like it's from my phone. It's from like a shared. So I go through the photos and I'm like, oh, it's of that guy. It's of that guy. And I was like, oh, yeah, is it 12 years? Wait, if I was 24 and he was 38, what age gap is that? What age gap is that? Is that 14 years? Wait, no. Maybe he was 37. Uh-oh, I don't even remember. Was he 14 years older than me or 12? I remember being 24 and I think he was 38, or maybe he was 37. Okay, well, he was 12 or 14 years older than me, girl. It's been a long time, okay? That was 2012 Brittany. I don't know what she was doing. 2012 Brittany to 2014 Brittany. I don't know what she was doing. I don't know. But it was long, okay? It was a long time. Anyways, the point is, those photos were in there. And I was like, ew. And so I talked to my partner about it. And I was like, I have old photos of my ex and stuff in these photos. And like, we don't need those, right? Like, I can delete those. Like, there's no reason we need those. And it's like, yeah, I'm good deleting my life. Like, I'm good deleting, like, yeah, it was a good time. It was a bad time. Bye. Like, you know, I'm good. And so it's one of those things where like, he was just a loser. I think the biggest problem with him is that he was a loser. You know what I mean? Like, he just wouldn't be responsible for anything in his life. He just like could not build a life. And you know what I believed? I believe the thing that I think is true about most people, that with the right resources and the right kind of love and the right kind of therapy, you can be a great person. He was just one of those cases that none of that mattered. And none of that intervention would change his life because he didn't want that life. He liked the life he had, which was a really shitty one.
Should not have sex with. Tweets like, "At 25, I wouldn't even date a 21-year-old," have gone viral with almost 80,000 likes. It seems like Hollywood has adjusted a bit with less emphasis on putting the older man with a hot young thing on screen, lest they face backlash. Even though Miller's Girl, which I haven't seen, but apparently it didn't romanticize its central age gap relationship. And
oh, wait, Chet said he's giving 1. Can I be real? He was definitely like a 2C because he had a way to function within the bubble. He had a way to pay for his bills and find rent. He had a vehicle, he had hobbies, he had friend groups, he had relationships. He just didn't ever want to get better from where he was. And I just didn't want to live that way. Like, he, in his own little ecosystem, was functioning. But it was like, I don't want to live. How do I say this? He wasn't going to get better though. He wasn't actually going to introspect more than that. Versus the other person I dated, who I'm pretty sure was like a 1 in every way, he was not functional. Like, there was no functionality. Like, did require basically people helping them to not be not functional, which is what I've seen with the ones. I've seen with the ones that they do need somebody to basically take care of them because they can't do it on their own. My other ex could do it on his own. It just wasn't a very high standard of living. Does that make sense? Or introspection, right? Chess's way, do the bubbles go up? Is 1A, 2A, 3, 4, or is it 1, 2? It's 1 to 5, and you can think of it as going up or going deeper or going sideways. But it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2A, 2B, 2. No, it's 1, 2C, 2B, 2A, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So 1, 2. It's 2C, 2B. So he's a 2C, not a 2B, and not a 2A.
Even though the movie's intimacy coordinator, Christina Arjona, told the Daily Mail that 52-year-old Martin Freeman and 21-year-old Jenna Ortega were never placed in unsafe situations, that did not stop audiences from criticizing the dynamic. Ellen Gamerman wrote for the Wall Street Journal, "Perceptions have changed. Heightened awareness about sexual harassment."
What is this? What's happening? What is that?
Ortega were never placed in unsafe situations, that did not stop audiences from criticizing the dynamic.
Yeah, isn't he also the one who did Euphoria, and people were really upset about that because he kept, no, he's not. I'm confusing my white men. I'm sorry. The other one did Euphoria from Pirates and from Pride and Prejudice. He did Euphoria, right? And they asked, why are you having all these sex scenes between teenagers? Yeah, that's what that is. Right? He didn't do Euphoria, right? Let me see.
Ellen Gamerman wrote for the Wall Street Journal, "Perceptions have changed. Heightened awareness about sexual harassment makes it harder to portray an older man, younger woman romance without fast entering creepy territory." But as I've said, age gap relationships have continued to stay, but they are no longer accepted as normative. Instead, the age gap...
Wait, am I wrong? Oh, I'm so wrong. Wait, I'm so wrong. Sam Levinson? Levinson? Wait, I'm so wrong. My bad. Why did I think he was somebody else? Wait, Martin Freeman is this guy. Yes, this guy is Martin Freeman. This guy is the other guy. Okay, no, my bad. Because I remember there being criticism of Sam kind of directing these scenes between teenagers, but I thought he was somebody else. Oh, I'm thinking of a totally different actor. Ignore me.
That relationship contributes commentary to the zeitgeist, whether it be through spotlighting the harm of a student-teacher relationship or by reinventing an existing trope, such as the MILF.
I'm feeling for you.
Also, can I just say, and this is just my personal opinion that has no bearing on anybody else, as I get older, I just do not care about any of these things. I used to love watching movies about like sex and relationships and, ooh, this is so sexy. And now I'm like, I do not care. Either I'm going through menopause, which God, I hope I am. Honestly, every day I hope I'm in premenopause. Because I'm having like a shift where I'm like, I do not care. Like, I do not care about these storylines. I am so bored. I do not want to watch Joe from You Have Sex with These Losers. Like, I do not want to watch any of this. Like, I do not want to watch it. Joe's a loser. I don't want to watch him having sex. But I don't know what it is. I really hope it's premenopause. But like, I used to love this stuff. I used to like crave sex scenes in movies and like the passion and da-da-da. And now I'm like, I do not care. I don't know what that's about.
The Hollywood example that I feel like most people refer to when talking about the older woman, younger man couple is the 1967 film The Graduate, which stars Anne Bancroft and Dustin Hoffman. In the movie, Hoffman's character, Benjamin, who had just recently graduated college, returns to his childhood home to figure out what to do with his life. He meets his father's law partner's wife, Mrs. Robinson, who pursues an extramarital affair with Benjamin. And then we get one of the best needle drops in cinema history. Miller and Agnew referenced The Graduate in their 2011 study, explaining that the romance is so popularly remembered because of how it violates societal conventions.
Would you like me to seduce you?
Oof. What? Not only is the relationship a cheating scandal, but conventions say that the heterosexual man tends to be older than their female partners. The researchers explain society does not tend to look favorably.
Look, do you know in which way I love these dynamics? In a fantasy. I love a little role play, girlies. I'm all here for it. I will role play the shit out of an older woman. I will role play the shit out of a younger woman. I will role play the shit. I'm an actor. Actor? Okay, I'm a actor. Okay? I will roleplay the shit out of this. Do I need to go and do it in real life anymore? Nah, bro, I've been to therapy, but I will do it in the bedroom, girls. Okay?
Upon relationships in which the older partner is female. And the women involved are often judged in an especially harsh manner. In fact, rather than seeing them as women looking for true love, they are assumed to share Mrs. Robinson's desire to seduce or sexually prey upon young men, being stereotyped as cougars. What's ironic, though, is that even though Mrs. Robinson claims she's twice Benjamin's age, the actors who played them only have a 6-year age gap. Dustin Hoffman was playing a young college grad at age 30. Rachel Handler writes for Vulture, historically the MILF has been the object of a film, rarely the subject. Or when she was the subject, she often found herself trapped in a grave drama or punished for her age-defying crimes. She notes that in The Graduate, Mrs. Robinson is an existential crisis generator, and thus a part of Benjamin's larger coming-of-age journey. By the end of the movie, he's more or less figured it out and settled down with a girl his own age. But over time,
people be dragging you into their drama. Discord said, question, to what extent are certain fantasies red flags like DDLG or H-play that's sexual? I've been wondering about this. I think that's where you are required to ask yourself, why am I doing it? Why am I into it? What part of it is interesting to me? I love me a little fiction about some I love me a little hentai about some monster plants, pinning you to the ground and fucking you against your consent. But I'm not really interested in Jumanji happening and actually having that happen with some vines. Because I feel like those vines are going to have bugs on them, and then I'm going to get fungus and you know what I'm saying? Then I'm going to get UTI, and it's not going to be fun. So, you know what I'm saying? I just feel like love me a fantasy. Don't love me a real life. I think where does it cross the line? Honestly, we got to talk about psychology. We got to talk about, you remember that mom? Oh my God. Did you guys ever see this video of a mom who was excited I'm calling it autistic. He feels autistic. Okay. Son had an interest in dead bodies, and she thought he was into forensics for wanting to be a cop or something. And then she found a severed head or a head in his closet. And when she called the cops on him, the dad was trying to defend him, but the mom was like, you have a head in your closet. And I was like, listen, he took his autistic special interest to the but he was definitely a weirdo. He killed a homeless man in the community who was really well loved, and he did it out of curiosity. Yeah, you're crazy. That's the thing is the difference between a fantasy and whether or not it's healthy. Well, there are steps you can take to figuring it out. Do you know what I mean? I definitely am critical, and actually something you could talk about during the courting process is what kind of porn do you watch? Because my partner and I shared that. And we're pretty, we wouldn't have been together if any of us had interest in certain kinds of porn. Let me just say it that way. There definitely is red flags with certain types of porn, and it's okay if your red flag is different than other people's. But there are just certain types of depictions in media that if that was your interest, it'd be a no-go for me. You know what I mean? They're just certain things that I'm like, that's not my thing. So one of the best things I ever did during the courting process was do you want to exchange porn and see what we're into together to make sure we're on the same page, at least with what we're not into. That's something I would think about to do. Yeah. Chad said, is free use porn a red flag? What's free use porn? Porn on the internet? What's free use porn? What's that? Or you're free to use? What's free use? Discord said, I've seen people criticize hentai for young looking characters, but be completely fine with sexual age play. And I'm just where's the line? I think the line is in your brain. But the line is specific, right? The line is how you utilize the fantasy. What is it for? What do you get out of it? What do you get out of it, right? Chet says free use is as in free use kink. You're free to use blanket consent, use me how you want, no boundaries, right? Something like that. It's all dependent on the nuance. You have to deconstruct why you're into it. What is bringing you towards it? Why doesn't certain imagery ick you out? Stuff like that. I used to try to be very open-minded in my younger years. I tried to be very, very open-minded about people's kinks. And then eventually I just had to put down a line because I was like, this might be your kink, but I think this might be fucked up. Do you know what I mean? This might be fucked up. I had a guy one time, a YouTuber. This was years ago. So, And I have no proof, so it's not like anyways. And him and I had exchanged text messages at some point because we had an overlap with collaborations. This is a very long time ago. And he sent me some images he had created by an artist. And I was like, oh, that's like really interesting. I'm confused by it though. It's like a little young. And he was like, yeah, it means like, this is the depiction. This is what it means. And I was like, oh, okay. And like, we didn't talk very much after that. I was like, and I never stayed in touch with this person, but the art was for me, it was no good. Like it was, you know what I mean? Like, there was something, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, and it wasn't, I don't want to describe it too much because it's gross, but it was, yeah, like I wouldn't trust that person around kids. Definitely not. Like I just definitely wouldn't trust that person around kids for sure. Even if they were doing it out of trauma, like even if they were doing it around trauma and they thought it was like a way to gain, the way they explained it to me, it was like they felt empowered by it because of like things that happened to them as a kid, but it felt very fucked up. Actually, that's a good way to answer that question from Discord. How do you know if it's healthy or not? If your kink is directly associated with something that happened to you as a kid, you might want to go to therapy instead of relying on porn and kink. That's my advice. If your kinks are tied to trauma, you probably want to go solve that trauma and try to remember you can have kinks that aren't related to trauma. Like my kinks are not trauma related. The kinks I have now, especially, they're just not trauma related. They're just hot. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Chad says porn won't heal you, mama. Porn is not going to be your healer. Kink is not going to heal you. You know? All right, let's go back to the video.
MILF has become more of her own power player. Recent movies like A Family Affair, Lonely Planet, The New Bridget Jones, and The Idea of You show the MILF as a star of her own rom-com. While she deals with the same insecurities that younger rom-com characters face, the rom-com MILF usually has professional success under her belt, a previous toxic marriage in relief, and added insecurities over aging, of course. Anne Hathaway's character in The Idea of You, for instance, owns a successful contemporary art gallery, co-parents with a controlling ex-husband, and struggles through her own insecurities caused by being a woman over the hump of her mid-20s. As Robin Lee, the author of the original book, says, it was supposed to be a story about a woman approaching 40 and reclaiming her sexuality and rediscovering herself, just at the point that society traditionally writes women off. Serene Smith explains how age gap relationships can be transgressive in the media as a pushback against this culture which frames dating as a sort of clinical box-ticking exercise, where everybody only ever wants what's good for them. In a way, this new kind of leading lady in her romantic journey adds excitement and variety to the rom-com oeuvre that can feel so overdone, boring, and oversaturated. These dynamics are also transgressive in their representation of older women on screen in general. Historically, once actresses enter their 30s, they're pushed into playing older and less active and sexual roles, whereas male actors can play lovers or soldiers through most of their careers. Katha Pollitt wrote for The New York Times in 2001, Hollywood has always bumped women into older age roles. When older women appear at all on screen, they're not really older. 40-year-olds play women in their 50s, 50-year-olds play grandmothers, and then poof, they disappear. Except for one last go-around as the ancient survivor of the Titanic. Case in point, Angela Lansbury was only 37 when she played the mother of 34-year-old
37?
Lawrence Harvey in The Manchurian Candidate. It's unsurprising then that some people celebrate this gender flip age dynamic as being more progressive. For example, Jodie Walker wrote for The Ringer, older men have been dating.
Because it's like, it's that boss girl lean in feminism, right? Like do what the men do and that's feminism.
Dating decades younger women in movies since the beginning of time. So why shouldn't Laura Dern have a turn making out with Liam Hemsworth in an alleyway in a near shot-for-shot remake of Call Me By Your Name while Under the Tuscan sunning it on a...
Hold on. Chat said, well, therapists seem to raise an eyebrow if you bring up any kind of extreme kink. So I don't know if therapy is a tool for figuring that out. I emailed a bunch of therapists and said, I'm in BDSM and I need you to be BDSM educated so you don't associate my trauma with my kinks and you know the difference. Find yourself an educated therapist. You can find yourself a therapist who's educated in BDSM culture, knows the lifestyle, knows his history. Find yourself a queer therapist. Find yourself somebody. My therapist was so good at knowing the difference between Brittany's BDSM life and Brittany's trauma life, right? So if you want to deconstruct your kinks, you can work with a kink educated therapist, and then you can trace your kinks back. Example, I like being slapped across. This isn't me talking. I'm saying if this is you talking. I like being slapped across the face. Okay, let's deconstruct that. In which way? Open-handed, backhanded, soft, a little bit, mean? Do you want to cry after? Do you want to feel pain? Or do you just want to feel a little like out of control? And then someone says, oh, I like to be slapped hard enough to cry. Okay, interesting. So your kink is crying, and they'd be like, well, my kink is not having control. Okay, why does it come in the form of slapping? And it's like, oh, well, I also like the pain. Oh, so are you maybe a masochist? And it's like, well, I don't know. I think it makes me feel tough to go through the pain, but I don't think I'm actually turned on by the pain. Okay, so not a masochist, but you're challenging yourself. What about the need to feel strong? Where does that come from? Oh, well, when I was a kid, I just felt out of control, and I felt like if I can endure the pain, then it shows that I'm strong enough to survive it. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, so to clarify, your desire to be in control now comes from a childhood trauma, feeling out of control, and now that you're old enough, you've attached your sex life and your trauma together to create a kink in which being slapped and then crying feels like letting go in a safe space. And they're like, yeah, like I really want to be slapped until I cry by somebody I trust because it feels like I can let go of that control. Okay, hear me out. What if you let go of that control by letting someone hug you when you're being vulnerable? They're like, nah, that's too vulnerable. I don't want to do that. Okay, let's start with the slapping, but you should go to therapy. You know what I mean? Like, you should go to therapy. It's like you can talk about the conversations and where people are. I can't tell you how many times when you have these conversations, if you just start asking yourself questions, you know what I mean? You'll come to an answer. I also think there are ways to have like a healthy relationship with kink. Like, ooh, this kind of turns me on for this reason and this reason. But if you ever fucking acted like this outside of kink, bro, I will literally break up with you. The difference is that like it's safe in kink because it's a fantasy. The moment you bring it into real life, we're going to have a problem. A good BDSMer would tell you 24-hour BDSM isn't actually ever 24/7 because you can't be 24/7 BDSM. You have to go to work. Okay? The kids are home. You have obligations. It's Christmas. Like, everyone loves the fantasy of being a slave 24/7, except you can't be, girl, because you got to get up. Real things are happening. People are coming to the front door. The IRS is calling. You have to go to work. So make sure you know the difference between your BDSM lifestyle, which exists outside of sex and kink, and your vanilla lifestyle, which exists because we all have to show up in the world. Okay? And know the differences between all these things. All of us wear different hats. Even BDSMers.
A dreamy writer's retreat in Morocco, freed from the burden of the fact that when her excellent acting meets excellent writing, it results in memes so iconic that they will likely outlive her in the legacy of the films they came from. While I can agree that MILF romances add variety to the Hollywood norm, I don't know if they're necessarily like progressive, especially considering that the visual disparity between young and old seems far less noticeable these days. So many actresses now already look way younger than their years. And in my opinion, it's less interesting to show a 40-year-old woman who still looks 30 in a romantic and sexy context than it is to show a 40-year-old woman with, gray hair and an imperfect body in that same context. Constance Grady also wrote an excellent review of The Idea of You, which, I actually did enjoy that movie, but I think she makes great points relating to this. She writes, "The fantasy here is not a world in which women's social power doesn't depend on their sexual currency. The fantasy here is that a woman's sexual currency might not depreciate over the course of her 30s, particularly if the woman in question is played by Anne Hathaway, long celebrated for her eternal youthfulness." But ultimately, I think the reason why storytellers and audiences are drawn to MILF dynamics is because of all the nuances and complexities that can be interwoven into these stories. Maybe in part because of their relatively untapped potential compared to the gender reverse age gap, which is so ubiquitous in Hollywood. May December, for instance, was inspired by the real life story of a female teacher who assaulted her male student, went to jail, and then later married and raised a family with him.
Oh, we covered this on stream.
In the movie, we enter their relationship years after the initial assault. Julianne Moore and Charles Melton play the couple Gracie and Joe. And
is that the same lady that we right? Isn't that the same lady?
And Natalie Portman's character is a method actress cast and more. And in the movie,
Mary Kay, whatever. Yeah. She's the one who he like regretted at the end, right?
We enter their relationship years after the initial assault. Julianne Moore and Charles Melton play the couple Gracie and Joe, and Natalie Portman's character is a method actress cast in a biopic telling their story, and she spends time shadowing Gracie, and through her, we can observe what's really going on in this messed up relationship. I think it's interesting that we only see the origin story in the
Hold on, Discord? Okay, hold on, Discord. Chat, YouTube chat, you're gonna hold on for a second. Discord is like, is this beautiful? Listen to me when I say this. Look, I don't know what it is or what it means. So if it's nostalgic for a community, that's fine. But I'm not in the community, so it's gonna look ugly to me. Plus, it's like, I can't even read it. So I don't know what it means. But if it's good for you, I'm proud, I'm happy for you. But, you know what I mean? But also like, it kind of looks worn down. Maybe if it was more updated too, I'd be like, oh, that's cute. But like, it's a little, I don't know what it means. So it just looks like words, but it's not, it looks like baseball. Is this baseball related? Because it looks like baseball colors, like the Red Sox or some shit. So then I'm like, okay, maybe it's sports related. But then there's that like little graffiti on the side there that I'm like, what is that? But then maybe if they just redid the sign, it'd be beautiful. Maybe it's just a little worn down. It says be someone? Oh, fuck. I couldn't see that at all. Do you know what I kept saying in my head? You're going to laugh. I kept saying Basani, Basanian, Bisan. I was like, Bisan. Bisan. I was like, what is this? It says be someone? I was like, I'm so sorry. It needs to be redone. And then I love it. Classic. Be someone? That's so based. That's so based. Somebody needs to redo that sign. Be someone? That's beautiful, bro. That's fucking beautiful. They need to redo that sign so I can love it. Be someone? That's beautiful. Yes, YouTube chat says the Houston graffiti. Yeah, it is. So chat knows. Yeah, it's beautiful. My brother lives in Houston. Shout out Houston. Listen, they need to update that. Somebody needs to update it. Okay? Because it's beautiful. I love that. Be someone. That's good.
Biopic, as Dana Stevens writes in a review, through a process of reenactment that inevitably distorts the truth. It's an interesting story technique because it also exposes the audience as voyeurs, complicit to using this tragic story and similar stories as fodder for our own entertainment. Charles Melton also literally acted his ass off, and I'm still mad he got snubbed from an Oscar nomination. There's this one scene in the movie towards the end, so spoilers, but he's watching his son graduate high school, and there's just this like sadness in his face that I interpreted as him recognizing that he was never able to achieve these similar types of milestones and essentially never able to live a normal adult life.
What? They made it. Wait, is this movie based on the teacher-student relationship? Because he kind of looks like that guy. They made a movie off of it?
Because of what happened to him as a child.
That's fucked up. That's kind of fucked up. That they made a movie, but that's kind of like important. I didn't know they made a movie off of it.
Psychologist Elizabeth Jeglick writes, there is a strong theme in movies and pop culture about how every teenage boy's fantasy is to have a sexual relationship with their teacher. And in these cases of teacher-perpetrated abuse, the victim often views the behavior as consensual. It is often not until years later that the victim understands that the relationship was abuse. Baby Girl also tackles a toxic dynamic.
I haven't seen Baby Girl. We should deconstruct it with the Discord. I haven't seen it. I know people have asked me to watch it. I'll give it a watch eventually. Yeah. Oh, it's called May December, like a May December relationship. Is that kind of dated? Do you guys know that reference? Like it's a May December relationship. Like that's so old school. Like May December relationship.
Dynamic with a lot of nuance, I think. Nicole Kidman's character, Romy, is a CEO who becomes involved in a BDSM affair with an internet or company, Samuel, who's played by Harris Dickinson. While Romy is in clear power over Samuel via the hierarchy of the company, she's literally his boss, Samuel is persistent and even vindictive, dangling the threat of reporting her to HR when—
Ew. I hate movies. I hate storylines like this. Gross. They're both abusive and toxic. Great. Fuck both of them. I hate it. You're my boss, so you have to fuck me because I hate both of them. Die.
Whenever Romy tries to end their affair.
I'm running out of spoons. Die.
We see him in the more aggressive role as Romy sexually submits to him, but also when he—
I'm pissed. This is a rape movie. It's a rape movie. Why is this happening? It's a rape movie. What do you mean? He threatens her and then she has to submit to him? I'm going to break something. What?
test her non-sexual boundaries multiple times, like showing up at her home address uninvited. As director Helena Rain told The New Yorker, Dickinson plays someone who is incredibly vulnerable and also confused about what is expected of him, as a lot of men are right now. The fact that the relationship's power play intersects over multiple lines, work, class, age, gender, and sexual role play, allow for a more complicated, messy dynamic to develop. One that's not necessarily romantic, but interesting nonetheless. As Lewis Staples writes in his review of the film, if this year saw a spate of older women, younger men movies, shows, and books, perhaps it's because audiences are seeking something more complex, something that feels more like art than like content. After all, culture doesn't always have to reflect our ethical codes. At its best, it can help us to interrogate them. I also want to point out that Baby Girl, The Idea of You, and May December all repeat the old formula of pairing the legacy actor with the hot new actor. It's just like gender flip now. And it makes sense why this is happening given that more women are in positions of power than ever before. The Wrap mentioned power players like Jennifer Salk at Amazon.
Wait, so you guys are saying I feel bad for him. He was vulnerable, so chose to be abusive? Gross. So like, did he get abused by her in the bar? Are you talking about the movie? And then because he got abused, he like retaliated against her? I hate both of it. You sexually abusing your abuser doesn't make you not a sexual abuser. Now you're just a sexual abuser. I hate it. Oh, sarcasm. Oh, my bad. I like how Chad goes, I think that was sarcasm. You know what? I don't know if you guys know, I'm autistic. My bad. My bad.
Amazon Studios, Donna Langley at Universal, and Bella Baharia at Netflix. This might explain the interest in exploring a wider range of women's stories. On top of that, the Wall Street Journal noted, industry data shows audiences are more likely to buy movie tickets to see older female stars than their 20-something counterparts.
Oh.
I think this...
this goes back to what Sabrina Carpenter said. Y'all want to sex shame me, but you make the sex songs the most famous. But that doesn't mean Sabrina needs to make them. That's the question. Just because there's a demand for it doesn't mean you have to be the one to fulfill them. You should fulfill them because it makes sense. Not because the audience demands it. The audience is gross. Audiences are gross. That's why people who watch lolcows and make them famous, they're gross. Everyone who watches Keemstar and all that stuff, who's like lolcowing it over, like they are people who are like the gladiator. They're like in the stadium, like rooting for you to be eaten by the lion. They don't care about you. You're their favorite lolcow so they can see you being eaten by a lion. Okay? And Chad says, Sabrina needs the money. Sarcasm.
Actually might be more of like a generational thing, like for among audiences, because younger people, according to so many studies now, care less about movie stars, preferring content creators, whereas people from my mom's generation, let's say, still have affection for actresses like Natalie Portman and are willing to show up to the theater to watch them. Whatever the case, I think it's exciting. And because many of these stories are shaped with successful and powerful women in Hollywood, I've noticed that the stories are much less like problematic, for lack of a better word, in their portrayals of women, relationships, and abuse in general.
Call me by your name and I'll call you by mine.
I only saw this movie once. I bought it to watch it. I watched it once. I remember liking it, but not remembering it at all. Like, at all. How crazy is that? Is I watched this movie and I do not remember it at all. And now I don't even want to watch it because what's his name is in it and he's an abuser and I'm grossed out.
Challenger Summer or Call Me By Your Name Summer? It's such a non-question. Like, IDK, would you rather two hot athletes fighting for your affection over almost 2 decades? Or would you like to be groomed by Armie Hammer?
None.
The other kind of age gap romances we've seen lately in film has been the queer age gap romance. Think queer. Think Call Me By Your Name. Okay, maybe it's actually not that common and it's just Luca Guadagnino, but whatever, I still want to talk about it. And hot take, I actually didn't even like Call Me By Your Name when I first watched it. I watched this movie in my early 20s and this was also before the Armie Hammer stuff came out, but I always thought the relationship was predatory.
Who's the abuser? Armie Hammer's the abuser.
Timothy Chalamet's character Elio is 17 and his love interest Oliver, played by Armie, is 24, a graduate student who's interning for Elio's father and
24 my ass
in their family home in Italy for the summer. At the time, I think I was just like so bothered by how everyone around me interpreted this movie as some great love story, and I was just like pushing back against that. Meanwhile, I noticed that, at least in 2017, when in movies the grooming involved an older man and a teenage girl, all my friends online and offline rallied against it.
Even this, look at the imagery. Look at the imagery. It's gross. I hate this. Look at this image and tell me this is appropriate. Like, I understand if you are 30 and he's 30 and you just look really young, that's one thing. But like, it's, you know what I'm saying? Look at this. Like, it is, listen, and I understand why people might be freaked out if you're the same age and one person looks younger, but we know they're not the same age.
Miller's girl. But a teenage boy,
don't rub him. He doesn't even have muscles. He doesn't even have a chest. He doesn't even have pecs. You can't rub somebody like this when they don't got pecs. Like, this boy is underdeveloped. Do not touch him, bro.
I mean, it's also very vulnerable. Karamo Brown, who was the cultural expert on Queer Eye, as well as a licensed psychotherapist and a social worker, told Business Insider back in 2018 his feelings about Call Me By Your Name. I've worked with many survivors of sexual assault, especially in the LGBTQ community, which oftentimes goes unreported. And so the minute I saw that movie, I thought, here we are glorifying this sort of relationship.
I mean,
I think to myself, if that was an older man with a 16 or 17-year-old girl, we would have all had a hissy fit. We would have recognized that this is a problem.
Well, I don't like that narrative because we wouldn't have. We haven't for years. I actually resent and rebuke this attitude from the patriarchy, which says if this was a girl, we'd be upset. No, we wouldn't, because we've allowed it to stand and we continue to let it stand to this day. We're not upset about it. We're not upset enough about these age gap relationships. I disagree. I don't think we would throw in a hissy fit. I think people who have come to the deconstruction conclusion would have thrown a hissy fit, and that they would have gotten pushback. They would have gotten pushback. So no, I don't think people would have been upset. I think some people would have been upset, but not enough people are upset.
But for some reason, because it was two men, we're just like...
Which, by the way, can we go back to the Sabrina Carpenter conversation? Do you guys see why now her art can't be had in a vacuum, which we understand? I'm not saying she shouldn't do it. I'm just saying this is why some of us looked at it and went, oh, Jesus, what is this for Bill Clinton? What is this, an Epstein cover? I'm not saying the cover isn't interesting. I'm saying the cover just screams Trump. It just screams Epstein. It just screams Bill Clinton. It just screams Monica Lewinsky in the White House, girl. Okay? It just does. And I feel like we're tired. Can we be tired, please? But at the same time, I get it. Like, if you look at my Instagram, I'm sure a lot of people, you know, I try to personally create an Instagram that encourages more women to follow me. So I have mostly female followers on Instagram. I have mostly female followers on all of my social platforms. And I work really hard to curate that. I work really hard for that to be the fact. But see how I'm naked and cute and demure on my Instagram, but I also have a female audience following me? That's because if you're into me as a guy, you're probably a deconstructed guy. You're probably or you're just, not all of them are. Some of them get blocked because y'all leave weird ass comments. Some of you do get blocked. But okay, minus those ones. For the most part, most of the men following me seem cool. Okay, I feel like they leave good comments. One or two leave weird comments and I'm like, block. But you know what I mean? I think it's how you brand yourself. And I know Sabrina has a lot of female followers, and that's great, or women followers, or like AFAB, or whatever you want to call them, whatever. Chet says, what about your OF? Still majority women? I can't see the analytics via gender as far as I know on my OF, but it seems to be from the DMs I get. I mean, there's plenty of women in non-binary people, but I don't know. I think it's probably 50-50 or maybe 60-40 or maybe 70-30. I don't know. I just know the people that comment seem to be both genders, or all genders, I should say. But I don't know with actual analytics versus YouTube and Instagram give me actual data. They give me like data. Have you seen that Sabrina posted an alternative cover? No, I don't see it anywhere. What is it? I'm not seeing it. Oh, here it is. Hold on. Still not seeing it. Still not seeing it. Instagram. Is this it? Is this it? I signed some copies of Man Best Friend for you guys, and here's the new alternative cover approved by God. Yeah, it's giving arm candy. It's giving object. It's giving Trump's fantasy. It's giving, yeah, it's giving Yeah, I'm kind of over this aesthetic right now. Old Hollywood, heterosexual relationships. I'm over the aesthetic. I'm over straight people. You know, I'm just over straight people. Chess says, is she trolling? Even if she is, I'm bored by it. It's boring white woman trolling. I'm bored. Do you know what I mean? I don't care. It's just not interesting. It's not innovative. It's not like questioning the status quo. It's just like, I don't know. It's too hetero for me. I'm bored.
Oh, well, this is just exploration. When discussing this movie, my co-writer for this video, Am, told me when they first watched this film at 18, they perceived this movie as a complex depiction of a boy trying to navigate his desires and a failure of intimacy. And therefore,
And by the way, not every piece of art you put out there has to be a hit. It happens. It's not a big deal. Keep moving. Keep making good art. I love the Man-Child song, been a bop in the house. But like, yeah, like not every piece of work you do has to hit.
An objective endorsement for the relationship at hand. I think that is a great point. And I've actually since walked back my initial harsh judgments for this movie. But we also agree that the way the actors talked about their fictional relationship seemed like they themselves didn't understand that there's this line between depiction and endorsement. For example, some dude tweeted to Armie Hammer in 2017, "Wow, did you act in a film about pedophilia? Are you a pedophile? Do you promote such depravity? I was once a fan." Blech. To which Armie replied, "You do know that you live in a state where the age of consent is 16, right? Okay, now shut
Girl, Chad says it is a depiction of JFK and Marilyn Monroe for Sabrina Carpenter's album. Not surprised. People really romanticize that dynamic. Gross.
Shut up." Not the best clapback, because he's implying that it's fine. This relationship is fine because of the age of consent, which we all know age of consent laws are bullshit, arbitrary laws. But without giving too much sympathy to Armie, I can see why he lashed out, because a lot of these pedophilia comments at the time were coming from right-wing homophobes rather than from people, actually concerned about gay teenagers. I think at least in progressive circles, queer age gap relationships operate in a pretty complex space because there's this confusion on what's like objectively right and wrong. Age gap relationships may be wrong no matter the gender, but they, at least from the experiences of some of my gay friends, also may be a part of a common coming of age story that deserves to be shown on screen and not blasted just for being gay. I also think that while any relationship portraying an adult and a minor should not be endorsed, an age gap relationship between two adults can offer many interesting perspectives about human relationships, or specifically in this section, queer relationships.
True. Chad says young people often add value to age, so they think the other person is valuable just for being older. I thought that. That's exactly what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. I thought you're older, you have your life together, you must, like, you're wise, you're smart, you have something to show me. And then when I looked at them and I really realized what was happening, I was like, oh, no. And that's when you know, like, just because you're old enough doesn't mean you're mature or thoughtful or introspective, but hear me out. That's why I say it is the age gap relationship that's the problem. When I look at Julia? What's that lesbian's name who dates older people and is now getting married to an old man? When they say age gap wasn't the problem, and I say, yes, it is. And they say, no, it's not. And their fans come to my videos and they're like, you're such a dumb bitch. It's not the age gap relationship. It is the age gap. Because the fact that the older person got that old and didn't mature, it is the age gap. The age gap being the red flag isn't that the older person is smart and malicious. It's that the older person is so fucking stupid and stunted that they can't even date people their own age. Not in every case, but there's two parts. There's the predator older person, and then there's the reality that the older person can't get anyone their age because they're literally losers. They didn't grow up. So the only people dumb enough to date them are people too stupid to know better, hence young people, which is why they pick on us, because we're doing the, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, your lack of maturity is the reason why the only people who will date you are people who lack maturity. Whoa, whoa.
So for example, lesbian age is a concept where age and maturity are measured by how long someone has been out and their experiences in prior lesbian relationships. Not to say that lesbian relationships can't be toxic, but this introduces another maturity-related dynamic that isn't present in straight relationships. There's also the concept of the closet, like who has been out of it or has been forced to stay inside, which is also important context in the movie Carol. Carol depicts Cate Blanchett and...
What? Who is this chatter? What are you saying? You said they go younger because they're fresher and likely untouched. Cut the philosophical bullcrap and just admit it. What are you writing in my chat for? Why are you saying that? In my bubbles, the younger people had like 10 or 20 partners because we're all kink positive. So what do you say about that? What about in the sex positive bubbles I was in? What about the kink bubbles I was in where everybody was multiple partners in and the older people are exactly who I'm talking about? What are you on about? Just because it exists in some bubbles doesn't mean it exists in all bubbles. That is some form of bubble in some places. But that's not every bubble. What are you talking about? Why are you coming at me? What did I do? Age gap relationships exist with people that aren't just virgins. So you can have a chance to redeem yourself, but I don't know what you're talking about. At least in relation to what I said.
Rooney Mara in a 1950s age gap love affair. During this time period, their relationship would have been illegal. And Blanchett's character Carol has a controlling ex-husband who attempts to use her sexuality as a point against her in a custody dispute for their daughter. Carol has more experience navigating same-sex relationships, and she has wealth, which gives her power over Mara's character, Therese. But while they're both closeted, Carol might have different stakes related to the closet than Therese. Along that line, Mara has talked about the movie as being a coming-of-age story for both the characters. Both of the women are coming of age in a different way. They're both at a stage of life where they have to decide what kind of women they're going to be, and if they're going to live their truth or continue on in this life that doesn't really feel like theirs. Queer is a more recent movie that explored
I didn't
power
see
and
this one. Who saw it? I missed out on this one.
balance inverted with age. Throughout the entire movie, William Lee, played by Daniel Craig, is clearly at the whims of Eugene Allerton, played by Drew Starkey. Lee is fully out, though he struggles with his queerness, often feeling some level of shame or self-loathing. Gene, on the other hand, is elusive. His tastes are not defined, as he'll sleep with Lee just as quickly as he'll ignore him at a diner to go entertain a woman. Lee spends much of the movie contemplating what Gene's sexuality even is. In a GQ article published in 2019 that explored this type of in-closet, out-closet relationship, one of the interviewees, Simon, discussed how
all people can take advantage of each other. So a younger person could take advantage of an older person. It's just statistically less likely. It's less probable, though possible. So again, you can raise your kids really well. It's more probable they'll not end up a serial killer, but not impossible that they'll end up a serial killer, right? Like, it doesn't matter how well you raise a child, they could end up a murderer. But, you know, in most age gap dynamics, it is possible that a younger person could be manipulative and take advantage of an older person, but less likely given the context of most situations, because the older person is supposed to be wise enough and mature enough to see through the bullshit of the younger person. Even a younger person who tries to scam them or take advantage of them. But yes, some older people can be scammed by younger people in all kinds of contexts, whether it's for their money or access or whatever else, right? So you have to pay attention to those things, right? Thank you, chat says. Muna, thank you. Muna says, Brittany, your hair looks so cute. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Got a little, thank you. I appreciate that.
how he felt controlled by his partner who was closeted. It was a tough time. He would always tell me he wasn't like me and couldn't be because he had his whole future ahead of him. The idea my future was irrelevant and that in some way admitting he was with me would ruin his made me feel worthless. Gay men aren't toys to be practiced on. While it's totally understandable why someone would not want to come out of fear for their safety or whatever, these relationships can sometimes lead to an uncomfortable power imbalance. By the end of Queer,
Chat says, why are we showing teenagers these extremely complex traumatic experiences and saying these are just coming out movies? Well, and I will say, I think Call Me by Your Name isn't a teen movie. Is it rated R or PG-13? I will say, did you guys read or watch the movie Perks of Being a Wallflower? I think coming of age for some children is ugly and not good and complex and trauma. And I think that is one of my favorite books and favorite movies. The same person who wrote the book wrote the screenplay for the movie, so it's really good. I think it's important when we're praising films as being a coming out story to recognize that a lot of us have a very complicated relationship with art. One of the most favorite BDSM kink movies out there is one that I actually think is incredibly unhealthy and yet healthier than a lot of other depictions, and that's The Secretary. I think that movie is a classic. It's a lot of people's first BDSM coming of age story. And it's one of my favorites, but I would definitely watch it with an extreme grain of salt. Like, it is better than 50 Shades of Grey, because 50 Shades of Grey is just straight up abuse. But The Secretary is an art film, but the details of the film are actually incredibly dark, and there's a therapy that's needed because the movie implies that if you're just loved by the right person, then it's all you need to heal yourself. So yeah, watch it with a critical eye. Exactly, chat. Watch it with a lot of discernment, but understand that a lot of these films for us growing up, we're a big part of our lives. Like for me, Anne Rice, a huge part of my queerness coming up. Anne Rice often sort of identifies as a gay man. And I think that's really interesting. And talking about queerness and gender and identification, I always kind of saw Anne Rice as a gay man. And I know that might not make sense to binary gay people. And this is a whole conversation I want to have with you guys. Like, binary gay people are not queer. Queerness, like, we're here, we're queer. Like, you either get, like, you might not be deconstructed enough to understand it, but like Anne Rice was always giving gay man. Not that she's transgender in the traditional binary sense, but that she's always been queer. So she was my first introduction into a lot of queer dynamics between men in books, a lot of queer relationships, a lot of really interesting dynamics, right? Chat says, can gay men and lesbians be queer in your eye? Yeah, of course. But the relationship to the gender and the labels is where the queerness comes in, right? Like, queerness, it for me is about deconstructing any of the expectation of the binary that lends you to doing service for the patriarchy or for heterosexuals. If being gay is only as good as the heterosexuals approve, I'm not interested. If you're a trans person who's like, trans man can't be lesbians, like, that is definitely a binary bubble that adheres to heterosexual bubbles. I'm not interested in it because I absolutely know what it means to be a trans man who's also a lesbian. Like, I get that. You might not get it, and that's okay. I don't think I would have gotten it 10 years ago. I guarantee you, even though I've been gay my whole life, I would never have understood the reality of a trans man being a lesbian 10 years ago. I have had to deconstruct what it means to be a gay person, a queer person. So I want to make a podcast about this because I, as a person who has a relationship that's genderless in terms of our marriage and stuff, I'm telling you right now, it just changes everything. And you can't do it when you are a man or a woman. You can't be a person in the binary and have a genderless marriage. Like a marriage that isn't based off gender. Because like, your gender plays a role in everything you do. And so it's why when I was younger, I identified as bisexual. And I was like, I'm not interested in non-binary people, even though I had dated non-binary people, because I was basing my labels and understanding off heterosexual expectation of what was good enough to be counted as a relationship. And then I realized, wait, how do I actually feel? What's the relationship I'm having with self? What do I actually care about? I don't care about your labels or anything. If I love you, I love you. I don't care what your identity is. If I love you, I love you. Right? And it's okay that we use labels around constructs that really help us figure out who we are. I think it's really important that Britney had a stage in her life where she was like, I'm bisexual. I'm bisexual. Like, I think that's really important. Right? But it didn't last for a reason because I'm on as long as I'm deconstructing, nothing will last. No label will ever be good enough because I'll be a different one next week. It will only be good enough to communicate to people outside of me, which is why, again, when we show up in the world, you want to talk about 5 framework again. When you come in a deconstructed framework, you're almost just like a consciousness. But then when you interact with the world, now they're going to need words so they know how to handle you. And you're going to have to give them words that make you feel comfortable in how they're going to handle you. Now it's a matter of giving them a label that isn't about you, but is it about how they are going to treat you? That's what that means, you know? Okay.
Lee is the loser, still chasing Jean. Meanwhile, Jean has most likely moved on. Alex Abad Santos writes for Vox about the patheticness of Lee's character. Lee's meant to be seen as someone that resembles the way we used to think about single, down bad older men before we dubbed so many of them daddy, and the others problematic. If you squint, you can see the tracings of a man in midlife crisis, trying desperately to woo and
Also, if you're watching a BDSM content creator and they're not telling you not to do BDSM as a minor, don't watch them. If you're watching a BDSM content creator who never mentions that BDSM is for adults, don't watch them. Because those are the people who prey on teenagers interested in kink and groom them into relationships. BDSM is for adults. You cannot do BDSM as a teenager. If you do BDSM as a teenager, you are putting yourself and other people at risk. Because as much as you think that 16-year-old boy is your daddy, he's not. He's a 16-year-old boy.
buy affection from a much younger girlfriend or boyfriend who may or may not actively partake in a little gold digging. The more he's taken for a ride, the more harmless he becomes. The fluidity of power in these relationships highlight a contrast between queer relationships and heterosexual ones, especially younger women, older man couplings. Queer people can certainly bring normative gender roles and expectations into their relationships, but according to the study I read on kinship and lesbian age gap relationships, queer relationships require a constant act of creation and negotiation with traditional family structures. These relationships are often created from scratch without an example to follow, and they often don't follow traditional gender roles. Hence the meme, which one of you is the fork?
Wait, look.
And don't follow traditional gender roles.
Which one is the fork, right? Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that like doesn't work in my marriage. Asking which one of us is the fork is like, I don't get what you're saying, right? Okay, this coincides with this comment from Chad that says, Britt, do you think misogyny is an integral part of age gap relationships? It depends. The age gap relationships that are predicated on the bottom or the younger person being more feminine is rooted in misogyny. The age gap relationship in which the older person is more in their masculine and the bottom person is more in their feminine is the misogyny of it all. I need someone soft and feminine to control. Why? You're just so soft and feminine and weak. Misogyny. You know what I mean? Misogyny. I can't bottom. I'm masculine. I can't bottom. I'm butch. I can't bottom. Misogyny.
Hence the meme, which one of you is the fork?
Chad said, is it harmful to have gender constructs in your relationship if it isn't harmful? Well, okay, there's nothing wrong with gender. There's nothing wrong with being a binary gender. There's nothing wrong with being a man. There's nothing wrong with being a woman. There's nothing wrong with being a fork and a spoon. There's nothing wrong with being a fork and a knife. There's nothing wrong with being anything you're going to be as long as it's healthy for you, but it has to be healthy. Make sure that it's healthy. When I say it's okay to be whatever you want to be, it doesn't mean you're okay to do whatever you want. It means I recommend you do something that's healthy and in your joy. So if being more binary, if being in the hetero, if being like one, that's great. Love that for you, right? I just want to make sure it's healthy. You can have a healthy heterosexual relationship in which a man is a man and a woman is a woman. Just make sure it's healthy, you know? Just make sure it's healthy and make sure you're doing it for the quote right reasons and make sure you are both comfortable in how you've deconstructed and make sure it's really consensual and make sure the people in it are really happy and make sure you're not just doing it because you feel like the world is pressuring you to, but because it actually makes you joyful.
At the end of the day, I think that most age gap discourse in media online is really centered on depiction versus endorsement, which comes down to not only media literacy, but the individual life experiences of the viewer. For example, I actually liked Sofia Coppola's Priscilla, a biopic based on Priscilla Presley's 1985 memoir, Elvis and Me. I thought the production did a great job of emphasizing the horrific grooming aspect of their relationship by casting Jacob Elordi as Elvis and Kaylee Spaney as Priscilla.
Wow.
The pair had a height difference of 16 inches. That plus the framing of the shots created this like uncomfortable image of Elvis constantly towering over Priscilla. In real life, Elvis and Priscilla only had an 8-inch height difference. So the film's imagery, plus the fact that Priscilla's immaturity and age were continually brought up in the script.
I used to love Elvis. And then I kind of learned that he stole from black people. And then I learned he dated a minor and then he married her. And then I just never listened to him again. Sometimes I can't separate the artist and the art, you know?
Made it seem like, to me, this is depiction, not endorsement. However, I've also heard people argue that the movie still romanticized the relationship, especially considering the film's hazy, dreamlike style of cinematography. I also saw an Instagram reel with over 1.6 million likes that was depicting Priscilla and Elvis's relationship in this movie and being like, you know, romanticizing it, which was concerning on so many levels. But I think what makes Priscilla...
Well, probably because the username was called Lolita, and then it said, a man who makes me feel loved, pretty, delicate, and treats me like his little princess. At Lolita. Yeah, probably not healthy.
Romanticizing it, which was concerning on so many levels. But I think what makes Priscilla a difficult case is that Priscilla Presley herself is still fond of Elvis and doesn't regret the relationship. And to respect her wishes and agency as the original storyteller, there had to be a bit of a romantic glint in the narrative. Also, Jacob Elordi and Kaylee Spaney are both beautiful people. And at least like when I was younger, I would support any kind of beautiful couple I saw on screen. I'm like, doesn't matter if they're toxic. I'm like, if they look good together, that's a win.
Yeah.
Regardless of our personal interpretations, though, sometimes I feel like the anti-age gappers are aiming to prevent us from analyzing and interrogating these movies at all. When, you know, there's a lot of good stuff to talk about. To me, it's like banning books, but I think most progressives would agree we shouldn't ban Vladimir Nabokov's Lolita because of a handful of misinterpretations. I also think
that's actually what I am so impressed by. That's how I know serious progressive critical thinkers know Lolita is a devastatingly well-written story. But the lesson from the story is that he's a fucking monster who abused and targeted a little girl. And in the end, like, it's obviously, it's not romanticized. Like, it's a very sad story. And so the idea that people are reading Lolita and in any way misunderstanding this as like a good relationship, like, what are you talking about? Did we read the same book? It is one of the most devastating stories I've ever read. And just like the bullshit he put her through. And the idea that like, what? What are you talking? How did we read the same book, bro? And if that's your come away, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you talking about? How old was Lolita? I haven't been able to read it. Sounds depressing. It is depressing. It is depressing. It's old though. Lolita's old. Oh, how old was Lolita? Like in the book, she was 12. Guys, how old was she? 12? I think she was really young. Yeah, I think she's 12. Yeah, she is 12. Yeah. Anyways, okay.
that because so many of us spend more time online, there's a lot of blurring between online fandom culture and the offline world. For example, when I went to watch Sinners in the movie theater, I did my bad habit, which is, you know, look for fandom discourse about online because I really liked the movie and I wanted to know what other people thought about it. And scrolling through tweets and TikToks, I was honestly baffled by how many people were angry at Grace, the fictional Chinese character, for essentially inviting all the vampires into the house. Like, people wrote about her as if she was a real person, writing dissertations, making these long videos about how she messed everything up due to her own selfishness, rather than sort of zooming out and seeing what role she served in the story at large and why her actions were necessary for the plot to move forward. This is just an example, but in general, I think fandom can be really fun. However, if we take these characters and their motivations like too literally, it can blur the artistic intent going on in the production process and lead to confusions on whether something is really an endorsement or just a depiction, and also just like muddies the overall themes and messages that the director, the writer are trying to say. Okay, so I mean, that's all I have, I think, for today. Let me know what you think about all the age gap relationship movies that we've seen lately, whether or not these types of stories interest you or whether or not you're like, get them out of here. I'm very interested. And once again, thank you all for listening to me, and I'll see you next time.
Great video. Love this video. Looks like the shot. My favorite gag about DiCaprio was when someone said, I feel so bad for Leonardo DiCaprio. He was so traumatized by 9/11 that he can't even date anyone who remembers it. Hollywood loves age gap relationships because it mirrors the industry's own power dynamics, older men, younger women, and a long history of glamorizing imbalance. 100. What was the show depicting Rock Hudson? My brother was watching it and he's like, do you know anything about this? What is this? Like Rock Hudson and the casting couches and being gay and all of that shit. What show? There was a show that was depicting it. My brother was watching it and I'm like, yeah, it's fucking all bullshit. It's all gross. Like everything's gross in this bubble. What is this show called? She said it? Did she say it in this video and I totally just like didn't even think about it? What is the name of that show? But even finding out Rock Hudson was gay is so interesting. Anyways, all of this to say, all of these problems seem so obvious. Housing crises, feeding people, health, education, and age gap relationships. Like Ethan and Frogan, like to me, when I see all of these problems, I'm like, these feel like such easy fixes. Well, no, let me rephrase. They're so obvious, the fix, but it's not easy. But God, it's got to be easier than what we're doing. Oh, Chad says, no, I was talking about the comment. Okay, never mind, ignore me. But the fix feels so obvious to me. Frogan and Ethan, fixed. Ethan, stop suing smaller content creators, you selfish fucking capitalist. Fixed. Look at me problem solving. 2, food scarcity in neighborhoods. Fund neighborhoods, fix infrastructure, let businesses move into neighborhoods and encourage communities to eat healthy. Boom. 3rd, women being afraid to marry men because it's not advantageous or good for them, or it's scary because men betray them. Stop marrying men and marry good people instead. Okay, let's see. 4, age gap relationships. Yeah, stop fucking dating kids, bro. You fucking losers. Okay, now obviously the answers might be simple. Thank you. Brave takes, Britt. Brave takes. But the solution is really difficult. And the world is a reflection of how hard it is. Because it is very difficult. Because once you fix and start fixing yourself, you start to realize the world around you is like more broken than you even realized. Because you know, when you're broken, you think you're the only one. You really start to think it's you. And then you realize like, oh, the world is broken. And when you realize the world is broken, it can feel so overwhelming. And I want you to take deep breaths, especially in this time of the bad. We're in the time of the bad, okay? It can feel like everything is melting down around me, so why shouldn't I melt with it? Pause. Just the same way. We're not going to go back to when we thought we were the only ones who were broken, so fuck it. Just because the world is broken doesn't mean we're going to fuck it. It means we're going to do something about it. And we're going to do something about it slowly, day by day, minute by minute. We're not going to do grand gestures. We're not going to try to save the universe. We're going to try to implement change slowly, one move at a time, one simple decision every day at a time. Just like I said, my partner and I are recycling. We're doing our best, even though everything we know ends up in a landfill. At least when we recycle, maybe the people who are collecting bottles and plastics out of the trash will get one of our bags and they can make some money today. Maybe it encourages us not to litter or not to just ignore the fact that maybe this will help in some way. It doesn't seem like a big deal. Now we have the time for it. We're trying. I understand that recycling has its problems and everything ends up in a landfill and it doesn't matter at the end of the day. But somehow showing up matters. Hear me when I say this. Make your bed today. Do it. Do it. Make your bed. I know you don't want to. I know you think it doesn't matter. Make your bed. Wake up and make your bed in the morning. I promise you it will matter. I know you don't think it matters because I used to be a person who never made her bed. But I started making my bed every day. My mom told me to make your bed because I'd go into my mom's bedroom and I'd say, why is your room always so beautiful? And she goes, Betsy, I make my bed. Make your bed. And she's right. My mom's bedroom is beautiful. It's like a safe haven. I love sitting in my mom's room. My mom's room was definitely the spot where all the kids would sit on the bed and be with her. I love my mom's room. It's her safe space. And she makes her bed. Make your bed. Make it a safe space. Make it inviting. And you might say, oh, it's inviting. I want to get into the covers. Don't get into the covers. Because then you'll get sleepy. Make a bed you can sit on. Don't eat in your bed. I know you want to because we all ate in our bed. Don't. Make a space in your house that is for cleanliness, that is clean, that is pure. You don't have to do it. I'm just telling you, it helps. We don't eat in our room. Well, I was going to say we don't fuck in our room, but that's not what I meant. I meant we don't fuck around in the room. We don't make the room dirty. The room is a safe space. Okay. The room is the clean space. Okay. It's simple. There's nothing in it, basically. There's like a hamper for our dirty clothes. Oh, get a hamper for your dirty clothes. One that you can't see. Okay. Get a hamper for your dirty clothes. Put them somewhere. Don't pick a chair in your room that's going to end up being the place where all the clothes live. Even though we have a chair in our kitchen that ends up being the place where the clothes live. Don't do that. One thing at a time. You don't have to be perfect at it. Okay. One thing at a time. How do you make your bed every morning as a chronically ill person? I'm gonna tell you. Okay, I'm gonna be out of focus a little bit. Say this is my comforter, okay? I'm gonna make it simple. Don't overthink it. This is my comforter, okay? This is what I do every morning because I'm always the last one out of bed. I roll out of bed, okay? And this is what I do. I get out of bed. And I do this. That's it. You fluff the cover up, make it big, end it flat, fix the corners, done. Don't overthink it. Don't fucking make it fancy. Just fucking flip that shit up, girl. Flip it, let it lay. Tuck the corners in if you want to. Just make sure it's on straight. Call it a fucking day. Okay? Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. We have one of those duvet. You know, my partner does all the laundry, but we have one of those covers and the duvet and the whole thing. And you know what I mean? Like, don't overthink it. Just, we have our pillows. I put the pillows where they belong and I fluff the comforter up. I lay it down the bed. Boom, done. Move out. Okay? Oh, Chad says I have a 25-pound weighted blanket. Girl, you're trying to suffocate yourself at night? Good for you. That's so autistic of you. Yeah, just do it. Do it before you pee. I do it before I pee in the morning. I roll out of bed, I fluff the cover, I fix the bed, I pee. Okay? Because it will make a difference. And if you're upset with the way it turned out, do it later in the day. But don't leave it scrunched up. Don't leave it all scrunched up, you know? Don't leave it all like messy. Because it's going to feel like a messy 20-something-year-old apartment, which, by the way, a lot of y'all are still in your 20s. It's okay. A lot of y'all are still in your 20s. I did not make my bed even into my 30s. I was not making my bed every day. Okay? I was not making my bed every day. Finally, I started, and it really changed the vibe. And then when you walk into your room, it feels like, oh shit, it's clean. It's like when you do the dishes before you go to bed and you wake up in the morning and the kitchen is clean. Game changer. Game changer. Okay? Ethan! Chat says, Ethan! Clean your room, Ethan. Maybe then you wouldn't have to go after Frogan. Maybe then you'd have a life. What are you, like, worth 20 million? I'm worth 20 million. Actually, Ben Shapiro paid me a lot. I want to talk about it. You might know, because you guys are probably cousins, because you're both Jewish, you know, but you know what I mean? Look, just make your bed, okay? Just make it. Or these Machiavellian mothers might come out from under the bed and kill you. I sound a little bit like Kermit today, but I always have. Okay? Do little things at a time. If making the bed is too hard, that's okay. Pick something else to do at the time that you haven't figured out, like putting your dirty clothes in a spot. You know, I listened to this podcast. Maybe you guys know them. Late starters, late bloomers, the autistic ADHD couple from TikTok. Let me see. I just watched a really good conversation about how, like, she's ADHD, so she does this thing where she has a system that doesn't really work, and how she'll throw her not clean enough to go back in the closet clothes on a chair to wear later, but then they get mixed in with the dirty clothes and they all have to be washed, and then they never end up going back into the closet and it just makes a mess. And I've been thinking a lot about that. Here's the this is ADHD Love. I'll share this podcast in the chat, though I don't know if I think it might have been, I don't know if it was this podcast I listened to or another one with that example in it. It might have been this one. But something about that is interesting to me is sort of like being a late bloomer. You know, you kind of have to give yourself a chance to figure it out in a way that might not make sense to others. So as an example, I rewear a lot of my clothes, because you're right. Like, I wear them for like an hour. They're not that dirty. I'm not throwing them in the wash, but I do put them back in the closet. I have no ick about my clothes today going in the closet with my other clothes. I keep my PJs in a separate closet. I keep my indoor clothes kind of separate from my outdoor clothes, but otherwise, I don't want to burden myself with like an ick around outside clothes and inside clothes. Otherwise, I'm just never going to be organized. So I would rather be organized than get the ick. Like, something my sister said is like, I can't believe your house is so clean. And I was like, yeah, well, she can't believe that because she's used to me being the clutter sister. We used to share a bedroom together, and my bedroom had all of my books on the floor. Like, you would walk into the room and there would just be books everywhere, like everywhere. And my sister lived with me growing up, and she's just like, you were so messy our whole life. And I was like, yep. But you know, I'm like 36 now, and my habits are changing, and my habits are kind of a reflection of me getting a little healthier personally. Is like, yeah, she's like, I can't believe it. Like, wow. And I was like, yeah, but like, I wasn't ready until I was ready. And to be honest, my house in Arizona was pretty cluttered. Like, my room was pretty cluttered in Arizona. It wasn't like prior to getting married, I was there. But I was making my bed. In Arizona, I learned to make my bed every day. Being married in Croatia, I've continued making my bed every day, and we both do it. So actually, we negotiated this in our marriage. I said, I would like to make the bed every day. And my partner was like, yeah, okay, we can do that. So the rule is whoever gets out of bed last makes the bed. And we've maintained it for 2 years. We have had no problem making the bed every day. It's been great. And it really makes a difference. Like, it helps too, because I think like we're kind of always ready for guests, even though sometimes we do need to sweep. I noticed that the thing we struggle with the most is like Indiana's hair. You know how much I hate her hair. It's everywhere. And so sometimes I can be self-conscious about that. But otherwise, you know, we just kind of keep up with what we can keep up with. And it works. Like, it works, you know. But I think we make each other better. I think when I lived with my siblings, we were too sibling to make each other better. Like, some siblings were more cluttered than other siblings. And I don't think we managed to work together to make each other better. I think we probably made each other lazier, if I'm going to be honest. Yeah, I think we probably made each other lazier. Because we were like, well, if you're not going to do it, I'm not going to do it. Versus my partner and I, like, we're going to do this. So you need to show up. And we do. Yeah, siblings can't tell you what to do. Exactly. It was not going to happen with the siblings, which is too bad. In some ways, I think it would have been really beautiful if my siblings and I could have made each other better. Like, in this ideal anime guild kind of way. Like, we make each other stronger. Like, we definitely worked out together. We definitely hung out together. But yeah, it would have been nice if we could have made each other cleaner, but we never did that for each other. Yeah. It wasn't until I got married that I was able to do that for somebody. And for myself, it makes a difference, you know? Chessa says, either of you ever forgotten, and does that ever cause a rift? I don't think we've ever forgotten, and I couldn't imagine it causing a rift because the one difference between this marriage and any other marriage, and I've never been married, any other relationship, is that we don't neglect our duties. We don't neglect our obligations unless we have a very good reason. And we usually give each other a heads up if we're going to neglect our responsibilities. Hey, I know I told you earlier I was going to get to this. I'm going to be real. I'm kind of having a low spoon day. Can I get to it tomorrow? Are we good with that? And it's like, yeah, for sure. Thanks for giving me a heads up. Maybe I have enough spoons today to actually get it done. Like, we do not make excuses for why we can't get stuff done. We either get it done or explain why we're struggling, or we go, hey, I'm having a really hard time getting this done. Can you like help motivate me? Like, it's really hard when you're neurodivergent getting chores done. Like, I'm not trying to pretend it's not. It's actually incredibly difficult. Remember when we watched that video of that girl who was like, it's like brushing your teeth. You don't even think about it. And I was like, girl, speak for yourself. Brushing our teeth is a chore. Like, you know, showering and cleaning and all the little details. Like, we just had a conversation yesterday, which was like, if we had an ideal amount of spoons, what would be little things here and there every single day we would love to do? And I'm telling you, girls, right now, you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot. It's a lot. But that's why I tell you, like, don't overwhelm yourself. Don't try to compete with me or anybody else. Just ask yourself, what are the hard things we're going to do? Hard goals today, soft goals today. So example, so today I got to get going because it's almost 9 p.m. I have 2 other things I need to get done today that I want to get done before midnight. I'm trying to finish work by midnight every day. So I've been trying to work like noon to noon or noon to midnight. And so I'm trying to like get done before midnight. It's 9. So I have 3 more hours. So I'm looking at, I have to do one of two things. I have two things I want to get done, but only one of them has to get done 100%. And I think I can get it. I think I know which one I want to get done. And it's the one that's going to work within a 3-hour limit. And that's how I kind of make it happen. It's like, okay, Brittany, we have 3 things to do today. 2 are hard goals. 1 is a minute. 1 is a soft goal. But the 2 things that are left, you can interchange them. I'm giving myself permission. I'm saying, okay, girl, you get a choice. You can do this goal or this goal, but you got to do one of them. Which one are you going to do? And then maybe if I ended stream an hour and a half ago, I would have done both of them. But now stream has gone too long. So now I can only do one of them. No problem, because I can do the next one tomorrow morning and it will be fine. So that's kind of how I negotiate with myself. Which brings me to, this is it, girls. I gotta go. I gotta go. Chat says, this is like parenting. If only my parents could parent this well. You know what? Can I say something? If only my parents could have parented this fucking well, I would have been different. I would have been different. All of our kids would have been different. All of my siblings would have been different. Yeah. If my parents could only have parented so well, we would have killed, bruh. We would have killed. Yo, if I ever became a parent, these are the tools I would give my kid. These are the tools I would have given my kid. Fuck. Isn't that the truth, though? It really is like the parenting you never got. Because Jesus, bro. If I had gotten this as a kid, oof. You know what I mean? All right, I think we did it. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. Chad says, Britt, if you ever want to raise anybody, I'm here. I appreciate that. I'm gonna stay focused on raising myself. But I think I love that. Discord, one last question. I'm gonna get going. Great courting conversation. What's your relationship with cleanliness and organization as a neurodivergent person? Absolutely. Great question to ask on a date. Hey, I know cleaning is really difficult. I know chore. I don't want to take it for granted. What's your cleaning style like? Are we compatible? Oh, and then Chet asked, like, is my partner a night owl? My partner and I are both. We, in our relationship, do not have consistency. We are neither night owls nor day owls. We are simply owls. There's no rhyme or reason to our scheduling. We do not go to sleep with the sun or rise with the sun, or go to sleep with the moon, rise with the sun, whatever. Go to sleep with the sun, rise with the sun. We are neither. We are whatever our body is going to do today. We are at the whims of our bodies. That's how we do it. It really works out great for us. If we had a kid, it would have been really hard. But because we're just 2 adults living together, none of us have to go to bed at a certain time or do anything. We just have to make it work. So I used to identify as a night owl, but then I realized, was it really being a night owl? Chat says, you guys deconstructed time too. You know what? I don't know if you're making a joke, but kinda. I mean, kinda. We don't really work on anyone's schedule, right? I work for myself. We don't have to be anywhere. Yeah, kinda. Like, we kind of just, whatever we want. If we don't want to sleep all night, we want to watch the sunrise and, cuddle on the couch and giggle, we do that. If we want to sleep, we sleep. But like, yeah, I've never been a consistent sleeper. I'm not going to pretend I am now. Like, I'm done. Like, I'm done pretending I'm ever going to consistently go to bed at the same time every day. It's not going to happen, girls. It's driving me crazy trying to pretend. You know how many list of schedules we've both made? Wake up at 7, this at 8. We're never going to be those people. And we've spent too much of our life thinking or pretending or wishing we could be those people. Not us, girls, not us. But hey, it works for us, Maybe it won't work for you guys, but it's definitely worked for us, All right. That's it. I'll go. See you tomorrow. Have a good night. Good night.